item of business is to amend the agenda. CAC proposed yesterday that we move what was originally item 1C relating to business continuation in COVID to matters under the city manager, and that reorganizes other items under section 1F. What was formerly 1F would go to 1C, and 1C would go to 1D. Do I have a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Great. Anyone opposed? Great, thank you. Just to preview what we will be doing now under section 1, we're going to start with a public health briefing from Jeff Zayak and then move on to a CU update regarding COVID from the CU administration, a brief discussion regarding returning to in-person council meetings, and then we have a few declarations. So with that, Jane, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce Jeff Zayak.
Thank you, Bob. So our first presenter tonight is Jeff Zayak, who's the Executive Director of Boulder County Public Health. Jeff, it's yours.
Thank you. And just wondering if you have slides or you need me to run them from my end. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Jane. Thanks, council members. Appreciate, as always, being back here. So what I'm going to do is cover, in the last time that I talked to you, we were not quite in the middle of what was a significant outbreak. So I'm going to cover where we are relative to that outbreak as we go through here, talk about some of the next steps, the partnership between the city of Boulder, CU, and Boulder County, and some of the work that we're doing to assure that we keep the numbers down that you're going to see. This is definitely some positive data trends that we're seeing right now. Next slide. So this is just total cases. As you can see, we're up to 4,600 cases. Unfortunately, we have one more person who's deceased from the last time that I presented to you. Again, majority of our deceased folks are coming in long-term care facilities. It's still impacting our oldest population. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as well when I get to hospitalizations. Next slide, please. This is our a little bit blurry graph, sorry about that, but this is the 7-day moving average of cases in the metro area. And what you can see from that obvious spike right there is that we had a significant surge. It was associated, we know, with 18 to 22-year-old CU students. We were able to work in partnership with the university, with the city of Boulder and others to stop that disease spread and to bring it back down. We are now heading back down to getting closer to where we were prior to that outbreak. And again, I'll be talking a little bit more about what we're going to do to try to hold those numbers down, but we are in the right direction here. Very steep climb, very steep descent, obviously a lot of resources associated with that response. Next slide. This is going to show you a common pattern that is occurring or trend that's occurring across the state right now. You can see the 3 peaks. We are seeing some generalized spread across the state, across multiple age groups. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, but we know that a portion of that is coming from lower social distancing that's been occurring over the last several weeks, and there's a graph that I'll talk about with that as well. Next slide. This is the number of Boulder County residents and CU affiliated residents that had newly reported cases or who were probable. And you can see that in the light blue is the CU cases, in the dark blue is our cases in Boulder County. I'm showing just over a little bit over the last month and a half here. So you can see the climb in the trend. We were at a peak at 182 cases, and then a decline downward from that, with very few cases now coming through from students. And this is a place to say how much I appreciate that that students are taking this really seriously and are responding appropriately. We are seeing, and we know that we couldn't do this without the partnership of all those partners, both the City of Boulder, the University of Colorado, Boulder County, as well as CDPHE, but also, as you've heard me talk about before, this really does come down to individual behaviors, and we can't be everywhere all the time. So what this is demonstrating to us is that we are seeing individual behavior change, and that is indicated in some of the the data that we're tracking on a more frequent basis, like looking at activity on the Hill, the number of referrals that are going into disciplinary at the university, some of those kinds of things. So I just want to just say that how important it is that we continue this trend and that we adjust behaviors, because behaviors are what's going to drive the outcomes here. Next slide. This is our 5-day average number of new cases among Boulder County residents. Just another way to look at it, you can see pretty clearly high spike, much higher than anything we had anywhere previously in the entire disease outbreak. Next slide. This just illustrates again the 18 to 22-year-old category and the significance. This is a trend in 2-week cumulative incidence in Boulder County by age group. The majority of the cases that we're seeing are absolutely driven by the 18 to 22-year-old population. And what you're not seeing on here, but when we broke it out previously, was by CU versus non-CU students who are in the 18 to 22-year-old category. Clearly, the trend is absolutely within CU students in that category specifically. So that is where our focus and our efforts have been in terms of working to reduce those rates. Next slide, please. This is the total number of tests in Boulder County. This is, we have, as I had mentioned before, very significant capacity in Boulder County to do testing, and there has been a lot of testing that's been done. As you can see, we're up to 1,600, even prior to bringing in the 2 community test sites that we were operating about 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago when we brought those in. We still had capacity in our community to be able to run tests. What those test sites did was they brought in free and easy testing for the community. Currently, we're still operating one of those test sites. It's the drive-up test site, and this is in partnership, again, with city folks. So I want to take time here to say thank you to all City of Boulder folks who are participating on this and helping us make sure we can use that site and keep it available. But that site is a free testing site. It's easy access, and it's open to the community. In addition, we closed down the walk-up site, and that has now been transferred to the University of Colorado. And they are running tests for both off-campus and on-campus students at this point. I think Pat is presenting tonight from the university. I'm sure he'll have more to say about that. Next slide, please. This is the 5-day rolling average of our percent positivity. And I'm going to talk about this specifically because data has been such a big question. So this is a 5-day rolling average. This is what I've been presenting to you from each week that I come. When you look at CDPHE's website, which I know many people are, at the dial and the framework for the metrics, which I will cover a little bit more at the end, what you're going to see on their website is a different positivity rate than here because they're calculating a 14-day positivity rate. The reason we've been using 5 and I've been reporting 5 to you is because it gives us, we see the trends more quickly than waiting 14 days, but we're still tracking on our website the actual indicators, again, that I'll show you from the dial a little bit later in the presentation. The message here is that positivity rate is consistently coming down. That's exactly what we want to see. In the drive-up testing site, our numbers have been consistently low in terms of positivity rate. The numbers in the walk-up site when we had them were higher, and that's because the majority of the CU students that were using the walk-up site or the majority of the students being tested were using that walk-up site as a testing site. But this is a good trend for us to see, and it's what we want to continue to see in the county. Next slide, please. This is the total number of residents who are probable or considered probable or have tested positive across Boulder County. We decided to switch to this. The rates were becoming confusing for people in terms of they're seeing different numbers. So I wanted to make sure that we were putting total numbers, and you can see the total numbers of folks as it's distributed across our municipalities and unincorporated county. Next slide. This is the graph of our Boulder County residents who tested positive or considered probable or who were hospitalized and deceased by race and Hispanic origin. I've talked about this data each time I've come to you. We still see a significant disparity here that we know needs to be improved as we move forward in the county. I can talk at the end. I'll do a little bit of a summary more on some of the things that we're doing relative to this population as we have hired positions and are making some progress. Next slide, please. This graph is Boulder County residents who've tested positive are considered probable by age, hospitalization, ICU status, and outcome. And what you can see here is that as we've seen previously, our highest impacts are going to be in our oldest population. And we know that's been consistent. We are starting to learn more data about impacts on anybody who's been hospitalized. There was a recent article in the New York Times that came out that is identifying more negative outcomes in terms of chronic diseases that are likely to occur in anybody who's been hospitalized. So we will continue to learn more information as we go forward. That's what's challenging with this disease. It's novel, as you all know. And as we move forward, we'll learn more about the disease and learn more about what kind of impacts it has across age groups. The large proportion here is going to be in the 18 to 22, and in that 10 to 19, if you took out the 18 and 19-year-olds, you would see that bar graph on the left-hand side drop significantly because of the majority of those folks in that category in the 18 and 19-year-olds are driving that left graph. Next slide, please. This is our hospitalization of positive COVID folks in our county, and we are still stable in terms of our county. We're not at risk of capacity issues with our hospitals, but you are seeing here an upswing in the trend. I'm going to show you another slide in a second that's looking at state data that's seeing similar trends. We need to keep an eye on this. I don't have the data specific to Boulder County for this, but if you go to the next slide. What I did see from today's presentation with the State Health Department is the majority of the cases that we're seeing in this increased hospitalizations at a state level are coming in our older age categories, and that is not good news. And when I say the majority, large percentage, so between 20 and 30% are in the 70 and above category. And that's exactly what we want to prevent as we're moving forward. We want to protect that population because we know that we are going to see more acute and severe outcomes in that population. So unfortunately, that is not where we don't want to see any hospitalizations increase, and we certainly don't want to see it in that population. So I'll talk in another couple slides here about diligence and the importance of continuing social distancing as we move into this fall time period. Next slide. This is the graph where I'm going to talk more about the social distancing. So what we heard from the State Health Department on the call today was that what we're seeing in terms of actual social distancing is more around that mid to lower 50% range. And what this graph demonstrates is these are social distancing categories. So when we were at stay at home early on, we were between 75 and 80% social distancing. So if you look at these numbers on the right-hand side over here where it says September 28th projection, 59% social distancing, it's a green line. This is the projection of current hospitalizations under that scenario. With the social distancing at 66%, then our projections are much flatter. And this is the actually observed what we're seeing in Colorado of hospitalizations. So you can see that our projections for social distancing and are based on the actual is even lower than this 59%. What we heard was that basically from prior to Labor Day through the month of September, that we're just seeing more people who are gathering, a little less diligence to making sure that we're maintaining social distancing, that we're using masking, washing hands, and we need to make sure that picks back up if we want to keep these trends on a positive projection. So that's a message for everybody who's listening. We've done such a great job here in Boulder County. We've kept our numbers low, and we want to continue to keep them low and not see hospitalizations increase, not see surges like we just saw and maintain good social distancing here so we can stay where we are on that dial that I'll talk about at the end. Next slide. This is the dial, and I just took a snapshot of the top 3 things that are tracked. So if you go to Colorado's homepage and you just type in dial, COVID dial, it will come up with this chart and an explanation of how things are categorized. So basically, the state health department monitors 3 different things across each of the counties in the state of Colorado. The number of new cases and the associated incidence of those new cases over a 2-week period of time, the percent positivity rate, which I just talked to you about on the slides, and they look at, are we in a stable or declining hospitalization at the local level? And based on where the measures are for each of these things, you're then categorized into that level, and then you have associated measures or requirements that go along with that level, which I'll show you in the next slide in a second. I want to talk about where we are right now, though, in Boulder County. So when we were at the height of the outbreak with the university, we were over here in stay at home. And we are, with the trend that we have now, which is decreasing our incidence rate, we are falling into the safer level 3. As long as our incidence continues to decline and again, the behaviors follow what's happening right now, and we keep our numbers down, we will soon be back to safer level at 2 over here, and it won't affect us. But it's going to be really important that we continue to focus on that and pay attention to it, all of us, because we are seeing some of the generalized spread that's outside of just the university outbreak that we've had. We all need to be diligent in order to stay in this level. We are obviously under 10%. We do have a bit of increasing hospitalizations right now, but this is calculated over a 14-day period. So we'll be watching that and making sure we're paying attention to it. Next slide. I think I missed one slide, but what I wanted to basically, if you're in safer level 1, I'm sorry, can you go back one slide? I can illustrate it from just looking at this. If you're in safer level 1, you have businesses, faith-based gatherings, gatherings in general have less restrictions in that category than if you're all the way over in safer level 3. So you see significant changes depending on which level you're in terms of what kind of expectations and requirements apply to a whole host of categories that range from higher education, K through 12 schooling, gatherings, faith-based organizations, businesses. It goes through a whole series of categories. And for each of those levels, there is an associated level of categories. So if we switch from one level to the next, it's a pretty big deal for our entire community. Because if we move from safer level 2, as an example, where we are right now, to safer level 3, then it has restrictions on businesses to reduce capacity, as one example. And that has, we know, a direct economic impact on our community. Not only does it have a direct economic impact on the community, but when we increase restrictions, it has social impacts, it has behavioral health impacts, including substance abuse and mental health issues that we know are correlated. So we want to do everything we can to not only maintain the level that we're in, but also keep increasing our levels down towards protect our neighbor, which is where our numbers are going to be the best and we're going to have the least restrictions. So that's our goal. We'll keep working on that. But I wanted to let folks know where we are at this point. And then the last slide. Next to last slide. This is the Protect Our Neighbors metrics. I've been sharing this with you each time that I've presented. And right now, as of October 6th, we're meeting these measures on the left-hand side. We're partially meeting the measures on the right-hand side. And these will improve as these measures on the right-hand side that are partially met will improve as we continue to finish up and close out case investigations and contact tracing associated with the university outbreak. The one that we're not currently meeting is the stable or declining COVID-19 hospitalizations, which you saw from the graph, which is increasing over this last week. You can track this yourself. This is our website at the bottom. We are reporting on Protect Our Neighbor. We're also reporting on the state dial, which I just showed you the example of in the last slide as well. So you could track both of those things yourselves as well. Next slide. And I think this is our last slide. So just wanted to talk about what kinds of things we're doing in Boulder County to not only stop the spread of the disease, reduce the number of cases, but also assure that we're maintaining those cases at a low level and improving them over time. We had a mitigation plan that we submitted to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment that again was in partnership with the city of Boulder, with the University of Colorado, with Boulder County, to demonstrate what we are doing right now, documenting what we are doing right now to stop the spread of the disease. We have also put orders in place that I'm sure most of you are probably aware of. There's two focuses in the order. One is a stay-at-home order for identified number of properties in the city of Boulder. The other is limits on gatherings for the 18 to 22-year-olds. And the city, of course, thank you to the city of Boulder for looking at the 10 p.m. last call, which is an important and effective mechanism for reducing the spread of the disease as well. We are continuing to work with all of our partners to identify strategies, and these would be ongoing strategies that we can keep in place between the university, the city, and Boulder County Public Health to assure that we're keeping our numbers down. So it's looking at incidence rates in that category of spread that we were talking about in 18 to 22-year-olds. It's measuring the behaviors that we can see happening. So for instance, that's things like the number of parties on the Hill or illegal gatherings that we're seeing that are outside what's already included in the orders, or what's outside what would be in the safer level of 2 order if we were back to that category. So we have a whole series of things and strategies that we've been tracking. We are adding to that. We will send those strategies on to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment on Wednesday of this week to make sure that they're supportive of that. And we will implement those and keep those moving into the fall. We know that the fall is going to be a challenge. We know that we are already seeing increasing decreasing social distancing, as I mentioned before. We are going into a flu season. We are moving into a time period where we're going to have holidays. So we want to really pay attention and be diligent about making sure that we're really sticking to the social distancing. This disease can't spread if we maintain that 6 feet. If we reduce gatherings, keep our gatherings smaller, make sure we're masking and social distancing during those gatherings, and following the existing orders that are in place are also really important. All of that information is on our website about those orders. We are looking at amending those orders on Thursday morning. We'll have information on our website about the amendments to those orders, and we'll be doing a ton of outreach directly related to those. And then the last thing is, of course, hand washing and just good personal hygiene. Those are things that are going to stop the spread of this disease. And as we go into especially these holiday seasons, it's going to be important for us to stay diligent about this and keep focusing on it. And I think that's my last slide.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Questions for Jeff Zayak. I have Adam first.
Thank you, Jeff. I have 2 quick questions. The first, do you know if the large amount of cases from CU students came from super spreader-like events, or was it just a bunch of individuals that happened to come in contact with another at such a high rate? And you're muted, just so you know.
Thank you. I don't know if I can answer for sure the super spreader. What I can tell you is we know where the majority of these cases are coming from, and they're coming from large gatherings. So I'd have to ask our epi folks if that related to 5 people that were super spreaders in those events, or if it is just a high incidence rate among this population in general. But we do know that where it's coming from is gatherings. That's the majority of what we're finding in terms of the way that this disease is spread. And that goes for both on campus and off campus. So we know that we have very little spread, as an example, directly on campus among classes, as an example. The cases that we're seeing and CU students are primarily being brought onto campus from off-campus parties and gatherings that are occurring.
Thanks for that. And my second question has to do with the slide broken down by race. And my question being, it would seem that with such a large number of cases coming from CU and CU being predominantly white, that you would see the number of cases sort of increase in that metric, at least by my back of the napkin math. And I really don't want to lose the fact that, you know, our Latinx community is suffering at a disproportionate rate. So I'm just kind of surprised that we didn't see that movement in the data. Is the data most recent for that, for the race slide, or do you expect to see a change?
Yeah, the data, this is very timely. So the data was updated today, and it includes 78% of known race and ethnicity for all contacts and case investigations. There definitely was an issue between what is called the REDCap system and CEDARS, which are the two data systems that are used to enter data. And it wasn't until just this last week that we were able to get the REDCap data into the CEDARS system data so that it was updating more frequently. We also had a delay, as I understand it, from when we were in the height of the investigations of collecting all of the demographic information that was necessary in order to be able to have a complete data set.
Gotcha. So yeah, my concern going forward is just to make sure that if the cases amongst white members of the data group, especially CU students, increases, that we don't lose the important idea that it's the Latinx population that's being disproportionately affected.
Absolutely. I would love to comment on that a little more because I realize I didn't share the information that we're working on, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to do that right now.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jeff.
We have Rachel, then Mark.
Okay. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for another great presentation. Couple questions. You said that CU is doing testing at their former city or community-wide walk-up testing center, but that's now limited just to CU students or affiliates, it sounds like. Did I hear that correctly? So if you're
that is correct. That is my understanding. And again, I think Pat, maybe he's not on here, but he could confirm that.
More on that later. And then for the other site, which is drive-through, did you specify how long that's likely to stay in place?
So I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date. I wonder if Jane knows it because she's been in these meetings with me. And I can tell you that it's for the next couple of weeks, I believe, and maybe Jane could validate for me.
I do know. The plan currently, and we've finalized it today, is that it would stay open at this point through October 18th.
Okay, so I guess this can be a lead-in into my next question. We had a exposure, I guess, 10, 14 days ago. And so used the drive up for family members, and it was really easy and facilitated, I think, people being willing to go in and get tested because it was simple and free. So I would really encourage the city to extend that as long as possible. I'm sure that there's a not insubstantial cost, but it's helpful. Anyway, with that exposure, I wondered, I didn't notice much robust contact tracing, so I was wondering if you could tell me what's happening there. I guess I was sort of surprised that we didn't receive phone calls, and it just made me a little bit worried about how robustly we are contact tracing when cases are escalating, or with every case.
I'm going to give you a high level because I'm not an epidemiologist, but I'll give you a high level, and then Rachel, what I would ask you to do is just shoot me an email and I can make sure I get a follow-up for you. But the way that contact tracing is determined is based on time of exposure and likelihood of a close exposure. So more than 15 minutes within 6 feet. There is some other caveats around that, but in general, that's how that's defined. And then for each person who is defined as a close contact to the positive case, there should be a follow-up with that person to do a series of questions that then determines whether we do a referral to testing for that person or we refer them to quarantine as an example. So that's in general how that works. And if you just shoot me an email with the question that you have, I can make sure that we do a follow-up directly from one of our epidemiologists to you.
I mean, I don't personally need a follow-up because I tested and we're now outside the window, but I would think by the criteria that you just specified, there would have been some follow-up and there wasn't. So I'm flagging that it made me nervous that I didn't see contact tracing where I would have expected to. A couple more questions. You said that the long-term outcomes are notably poorer for people who've been hospitalized. And that's specifically more older adults, it sounds like. And I'm wondering, does that, if somebody has a really poor outcome and dies a month or 2 or 6 months later, is that person being counted as a COVID death?
So if I don't know, I don't want to venture a guess at that. What I can do is do a follow-up to make sure I get it accurate. I can send a message back to Jane and we can push it back to all of council on that.
That would be great. Thanks. What is the current allowance for number of people allowed to gather outside who are not 18 to 22? How many people can get together in a yard?
We are under safer level 2, which I believe is 10, but I don't want to misstate that. What I would tell you to do is to go to our website or go to the COVID website, that one I talked about, COVID dial the 19. It'll show the restrictions and on gathering on all those different categories, but I do believe it is 10 at this point, and I could look it up.
That's okay. I'm just wondering, obviously we're getting into colder weather where people will want to move inside. So it seems more advisable to stay outside. So I'm wondering what the number is of people who can get together outside. And like if I visualize a Pearl Street eatery, it seems like it's probably more than 10 in some amount of space. So I wonder how that works. And also if you have recommendations, my instinct would be that it's better to have people eating outside and promoting that, but wondering, you had mentioned that there were no cases of outdoor transmission, or one case, I think, from yoga in Boulder. I wanted to make sure that that was still true and that you don't have any different advice on being outside.
Definitely would not change the advice on being outside. I don't have the most recent. I can ask that question and do a follow-up as well, just to make sure that we don't have other cases. In general, I can tell you for sure it's much safer to be outside. The virus dissipates much more easily. When you're indoors, that's when we need to focus most on the spread of that virus.
Thanks. And so I don't know if the statewide takes into account outdoor or indoor for 10 people, but it seems like that could be a distinction, at least from the county, that we could draw. We would rather people be able to meet with other people outside. And so maybe there could be larger numbers allowed outside, partly because I think we're already doing that to some degree.
Yeah, and what I would tell people is that we need to follow the existing orders. So the best thing to do is to go to the website. The orders are on there. It'll tell you all those situations. If there's any questions, we also have our call center on there. You can call the call center directly and ask those questions. But I would want to make sure that people are following what's in the orders right now that are out there.
Hey, folks, I'm going to jump in here. Rachel, if you don't mind, I'm going to cut off this line of questioning because we're running about 15 minutes behind. We got about 5.5 hours more to go on our agenda. So if we got follow-up questions, maybe post them on hotline to Jeff and Jeff can respond there. Mark and Aaron, if you can ask some really quick questions and let's move on to CU.
Very, very quick. Just to follow up on one of Rachel's questions, I was a little unclear from the slide. Do we merely have the capacity for contact tracing, or are we actually conducting it in the appropriate cases?
So we thank you for the question. We definitely do have capacity for contact tracing. I think everyone is probably aware that we set up the agreement with the university, so they are contact tracing. They are doing some investigations. Boulder County Public Health is doing investigations, and we definitely have the state doing investigations. So between our 3 organizations, we've been able to readily do our contact tracing. When we were at the height of that outbreak, we were challenged to be able to handle all those at once. But we readily can handle that at this point.
Okay. My last question is, from one of your slides, the 5-day average positivity rate now seems to be down around 3-4%. How close then are we getting to safer level 1?
So our incidence rate is what's keeping us out of that, as well as our potential increase in hospitalizations that you just saw on that graph. So if our incidence rate comes down to the measures in that chart that I showed you a couple slides ago, and our hospitalizations stabilize and they don't increase, and our positivity rate remains in the safer at home level 1, then we would request certification to move to that level, but we're not there yet.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Aaron, take us home.
Yeah, Jeff, thanks for all that. Quick question. I've really appreciated the drive up and the walk up sites. I think those have been very handy for folks. But now that the walk up site is closed, what are the options for people who want to get tested who don't have access to a vehicle?
That's a good question. It is not going to be free and as easy, but there is other access points within the city. And if you go to our website, our testing on our website at Boulder County Public Health, there is a testing link and it shows the location of other test sites. There is some in the city of Boulder. So take a look at that website. It'll tell you what times are open. It'll tell you if there's any requirements associated with that site, that kind of thing.
So still available, not quite as convenient, but still available.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. We appreciate it. Jeff, you might stick around in case there are some questions that come out of Patrick's presentation. Jane, I want to turn it back to you to introduce our friends from CU.
Oh, just very briefly, here's my new friend, Patrick O'Rourke from CU. We've been in many meetings together in the last 2 weeks. Patrick, it's you. You're on mute.
I hope that the COVID crisis doesn't go on for too much longer, but by the end of it, I'm going to remember to take myself off mute when I start talking. Wanted to start by first thanking the council for giving us the opportunity to update you. Our relationship with the city is vitally important, and wanted to also thank you and Sarah for making the opportunity to do the community briefings available. We did one last week. Mary Young was the person who led the introduction to it, and we had over 200 community members attend. We want to be in close contact with the community because we recognize that we're part of the community. Our students are here. They come to patronize the businesses in the city, and we share a common goal, which is we want the city to thrive, we want the county to thrive, and we want the businesses within them to do well. So having those opportunities to engage are important. As Jane mentioned a minute ago, we've been working collaboratively with the city and the county in the joint command structure that's been set up. That's been a really important development. That's given us the ability to be able to collaborate on issues that are affecting CU and the community. We've been able to look at it through the lenses of compliance, enforcement, containment, and really having all of the subject matter experts come in. One of the things we recognized over the last week is that, as Jeff mentioned a few moments ago, some of our data systems weren't talking very well to each other, and that's led to some confusion. We've got data groups now that are working to be able to align that data and to be able to get better alignment and better information out on where exactly we stand. So those have been valuable partnerships, both with the county, and I wanted to thank Jane and Chris and Sarah and Chief Harold for their participation in that joint command structure. It's been really valuable. The Boulder Police have been an important partner as we've been thinking about enforcement. And one of the things that I think that Jeff mentioned a few minutes ago is that we've really seen a change in behaviors. Last weekend, Boulder Police did not refer a single case to our student disciplinary process based upon violations of public health orders or large gatherings, which means that we're moving in the right direction. I'm pleased with the partnerships that we have and the way that we're working together to try to be able to address the crisis. Some of the things that I wanted to share with you is really related, is following up on the testing that Jeff was talking about a few moments. Like the county, we're also seeing a downward trend on our positivity rate for the confirmatory PCR type tests. Last week, we had 63 cases that got confirmed through PCR tests. That was down from 254 the prior week. And on our surveillance testing, which is something that reaches a large number of students, what we look at most closely there is our positivity rate. After having a period of time where that positivity rate was significantly above 5%, that it's trended steadily downward. And on the surveillance testing, we're currently seeing rates for the past week consistently at 2% or lower. And today was actually the first time that we were below 1% on our positivity rate for surveillance. What that shows us is that even though the measures that were taken were difficult and it's been a challenge for our students, that we're actually breaking the chain of infection. One of the things that when Jeff was talking a few moments ago about the positivity rates on the dial, a few weeks ago, we would have been at the point where cases that were largely coming from the CU student population would have had us at close to 500 rates per 100,000 people in the county. As of today, that rate has been cut in half, and it's not enough. We need to continue to have it trending downward, but that if we continue on this trend, we hope to be able to share in the common goal of having the county remain in that level 2 safer at home, or ultimately, as Jeff described a few moments ago in response to Mark's question, we'd love to be able to get to the point where we were able to get to safer at home level 1. That means a couple of things. That I really want to thank our students who have, over the last few weeks, really demonstrated that they can be a positive force in being able to affect the change of the disease. When they refrain from the type of gatherings that Jeff was talking about, we end up in a situation where we do have good mechanisms on campus, whether or not it's the social distancing and masking in the classroom environment, whether it's being able to provide for our students through isolation and quarantine, to be able to maintain a safe campus environment. But it's really due to the work of the students who have been doing an awful lot to try to be able to move the chain of infection down that we're making this type of progress. And I think before when I talked to you, I really wanted to send the message of that we appreciate everything that the council has done and that the community has done to not view CU students as being the enemy. COVID is a common enemy for all of us, and we need to be in a position where we're taking the right measures to be able to do that. And I'm really pleased that our students are latching on to the challenge. As we move forward, what we really want to do in partnership with the county is to make them feel like they're in more control of their ability to be able to have social interaction through gatherings, to be able to not have the possibility of being placed into stay-at-home orders by engaging in the right type of behaviors. And what we want to do is be really transparent with them about the goals that we need to reach in terms of the number of cases that exist in the county and the positivity rates that we need to achieve. If we do that and we empower them and we give them incentives to be able to get to those goals, we think we're going to continue to make progress, and I'm really hopeful that we're on a positive trend. Jeff mentioned, and I know there's been some questions about testing capability. When the walk-up testing site that had been located on Pleasant Street was stood down, we have opened up 2 surveillance for testing sites for our off-campus students and for faculty and staff. Those are located both at the UMC on the main campus and in the SEEK building on the East Campus. We have the ability to administer up to 600 surveillance tests daily through those sites, which we increased our capacity by 3,000 tests a week. As we've talked about from the beginning, one of our goals from the initiation was to continue to ramp up our surveillance testing and to have that available for off-campus students. One of the things that we're going to work on over the next few days with Boulder County Public Health is trying to come up with the right strategies to be able to get those off-campus students who might be most at risk into a regular surveillance testing program. Right now, we're still ramping up that capacity. And we did see actually some decline in the number of surveillance tests that we were running last week. That's due to a couple of reasons. First is that there were a good number of students, and you may have seen a Denver Post article that referred to this, who have left the community and have checked out of the residence halls or otherwise gone home. Once they have left the campus, they're no longer required to complete surveillance testing. Unfortunately, we're also in a situation where we've had a fair number of students who have tested positive. And once you test positive, you're not going to be tested again for a period of 90 days because that's not an effective testing mechanism. But we really do want to make sure that we're using that testing capacity wisely and that we're doing it well. One of the other things that we've been asked about before when we talked about is the testing that's available for our frontline staff. Since we last met, we've ramped that up significantly as well. Last week, we tested over 800 of our frontline staff. The week before that, we tested more than 500. And in that testing of our frontline staff, we've had 0 positive cases that have come back from the 900 and so odd tests that we've run since beginning to ramp up that testing program for those frontline employees. So we're very gratified by that. We think it shows that the protocols that we've put in place to be able to, for our employees when they come to campus are working and that we're keeping them safe and that we're doing that as responsibly as we can. We are continuing to keep our enforcement posture on. We had tried for a period of time to rely almost exclusively on educational interventions, but when we saw the type of behaviors that were concerning and driving the case rates up, we moved to an enforcement posture where we've been issuing interim suspensions for students who engage in the type of conduct like hosting large gatherings or otherwise not being compliant with isolation and quarantine orders. We had 27 students who were on interim suspensions, and we placed more than 60 students on probation. Many of those cases are still being adjudicated because we have to give due process to people as they go through. But one of the things we saw is that when we did go to a greater enforcement posture and the consequences of that type of misconduct became very clear, we not only saw a drop in the type of conduct in the community that gave us concern, we also saw a drop in that type of conduct in the residence halls and on campuses. So the strategies combining seem to be having an effect. We do want to get to the point where we have better data, and I apologize and already traded an email with Mary Young. We had some miscommunication on what I understood to be some of the availability of our data related to race and ethnicity. As Jeff talked about a few moments ago, we're in the process of being able to upload data into those systems so that that can be incorporated into the county data. Some of our systems, RedCap and Cedars, weren't communicating well with each other. And so we've been in a position where we've been able to reconcile that, but we still have work to go. And we want to make sure that, as Adam was referring to earlier, that when our student case data comes up, we're able to provide as accurate of information as possible so that the county has a full picture of not just how this type of disease is affecting the CU population, but that how it's affecting the county generally. And so getting that data reconciled is one of our highest priorities. I don't think that we're ever going to have perfect knowledge of this, because when the contact tracers contact people, they give them the option to be able to disclose race and ethnicity, and not all of the people respond. But when we do get that information, it's now being loaded into Cedars, and that Cedars information will be uploaded to the county so it can be combined into the countywide reporting. So I think we're making progress there, but it's been frustrating, and I appreciate your understanding and patience. We're really committed to being able to make sure we're returning safely after having coming through this period of time. One of the things we're in conversations about right now is that we went into remote status for instruction over the last few weeks. We believe that if the numbers are continuing to head in the right direction, that we could resume in-person instruction in the days and weeks to come. As Jeff described, it really hasn't been the classroom environments that has led to spread of disease. we're still not aware from either the county or our own contact tracing of any cases that are related to classroom infection. People are wearing masks in the classroom, social distancing, using the right type of ventilation systems that allow for that complete interchange of air a couple times of hours. What we really need to do is continue to work on the behavioral issues that are occurring off campus and in the community, because as Jeff described, most of what we saw were cases that were occurring off campus being brought back into the campus and on into the residence halls. We want to make sure that we're creating the right environment where that doesn't occur again. So that's going to be one of our major focuses over the upcoming week. And then fairly shortly, we're going to have to work with the county and work internally to be able to say, what did we learn from the past experience, and how are we going to make sure that as the winter comes and as next semester rolls around, that we've learned from the experiences that we've had this time. So far, my assessment is we actually did a really good job about thinking about the physical environment, about thinking about PPE, social distancing, what we would do for testing, what we would do for the ability to contact trace. What we didn't do as good of a job of, and what we really need to learn from, is how we can incentivize and create the right type of behavioral expectations for our student population. If we create the right physical environment, but we haven't dealt with the human factors as well as we should have, then we're at risk again. And so really what our focus needs to be is not just thinking about the environmental factors, but thinking about the human factors and how we can positively impact how the students are engaging with each other and how they're engaging with the community, because that gives us the best opportunity to continue their educational experiences, have the city and county continue to be able to operate without a risk of community spread and without a significant impact on the business environment. It's been really a good partnership over the last few weeks with the city and the county. Really appreciate that, appreciate the support of the council, and finally wanted to take a moment to thank Jane. I understand this may be the last time I get to interact with her at the city council meeting before she retires, but her leadership and partnership with the campus for so many years has been really vital to our success in the relationship with the community. And we're really sad that you're going, but awfully happy that you get the chance to do what you want to do.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it.
Patrick, thank you. I think we all agree with that. Any questions for Patrick? Adam.
Very short. And Patrick, you may not be the person to answer this, but I'd love a follow-up. I know CU has plans to start athletics again. Are there plans to hold these events outside of Boulder County if they would not fall in line with the current county health orders, or what is sort of the, what's sort of the plan there?
Yeah, the Pac-12 has announced a return to competition. And what we will have to do is look at whether or not that's possible to be able to conduct those within the county. We are in a situation where I'm extraordinarily proud of our athletics department. They have put what I think are second to no one's protocols in place to be able to protect the student athletes in the practice environment. But obviously when it gets to the point where there are games, that would be something we'd have to make sure fit within the event guidelines that are permissible. We know that, for example, Denver's hosted the Denver Bronco games, and if we had to move out of the county, I think that would be possible. But we need to work with the county on that. What we do know is the instructions from the Pac-12 have been that none of the schools will be in a position where they will host fans for the games. So if it is being hosted, it would only be amongst the participants.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other hands. Final call for questions for Patrick or for Jeff. Okay, Patrick and Jeff, thank you so much for your briefing. If you don't mind, we would invite you to come back to our first meeting in November and give us what I hope will be good news, more good news. Our first meeting in November is actually the week after the election, so November 10th, and we hope to have you back and share with us some more then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you again.
Great. Thanks, guys. Jane, I'm going to turn it back to you. The next item on our agenda is discussion about returning to in-person council meetings. The last time we talked about this topic a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago, we said that we knew that we would probably be doing video council meetings at least through the end of October. This being the beginning of October, we thought we'd check in with staff on recommendations, and then Mary and I have a question of council relating to the January retreat. So I'll turn it to you first, Jane.
Super. Thanks so much, Bob and council members. Yes, indeed, we had said through the end of October we would be doing virtual meetings, and this is a perfect time to make this presentation right after Jeff and Patrick, because as we indicated earlier, Boulder County is still currently in safer at home level 2, which means there are limitations to group size and occupiable space and other capacity requirements so that we can limit the potential spread of the disease. And so with the county's current status and with all the mitigation efforts that we're working with our partners to keep the case counts low, we think it's prudent to remain in our current operating status, which is a virtual meeting for all city operations, including virtual only city council and board meetings through the end of the year. We know that the safer at home level 1 and protect our neighbors will allow ultimately for increased group size, but we don't know, of course, when Boulder County will be able to move into either of those. So our recommendation will be to continue our current practice through the end of the year.
Thanks, Jane. Any questions of Jane on that recommendation? Okay. And the second part of this discussion, I'm going to turn over to Mary. Mary and I serve on the retreat committee this year. We do have our council retreat scheduled for the evening of January 22nd and the morning of January 23rd, which is only a few weeks after the time frame that Jane just mentioned. Hi, Jane's dog. I recognize your dog's bark. We've been spending too much time on Zoom together. And Mary, do you want to talk a little bit about the thinking around the retreat and the question we have for council?
Yeah, we've been discussing whether or not we wanted to do at least part of the retreat in person. And so right now what we've got is a Friday night and a Saturday morning. And what we had discussed is possibly doing one of those pieces in person in the council chambers. And so that it can be televised and basically be open to the public as because the cameras are there and we have all those facilities. So we wanted to pose to the council your comfort level, or I guess poll the council for your comfort level in doing at least part of the retreat in person. One thing that I will say is that the in-person meeting would be physically distanced as well as having masks on through the entirety of that portion of the retreat. So what is council's desire in terms of doing part of the retreat in person in the council chambers, distanced and masked?
Mark, thoughts?
I would love to, but I would say my comfort level at the moment is a little bit low. And my discomfort at having to communicate through a mask is relatively high. So I'm a little bit skeptical. Thanks.
Aaron.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. We know the risk levels of transmission are higher indoors. And then when you think about the difficulty of communicating through a mask, I think the cons outweigh the pros would be my thought.
Rachel, thoughts?
Yeah, I guess it would be lovely to see all of you in person, of course. But I guess I don't know what the big pros would be, and I think we would probably be requiring some staff to come in as well, and that puts them at risk. And so that's the part that I would be probably least comfortable with. I don't know what we would get out of being in person that is worth risking anybody, especially outside of ourselves.
Great. Other thoughts? Adam.
I would just defer to the judgment of the council members that are probably going to be most impacted if something were to happen. So I appreciate their feedback, and I would follow through on their judgment.
Great. I'll weigh in here too. When Mary and I met with our facilitator, Heather Bergman, a couple of days ago, she did observe that if we were to meet in person, we would, because of the configuration of the council office or council chambers, we would be close enough that we would probably have to wear a mask. And her observation is, while it's always nice to meet in person, she's facilitated some meetings in person with masks on. And she says she's found it suboptimal because it's very difficult to read people's expression without seeing their mouths. And so she said, to the extent that you guys want to express yourselves and read each other's expressions, you're probably, it might be counterintuitive, but you're probably better off on video with masks off than sitting 6 feet apart with masks on. So that was just her advice to us. So I think she's pretty consistent with what you guys are saying. Anybody have a strong desire to meet in person? Sounds like not. So that's a decision, and Mary and I will take that back. We need to check back with council members to make sure that everyone's available on those dates. So those are tentative dates, the 22nd and 23rd. We'll work with the clerk's office to make sure, now that we all know that we're going to be online and people can participate from wherever if they're available, we'll just double check to make sure that people are available. Mirabai, I see your hands up.
So I won't be in town. So unfortunately, I can't make those dates. Those are standing dates where I'm always out of date. So you guys can go on without me, and that's totally fine, but I can't do those dates. And I
Thanks for that. And I think it's kind of important that we're all together for the retreat. So let's we'll work with the clerk's office to see if we can pull folks and find days that work for everybody, especially since we now know that we'll be online. Okay. Or on the video. Great. Thanks, Mirabai. Anybody else? Sorry, I pushed the wrong button there. Moving on to a couple of declarations. First declaration is going to be presented by Rachel. Rachel, you're up.
Thanks, Bob. It's actually myself and Councilmember Mark Wallach. We are going to read this together. It is a declaration honoring the life and legacy of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And Mark actually had the enviable experience of being one of her students. So we're co-reading this together.
It was enviable.
Well, enviable for those of us who didn't get that up close.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Supreme Court Justice and civil rights icon Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away on September 18th, 2020. As we grieve her loss, we reflect on the extraordinary life and legacy of Justice Ginsburg, whose 6-decade career helped shape law and culture in the United States, and whose passion for justice, equality, and democracy inspired a pop culture fan base unlike anything our nation's highest court had ever seen.
Ginsburg's talent and ambition drove her to excel in many arenas. She was first in her class at both Cornell as an undergraduate and at Columbia Law School. In 1972, Ginsburg began teaching at her alma mater, Columbia University Law School, eventually making history as the first woman to receive tenure. Also in 1971, Ginsburg founded the American Civil Liberties Union's Women's Rights Project, which works to ensure that women enjoy the benefits of full equality and participation in every sphere of our society.
Ginsburg knew about discrimination firsthand. As a student, her law school dean had the audacity to reproach Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her peer female classmates for taking educational spots away from qualified males. She struggled to find employment after graduation. Law firms and judges refused to hire her simply because she was a woman. And upon finally being hired as a law school professor, she was told that she would earn less than her male colleagues since she had a husband who earned a good income.
When Ruth Bader Ginsburg argued to the Supreme Court that, quote, a gender line helps to keep women not on a pedestal, but in a cage, unquote, she knew of what she spoke, and she prevailed. Ginsburg argued 6 discrimination cases before the Supreme Court on behalf of the ACLU, winning all but one.
Ginsburg's outstanding legal work catapulted her to the top of our field, the federal judiciary. President Jimmy Carter appointed her to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia in 1980, and 13 years later, President Bill Clinton appointed her to the Supreme Court in 1993. She was only the second woman to be appointed to our highest court and the first Jewish female justice.
On the bench, Ginsburg became well known for issuing powerful and impassioned opinions, some of which inspired future legislation. Over her 27 years on the Supreme Court, Justice Ginsburg's sharp mind and ability to build consensus brought the country forward through several landmark court case decisions regarding issues of civil rights, equal pay, contraceptives, and voting rights.
Ginsburg is known the world over for the collars she wore with her judicial robe and their telegraphing ability to throw shade or announce approval. The dissents her dissent collar foreshadowed were equally celebrated the world over. RBG was unflinching in her dissents, and through them, she inspired and offered hope to millions.
Finally, it's notable that while sometimes single-handedly bending the arc of the moral universe towards justice, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was also carrying out one of the greatest love stories of our time. She and her husband, Marty, met in college, and RBG said of their marriage, quote, if you have a caring life partner, you help the other person when that person needs it. I had a life partner who thought my work was as important as his, and I think that made all the difference for me, unquote. Tonight, we honor a brilliant jurist, a loving mother and wife, an epic trailblazer for women's rights, and a cherished role model.
We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, hereby honor the life and legacy of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a champion for change whose constitutional vision has improved the lives of so many and will continue to shape the fabric of our community for years to come. And we leave you with these words from her. Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. Thank you. And thanks for co-reading, Mark.
Well, many thanks to both of you, Rachel and Mark. That was very well done and very touching and very appropriate. And I know that you've spoken for all of council and city staff and our community in those elegant words. So thank you so much for that. We're moving on now to another declaration, and this one probably deserves a little bit of background. There's been a program for over 10 years here in Colorado called Colorado Companies to Watch. We're going to hear a little bit more about what that entails, but it's been around since about 2009, and Boulder always 50 companies are identified each year throughout the state of Colorado as young and growing companies. And Boulder has always punched above its weight and earned far more than our fair share of those award winners. And we're very proud of each of those award winners over the last 10 or 11 years. And normally what we do when these announcements are made right around this time of year is we have a nice little reception for the Boulder-based companies that win the award. And we call them up to our council dais, and each one of them says a couple of words about what their company is all about and what they're doing. Obviously, in the COVID world, that's not possible. So we're going to try to do the next best thing right now, and we will have a gathering and reception for these Boulder Award winners when situations allow, hopefully in the spring. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Yvette Bowden, who is going to share with us a little bit about Colorado Companies to Watch and who the award winners are from Boulder for 2020. Yvette?
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, members of council. I believe that we have a slide, and I have a couple of friends joining me this evening. Very quickly, I know this, all of council will join us in being proud of Colorado Companies to Watch that are honored here in Boulder today. It's a unique program that does recognize second stage companies that are small businesses between 6 to 99 employees that have passed the startup phase and are an important area of growth in their evolution. Second stage companies help fuel our economy by creating employment opportunities, generating revenue, and developing innovative product and services. The program is very competitive. Over 1,000 employees were nominated this year, and only 50 were chosen based on success and strong potential for growth, exceptional entrepreneurial leadership, innovative products and processes, and economic impact and community enrichment, as well as a positive corporate culture. So speaking about positive, the City of Boulder is always proud to partner with Boulder Chamber and the Boulder Economic Council to participate in the Colorado Companies to Watch program as community partners. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner, John Taylor from the Boulder Chamber.
Thank you, Yvette, and it's just a pleasure to be with everybody, even if remotely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Yates and members of City Council. Before I offer my remarks about the Colorado Companies to Watch, I did want to take this opportunity to introduce to all of you our new BEC Executive Director and our Associate Vice President for Economic Vitality, Scott Sternberg, who has joined us and is now in his first month. He's no longer wet behind the ears, and so I just welcome him to our team as part of the partnership with the City of Boulder and advancing our city's economic vitality. So welcome, Scott.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. It's a pleasure to be on board. I look forward to working with the Economic and Community Vitality team to develop Boulder's businesses, such as the ones that are going to be honored this evening. So thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
That's right. And so, as Yvette said, everything we do to advance our economic vitality is a partnership with the City of Boulder's Economic Vitality team. And this Colorado Companies to Watch Award is one example of that. Every year, as Yvette mentioned, we seek out the highly successful second stage businesses. And might be interesting for you to know that of those businesses that, as again was mentioned, they're companies with 6 to 99 employees. That's about 2,000 businesses in Boulder, which represents roughly about a third of our businesses in our community. And interestingly, too, they are tending to be primary businesses, which are the businesses that bring dollars into our community and help to support all of our local community. This year, in partnership with the city staff team, we nominated over 100 primary of these businesses. And I just think that's a reflection of just what dynamic business activity we have in our community. Of the 50 that won the awards statewide, 15 were from Boulder. So that's a great tribute to our community. It also is just a reflection of the diversity of industries that are represented in our community, the award winners, and the entrepreneur and innovation spirit that's alive here. So I'm just excited to honor these companies as Colorado Companies to Watch winners. And again, thank the city staff team as well as council for their partnership in this type of a recognition for our business community. And with that, I hand it back, I believe, to Mayor Pro Tem Bob Yates.
Yvette, do we want to mention maybe a sentence or so about each of these companies that are award winners? I know you've got a little bit of detail about each one of them. Normally they would speak for themselves, but because we can't do that tonight, I wonder if you would maybe a sentence or so about each one of them.
I'm happy to do that, and I can't see it, but I think there is a slide that has the logos of all these companies. Is that up? You can go forward 2 slides to the ones with the logos, please. So congratulations to this year's honorees. We look forward to learning more about your growth and success. I will just list a few things about each one. Boulder Industries is a certified B Corp that developed an innovative and sustainable way to use waste tires to create non-petroleum-based carbon black, which is used to reinforce rubber products and as a color pigment. Bonusly has developed recognition and reward software that enables companies to keep employees engaged and motivated. Super important at this time. Boulder Engineering Studio is an engineering design and product development firm that helps clients in diverse industries research, design, develop, and test new products. Caliber MRI worked with NIST to design a device that increases the precision of medical imaging equipment. The company manufactures devices used by research institutions, clinics, and hospitals throughout the world. EcoVessel is a family-based business in Boulder that designs and makes high-quality insulated bottles and drinkware. Enzoic is a cybersecurity company that specializes in helping clients detect compromised login credentials. Embio Diagnostics develops and manufactures highly sensitive medical diagnostic equipment that provides lab quality results in minutes virtually anywhere. McDevitt Taco Supply was started by two Boulder brothers and has grown from a single taco truck to now opening a restaurant and is building a catering business. MD Scripts has developed a variety of online tools for clinical medication management. The company has been on Inc. 5,000 fastest growth companies list. MFB Fertility developed Prove, the only FDA cleared at-home test to measure ovulation. Outside Analytics helps connect people to the outdoors with online interactive maps and tools they developed. Dateless was created by a former CU student and his advisor who developed innovative technology that enhances network connectivity. Verex Air Systems designs and make high-performance fuel cells that improve energy efficiency and reduces emissions. And Wana Brands makes medical and recreational cannabis products. I know Council will join us in congratulating all of these honorees.
And just to make it official, let me read a very brief declaration. Boulder, Colorado Companies to Watch Month. The Governor of Colorado initiated an annual Colorado Companies to Watch award program in 2009 to recognize second stage companies with high potential for future growth. From more than 1,000 nominations, only 50 companies from throughout the state are selected for the award each year, and 14 of the companies for Colorado Companies to Watch in 2020 are from Boulder. We're quite proud of that. You just heard the names of the companies and a brief description of them from Yvette. We want to recognize that these 14 companies in Boulder support the local economy and the state economy by providing important goods and services and by employing nearly 500 individuals. The Boulder economy benefits from the expenditures these companies make in the local community and the wages they pay. The city of Boulder benefits from the innovation and the entrepreneurial spirit of these companies and their involvement in our community. Therefore, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares October 2020 Boulder, Colorado Companies to Watch Month. Thank you so much for everybody. Okay, we're going to deviate from the agenda before we get to open comment. Thank you for those who are waiting to speak in open comment. Just a few more minutes and we'll get to you, but we have an unanticipated interruption in our agenda, and I'm going to turn it over to Ryan to manage a special speaker who's on the line for an important message. Ryan?
Thank you. We have promoted Robert to panelist role. So Robert, you'll be able to unmute yourself here.
Great, I think we're unmuted. Hi, Mom. We just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You just want to say happy birthday?
Hi, Grammy. Happy birthday. Love you.
Did you say happy birthday, Eugene? No.
Happy birthday.
And we wanted a chance to say how much we appreciate everything you've done. After hearing that lovely message about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I wanted to share what a model you've been for me at the end of your career here. Especially in the challenges of leadership with COVID. You've done a great job. So I personally really appreciate it and just wanted to say happy birthday.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Sheree. Yeah. Thank you, kids.
Hi,
what a great birthday present.
A
city council meeting on my birthday.
Great. Love you, Mom.
Love you too, honey.
Bye.
Happy birthday, Jane. Thanks for joining us for your last birthday with the City Council.
Yeah, wow.
Many,
That was a
many,
surprise. Thank you.
many more to come. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Happy birthday, Jane.
Thank you.
Yay.
That was so sweet.
It was really sweet.
Okay. We're back on track. Yay. Let's get on to open comment. Thank you everybody for being patient for open comment. We actually have a few withdrawals, so we're at 17 folks for open comment. Just a reminder, open comment is an opportunity for people to speak about topics that are on their mind that are not subjects of public hearings tonight. We have 2 public hearings tonight, one on the 2021 budget and one on our federal and state policy agenda. We'll be having public hearings on those later on, and people have signed up for those separately. Everything else is fair game. You have 2 minutes, and we're going to start. I'm going to read off 3 people. Please be on deck and ready to go. So I'm going to read 3 people in advance. We're going to start with Marcos Espina, followed by Catherine Haig and David Dodone. Marcos, you're up.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Marcos Espina. I want to say first that unsheltered or homeless people living in Boulder are community members of this city. Words like transient, outsiders, rapists, and the derogatory meth heads are the primary words used by the city, as well as police chief and council member supported hate group Safer Boulder to justify the harm and harassment of unhoused neighbors. They are human beings who have conversations, stories, and wisdom to share, talents, passions, and the right to live without getting swept each week. The use of the word transient is peculiar since myself, most of you, and most homeowners in Boulder are not from here. Council, listen, you are all colonizers who came or whose families came to this land to extract resources. The city has no right to criminalize unsheltered people simply because they are not, quote, from here. Most of you aren't even from Boulder. Bob, Adam, Mark, Mary, Junie, Sam, Rachel, Aaron. So shelters. Somebody has already died from exposure to the cold this year in Boulder. The shelters are extremely inaccessible even before the cuts in the upcoming budget. Jane Brodigan, you told me that the one reason people don't want to use Boulder shelters because they cannot use meth there, indicating that the city workers and cops' only interactions with homeless people are to harass them or evict them. You never speak with them to hear about how people are kicked out of the shelter for having a broken leg or possessing legal marijuana or for being differently abled. Boulder must permanently end the police-led violent sweeps of our unhoused neighbors' encampments. These sweeps are against CDC guidelines for COVID-19 safety. Jane, you boast about the hundreds of sweeps the police and ServPro conduct, but the same people are being displaced over and over again, which is dangerous for community spread of COVID, and more importantly is terrorism to the physical and mental health of unhoused neighbors. But there are still thousands of people in Boulder and between 400 and 900 estimated unhoused people who must stay and endure the violence. The city must cease the enforcement of the camping ban and remove the 6-month residency requirement from the coordinated entry screening. Finally, increase the number of beds in the shelter systems from the expected 140 9-fold. End of comment.
Thank you, Marcos. Catherine, then David, then Evan Ravitz. Catherine.
Hi there. I want to thank City Council, Jane Brodigan, Chief Harold, Police Department for actually enforcing the camping ban to the extent that you can. I very much oppose any camping, sanctioned and unsanctioned, because it is unsafe for everybody. People who are just trying to survive, we know this through the National Coalition for the Homeless, through the Department of Justice Studies. People are much more vulnerable, men and women and children, unhoused. So we thank you for supporting that. We also urge you not to support a sanctioned campment down the road. In favor of our permanent supportive housing we already have in place. We're building more affordable housing now. Housing voucher lottery comes up here soon through in a couple weeks through Housing Partners. We want the robust services we already have in place, and we want more of them for mental health services, substance abuse. We so appreciate the robust services Boulder already has in place. We don't think sanctioned encampments are going to make people much safer than where they are now. We also walk our neighborhoods, our public spaces, dirty needles, trash, hazmat material everywhere. We spent $200,000 on ServPro last year and the first half of this year, cleaning up encampments because they need hazmat apparatus. That money could go to more services for long-term permanent changes for people. I know this is a difficult issue nationwide. I appreciate your time in thinking about this for more long-term solutions, but absolutely no camping. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. We have David Dodone, Evan Ravitz, and Jessica Benjamin. David?
If you're able to speak, you'll just need to unmute yourself.
David, we can't hear you yet. Can you unmute? David, let's do this. We're not hearing you. I'm going to skip over you and come back in a couple of spots and see if we can get you unmuted. Let's pass on David for now and go to Evan Ravitz and Jessica Benjamin, and then we'll come back to David. Evan?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good evening.
We can, Evan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Evan.
In the Boulder Weekly story titled Advancing Democracy 2 weeks ago, Mayor Weaver referred to direct democracy as, quote, a beast. You would think someone who enjoys our open space and slow growth, our views largely unimpeded by tall buildings, and maybe our pioneering gay rights and publicly financed election campaigns would appreciate these gifts of direct democracy. Instead, Sam is mouthing the right-wing canard that government by the people means tyranny of the majority. Let's look at facts. While ballot initiatives have been used to limit gay and abortion rights somewhat, it was the legislatures of all 50 states who made sodomy and abortion felonies and incarcerated thousands for many decades. It was representatives who put Japanese Americans in concentration camps during World War II. It was Congress who persecuted socialists and their friends during the McCarthy era. It was representatives who started the drug war and continue to put hundreds of thousands of people in prison. So-called representative democracy gave us perpetual wars and trillions of dollars in debt. It was representatives that gave us Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib and normalized torture throughout the world. Direct democracy has been the solution to the drug war and many other ills caused by representatives. No, we have almost no tyranny of the majority here. We have massive tyranny by tiny minorities that threaten all humanity and life on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Jessica Benjamin, and then we'll go back and try to pick up David. Jessica?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hello, Council, and happy birthday, Jane. My name is Jessica Benjamin, and I live in South Boulder. I am the owner and producer of First Bite, the Boulder County Restaurant Week. I have been working intimately with over 30 of our restaurants since May and have witnessed their creativity and resourcefulness in action. Our restaurants are doing everything that they can to keep diners safe and their staff safe, while also maximizing their ability to stay open. The current restrictions of 50% capacity are not changing anytime soon, and the summer boost of revenue is over. Since the university moved to online learning, our restaurants have seen an average of 20% loss in revenue. This came sooner than expected, but the realities of winter business will be much starker. There is not a one-size-fits-all solution for winter outdoor dining. We need to allow restaurants to operate with whatever resources are available. Some restaurants have parking lots, others have alleys, some only the parking spaces in front. Some have mall foot traffic, but most do not. What outdoor dining does guarantee for all businesses is to create jobs. On average, an expanded patio section provides 4 to 6 full-time jobs per restaurant, which is around 10 to 20% of the industry's workforce. If parklets are allowed in some places, we need to accept them everywhere. Find a balance on West End so that the outdoor dining and curbside pickup is accessible. Welcome the single occupancy dining options such as igloos, bubbles, and yurts. Allow restaurants to erect tents and park trailers. Diners want to be able to dine out safely and comfortably, and the restaurants are working feverishly to make this happen. The Colorado Restaurant Association recently defined these regulations in extreme clear detail, so please don't add regulation and red tape to their already overfilled plates. Let's support our small business owners, maintain jobs, and give Boulder's vibrancy a chance to survive the winter. Please extend all outdoor dining expansion permits and allow restaurants to define what survival will look like to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jessica. We're going to come back to David and see if we can get David on the line. After that's Christopher Centeno and Susan Peterson. David, are you there?
It does look like David has left the meeting. I recommend we move David toward the end of the list and see if they come back and move on to Chris.
Sounds good. Christopher Centeno and Susan Peterson and Leslie Glustrom. Christopher? Chris?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yates. So can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I'm the guy who had a transient serial felon break into my home a couple of years back. And I'd first like to congratulate the City Council on reformatting the coordinated entry program to focus on locals. So I think you've done a great job with that. I understand that you're going to be talking about a supervised campground, which I really think would be a disaster. We already have HSBC data showing that Boulder is already facing a build it and they will come scenario. And you were provided that information during your July study session. Pre-pandemic, 83% of our homeless that were screened by coordinated entry were new to Boulder, and 71% of those were from Denver. We have countless service-resistant transients camping by the creek. Crime is out of control in our little town. Next door is filled with report after report of out-of-control transients or petty thefts. A supervised homeless campground just makes this much worse by inviting more transients. And you may have noticed that there's a change.org petition that gives you more than 6,000 reasons. I think that has about 6,400 signatures right now to vote no. These are not activists. Instead, they're just rank and file Boulderites working to pay the bills. So my final question tonight for you would be the serial felon who terrorized my family. Would he be allowed to stay in that campground? That campground? And the question would be, how would you know? And the answer is, there's really no way to know. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. We have Susan Peterson, Leslie Glustrom, and Paul Holday. Sue?
Good evening, Council. My name is Susan Peterson, and I'm a member of Empower Our Future, a coalition of citizens, businesses, and environmental groups concerned about the impact on our climate of the way we produce electricity, our #1 contributor to climate change. Within the next week or so, you will be receiving a copy of a financial study on the feasibility of exercising our option for a locally owned 100% renewably sourced electric utility. This study was completed over the last few weeks by well-qualified members of Empower Our Future, including scientists, engineers, mathematicians, and business executives. The study reveals a locally owned electric utility with rates the same or less than Excel would produce an impressive positive cash flow after both 5 and 10 years of implementation, even with conservative assumptions and significant stranded costs. The study uses the city's financial forecast tool, simply updated to reflect current values, including current bond rates, which are about half or less of what the city's 2018 forecast used, and current renewable energy prices, which are 8 to 15% below the rates used in 2018, as per our recent RFP responses. Our analysis shows that we can be free from Excel and enjoy much cleaner electricity at the same cost or less as if we had stayed with Excel. We can own our own electric system and use the additional cash flow to benefit the community of Boulder in the most equitable way for all. It pains me that City Council did not take the time to do a similar analysis before putting this franchise agreement on the ballot. But I'm hopeful that those of you who have not yet made up your minds will read the report and, given the updated evidence, choose to endorse a no vote on 2C.
Thank you, Susan. Leslie Glustrom, Paul Cullinane, and Ryan Harwood. Leslie?
Good evening, Council. Leslie Glustrom, and I live in Boulder. And happy birthday, Jane. It was awesome to see your son and grandchildren. That was great. So I didn't know I was going to be following right after Susan, but in the same vein, if we really want to do what's best for Boulder, let's slow down. Understood that the virus has made your lives, all of our lives, quite upset and miserable, and the budget and all, but please just take a breath and slow down and do a few things. And the first thing I'd ask is that you actually read carefully the memo from staff on the RFP. We have 2 providers ready to bring Boulder 100% renewable electricity. It's below the prices that we had in 2018, and those prices were well below Excel's prices. So any thoughts that somehow going back into Excel is going to save the community money doesn't make a lot of sense. There are also alternative financing proposals, one up to $300 million to get the whole thing done. So, and as Susan mentioned, we have much lower bond rates. So the first thing is to just kind of take a breath. This is a really big decision. Let's not rush into it. If you're really serious about money, please, the arguments don't add up. Respectfully to Mayor Pro Tem Yates, his arguments don't add up. So the second thing is to read the report that Susan talked about and to really consider we could have 100% renewable electricity at a much lower cost. It's not just the modeling Susan talked about. These are real bidders. They have, you know, to quote, have significant project development and operational experience. And recognize that if we go back into Excel, we're going to pay monopoly prices for 70% renewable. Then we're going to pay big expenses on top of that. Then on top of that, we're going to have PUC expenses. It's really a very, very expensive option. The last thing I'd ask you to do, if you have questions, please speak to Senator Steve Fenberg or Representative Edie Hooton, both of whom are strong opponents of 2C, and ask them why they are. They have a lot of experience. Thanks so much, Council.
Thank you, Leslie. Paul Cullinan, Ryan Harwood, and Jessica Bookhart. Paul?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Paul.
Great. Good evening, council members. My name is Paul Cullinan. I live in South Boulder. October 1st, the World Economic Forum posted a story titled, "Just How Much is the Earth Heating Up?" They stated that August 2020 was 2.14 degrees centigrade, hotter than the average since 1880. And it was only the second hottest August on record. British scientists last week published their findings that just between 1994 and 2017, 28 trillion tons of ice have melted, disappeared from the face of the Earth. A study published Monday in the journal Nature Climate Change reported that the reduction in the mixing of ocean layers is piling up warm water near the surface while cutting back on circulation, thus decreasing the ocean's ability to absorb heat. You know, it's not that the writing's on the wall, the writing is also in the headlines on the front pages of many newspapers and news sites. We need systemic change, not just changing light bulbs and recycling refrigerators. Electric cars, electric buses, electric trucks, electric houses, electric office buildings, electric factories. Clean energy is the foundation for reaching our climate goals. This is no time for an 80% solution. Because of the cumulative nature of carbon in the atmosphere, 80% solutions are actually failures that continue to increase carbon in the atmosphere and increase the damage from climate change. 80% solutions make climate change worse. Those of you who have not already done so, please endorse no on 2C. And tonight, dear council members, please pass a council resolution urging a no on 2C vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ryan Harwood, Jessica Brookhart, and Riley Mancuso. Ryan?
Hello, Council. Before I get to my main point, I'd like to bring up that Catherine Hodge and Chris Centeno, who just spoke, are part of a group called Safer Boulder, who just had their chat logs released where they were talking about attacking homeless people. Now to my main point, I'd like to voice my opposition against the Police Oversight Board. At the last meeting where it was discussed, there was a lot of discussion about the review board maintaining its quote unquote independence in order to give both police and people subject to policing a fair shake in the process. However, no such independence is baked into the police department's side of it, as a sergeant is who runs the investigations and the chief of police who has ultimate say in what happens with the investigations. There's nothing democratic or independent about this process. It is just more of the same. The police investigate themselves and decide what punishment and wrongdoing they themselves deserve. This is how it always goes, though, and why there's no evidence that police review boards reduce police brutality. The Minneapolis Police Department was subject to several police oversight boards, and yet they still murdered George Floyd and numerous others. When Mary Young proposed changing the name of the oversight board to something that doesn't imply dominance, she was actually right. The citizens of Boulder have no more control over the police department than they did when Zane Atkinson was held up at gunpoint for being Black, or when Sammy Lawrence was attacked and arrested for filming the police while disabled and Black. There's a reason the Boulder Police Department was so willing to be a part of the Oversight Task Force. It doesn't pose a threat to their power in the city and even adds a nice progressive PR spin for them as they continue to harass homeless people and ticket their housed friends who bring them food in public parks, which happened just a couple weeks ago. If you want to stop police brutality, you need to take their power away. That looks like defunding and disarming, not giving them raises, slashing homeless beds to pay for fancy new bomb trucks, and setting up additional bureaucracy for them to find themselves innocent with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Jessica Brookhart, Riley Mancuso, and then Dianella Acosta. Jessica?
One moment here. All right, Jessica.
Hi there. I'm Jessica Brookhart. I'm with Hapa Sushi. We have a location here in Boulder, and then we have 2 in Denver as well as 1 in Greenwood Village. And firstly, I want to thank you so much for your leadership, helping our city navigate through COVID-19. I know it's difficult. It's difficult for all of us. Restaurants have really benefited greatly from the option of these expanded patios. It allowed us to keep our customers safe, our staff safe, and our restaurants, and to hire our staff that had been laid off. These seats outside are priceless to us. As winter approaches, we're faced with the reality of minimal indoor seating. We would like to encourage the City Council to consider following Denver's lead by expanding patios for the next year to October 31st of 2021. We ask that you allow restaurants to be creative in how their guests are being kept warm by way of portable heaters, igloos, and other temporary heating units. Foot traffic to the downtown restaurants will help keep our town vibrant. It will encourage traffic to other retailers and help all of us get through this pandemic together. We believe that it is in the best interest of everyone, businesses, customers, and the city, to expand these patios for as long as possible, potentially even permanently beyond the pandemic. I thank you so much for your help. End of comment.
Thank you, Jessica. Riley Mancuso, Dianella Acosta, and Ramesh Bhatt. Riley?
Hey, I want to also voice my opposition to the camping ban. I really just I know I've been talking about this every time I've called into council for the past probably year, but it really is just a disgusting policy that is counterproductive to everything it's supposedly stated to intend. Catherine Hogg, who spoke earlier today, is one of the people exposed at saferleaks.noblogs.org, where she advocated for treating homeless people with torture techniques used in Guantanamo Bay for sleep deprivation. And these are the kinds of people who are advocating for the enforcement of the camping ban, people who see homeless people as subhuman and undeserving of basic rights. It's motivated not by any sort of wish for the well-being of the city, and especially not for the well-being of unhoused people, but out of a kind of abhorrent hatred, which is made clear in the leaks that came out last night. So, you know, really, like, the camping ban doesn't get people to leave. It negatively impacts people's ability to connect with services. Service providers are like Boulder County AIDS Project and mental health partners, people who advocate for homeless people, struggle when people are evicted suddenly to reconnect with them because so few people have phones. And also, I want to say a big fuck you to Jane Browdigam for supporting BI Incorporated, for supporting the camping ban, for defunding libraries in favor of further militarization of the police. I hope you are ashamed of yourself, and I wish you ill in your retirement.
Dianella Acosta, Ramesh Bhatt, and Misha Tour. Dianella?
It doesn't look like Diana is present in the meeting. We'll move on to the next one.
Ramesh Bhatt, Misha Tour, and Patrick Murphy. Ramesh?
All right.
Hi, can you hear me? My name
Yes.
is Ramesh Bhatt. I am commenting on Proposition 2C on behalf of the approximately 3,000 members of the Sierra Club who live in Boulder. The Sierra Club is very concerned and disappointed that the council ran through this ballot proposal without adequate analysis. We have had a little bit of time since the council vote, though, and the full significance of the agreement is coming into focus. Now, as leaders of the city, it is your responsibility to clearly inform the public about the implications of this agreement. You don't have to take sides, but you have to give people the facts. Will you please tell citizens clearly that the agreement falls well short of our 100% renewable energy goals? Excel only promises greenhouse gas reduction, not renewable energy, and that too only to the extent required by state law, which is 80% by 2030. Excel has said that some of this will be accomplished using natural gas in the place of coal. This means more fracking. In Boulder, we are fond of shaking our finger at Weld County because fracking there is literally poisoning us. Will you tell Boulderites how this is going to work moving forward? How are we going to argue with a straight face that fracking is bad while embracing further use of natural gas for the foreseeable future? Will you tell the public that in contrast to the franchise, responses to RFPs have come with offers of 100% renewable energy at a much cheaper price than what Excel is offering? And that some of these offers are willing to even lend us money for municipalization? We don't need to be trapped into a franchise rammed through at the last minute. We have many better options. Will you please tell the public that no cost analysis of the franchise agreement has been done by the city even now, weeks after the council vote? All we know is that we are making a minimum of a $2 billion commitment over the next 20 years. It could be a lot more than that, but we have no idea because the city hasn't done an analysis.
Thank you, Ramesh. Misha Tour, Patrick Murphy, Brendan Sohn, and then we'll see if David's available. Misha?
All right, so I didn't really have time to write out what I was planning to say because I was busy today out on the streets trying to keep my neighbors fed and clothed and safe because you won't do your job. Like, how is it that private citizens have to keep our neighbors safe with a fraction of the resources that you squander on police and useless bullshit while our neighbors are dying? Like, you need to reevaluate your priorities. That's all I have to say.
Patrick Murphy, Brendan Sohn, and then David Didon. Patrick?
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. In 28 days, we'll begin to find out if Boulder citizens have rejected the muni folly and are ready to let real carbon reduction begin now, not 6 years from now. Our intentions were good and still are, but our ability to critically evaluate the muni honestly has proven to be a failure. The muni naughty list documents that history of failure. If, and I hope when, the Muni is voted out, I'll closely monitor whether real carbon reduction rather than a shadow Muni is what occurs. Will we keep all the well-paid administrators, engineers, and staff that are not reducing 1 ounce of carbon, or will they be replaced with solar incentives, wind incentives, a renewable energy certificates broker, and energy use reduction efforts? I hope we can finally see the light. And that light comes from LEDs. My guess is that it'll take a year to pay off all the Muni debt, especially since we borrowed $1.4 million from ourselves and need to pay that foolish loan back to ourselves. That $1.4 million could have replaced all the lights in every Boulder low-income household with LEDs, thus saving them money and reducing our carbon footprint. Maybe now we'll replace all our own street lights with LEDs, like every town around us already has. Maybe now we'll see that XL corporate hate, like most hate, is wasted energy. Maybe now we can see Boulder for what it is, a corporate monopoly, and relearn the art of self-critical evaluation. The Muni and its supporters have demonstrated that we have at least temporarily lost that skill. Collaboration will bring progress and real carbon reduction and a positive example that can be shared rather than a cautionary tale. There are many things in 2020 that need to end. The Muni is definitely one. Vote yes to see it happen.
Thank you, Patrick. Brendan Sohn and David Didot. Brendan?
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Brendan and I'm a second-year law student at CU and a South Boulder resident. Tonight, I wanted to address Boulder's occupancy limit and its negative impact on neighborhood health. I, like many others, have lived in homes that exceed the occupancy limit, frankly, because it is cheaper to do so. Speaking from experience, life in an over-occupancy home is a course of mistrust. I am disinclined to wave to my neighbors as I leave my driveway, to shovel my neighbor's sidewalk when it snows, and even to greet my neighbor's dog as I walk by them on the street. This all because I fear that one evening, a neighbor returns late from work to find that he must park a bit further from his house than usual and realizes that 4 apparently unrelated people live in the 4-bedroom house across the street, prompting him to call zoning enforcement. Increasing occupancy limits, even modestly, will encourage healthy neighborhoods in at least 3 small ways. First, it will alleviate the mutual mistrust between over-occupancy renters and owners. Second, it will prod renters to develop stronger ties with the neighborhood, encouraging them to invest themselves in the well-being of their neighbors and neighborhood. Finally, it will foster the small daily interactions between neighbors that make a neighborhood feel like home. For these reasons, I ask that you take the small step recommended by Governor Polis of suspending enforcement of the occupancy limits until the pandemic is over, and ideally until Boulder voters can be heard next fall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brendan. Ryan, were we able to get David back on?
David is present. Let's turn on the mic.
Hi, can you hear me, City Council?
Gotcha, David. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. On behalf of the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art, we thank you for the time you have committed to ensuring the health, safety, and vitality of our community during these challenging times. I am speaking in front of you today to advocate for a reduction in the cuts that the city staff has proposed for the Boulder Office of Arts and Culture in its 2021 draft budget that is being discussed tonight. The proposed cuts will further weaken our ability to continue presenting quality and original programming that both brings the joy of art to the community and amplifies the voices of artists whose work stands against inequality, racism, and violence, such as the recent exhibitions by visual artists Nima Morgan and Candice Davis, which reflects on the centennial of women's suffrage. Support from the Office of Arts and Culture and the Boulder Arts Commission has been critical to BIMOCA's work. BIMOCA is located in the heart of downtown, is a vital local business employing over 25 administrative employees for its ambitious schedule of 12 plus exhibitions and more than 500 programs a year. BIMOCA additionally contracts over 100 artists and arts educators to create artwork, exhibitions, and educational programs that engages all ages in enriching creative experiences, not to mention over 100,000 employees. We urge you to eliminate the cuts, or at the very least, adopt cuts that are not greater than the overall budget cut of 7% versus the current 17% cut to the art that is being proposed by staff. The current proposed cuts will have a detrimental effect to the city's cultural identity and the vibrancy of our cultural destinations, causing further decreases in economic activity. Most importantly, this cut will negatively impact the lives of Boulder artists and our collective art ecosystems during a time when we need the healing and innovative power of the arts the most. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That ends open comment. I'm going to turn it back to Jane and Tom to see if there's any comments from staff. Jane, you're on mute.
Thank you. I don't have any comments.
Thanks, Jane. Tom, anything?
I will note that Mr. Dodon was out of order. He was talking about the budget, which is not appropriate for open comments. It's a matter of public hearing, and he should not speak again, I guess. And I would condemn Riley Mancuso's vicious attack on Jane. That's uncalled for and unprofessional and not appropriate for any public discourse.
Thank you, Tom. Anything from council members? Just raise your hand if you've got something to weigh in on here. I'm not seeing any hands, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Debbie, back to you.
Next, we have the consent agenda, items A through G.
Jane, I don't believe we have any presentations for any of these items. Is that correct?
So actually, I think we wanted to have a really short presentation on items F and G. So F is the land use code updates, and G was a change in our sales tax code on definitions.
Take it away.
Yeah. Is Charles or Carl here to talk about item F?
I'm here. Good evening, council members. I was going to try to share a brief PowerPoint. I'll try to, I guess that's not available. Oh, here we go. One moment. Okay, before the City Council tonight is Ordinance 8409, which is a cleanup of the land use code. We call it the Code Fix Ordinance. Contained within Attachment A of your packet, it does contain 53 changes to the land use code. Try to advance the slide. Is everyone seeing this? Okay.
Yes.
This has been in the works for several years. Basically, when we're implementing the code, when we're doing development review and engaging with the public and applicants, there are some areas of the codes that have been problematic, wording that doesn't make sense. And it's things that we've been flagging over the years. This is the culmination of a lot of those notes that we're happy to bring forward. Next slide, please, if that's possible. Okay, so these are the themes of the ordinance. There's corrections, clarifications, language improvements, graphic updates, and additional changes to meet today's needs. So corrections are basically inaccuracies that are in the code. If there's an inaccurate code reference, it's much like the supplement where we're trying to make those corrections. Clarifications is when we're making some changes to the code language to just be more simple and more understandable. There's been times when we've just rewritten it to make it more clear. Language improvements is similar, although it might involve some reordering of the language, reformatting, but generally it's all keeping the intent of the original regulation and making it more clear for folks to understand. If you look at the existing code, you'll notice that a lot of the graphics were hand drawings that were done in like the 1980s, 1990s. We're trying to bring those up to date with more 3D looking computer drawings. So we have a number of those updates throughout the code. And then we have additional changes to meet today's needs. These are things that were unanticipated in the past. Areas where we're trying to remove things that are ambiguous and remove outdated text, close loopholes. Some examples of that are just, we didn't envision electronic filing of subdivisions, for instance. So that's been added to the code. We've added some language that encourages flush mounting of solar panels, things of that nature. So next slide. So inside attachment B is basically the explanations for all the changes. So basically show the new language underlined, the old language being crossed out, and then the reason for change beneath. Slide, please. So staff is recommending that City Council approve Ordinance 89 to fix mistakes, clarify code sections, update the graphics, and improve the overall readability of the code. Planning Board has recommended that City Council approve this ordinance as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this.
Great. So let's pause here and ask questions of Carl. I see Aaron has his hand up. Aaron?
Yeah, no questions, but Carl, just want to appreciate the very hard work that you and the staff put in on that and Planning Board for reviewing it. In going through them, those are extremely detailed changes. So I appreciate the expertise that shows on all of your parts. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I don't see any other hands up. Thank you, Carl. Jane, moving on to item 3G.
And 3G is the item regarding the definitions, and I believe Joel Wagner is here to talk about that.
I'm here. Good evening.
Hi, Joel.
Hi, Jane. Good evening, Council. Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager. I don't have a presentation. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the proposed amendments to the definitions section of the Revenue Code in tonight's motion. So in its June 2018 decision in the case South Dakota versus Wayfair, the U.S. Supreme Court found that as long as a state does not unduly burden or interfere with interstate commerce, it can impose its licensing and tax collection requirements on remote sellers that only have customers in the state. This is known as economic nexus. The state of Colorado quickly adopted two new rules stemming from the Wayfair case. First, a rule establishing economic nexus for remote sellers without physical presence in the state. And a second, a rule requiring marketplace facilitators such as Amazon or Walmart.com to collect and remit sales tax on behalf of marketplace sellers that are selling products through their marketplaces. Economic nexus is more complicated and due to some recent changes by the state requires adoption of the state's new single filing portal. While staff works through its concerns with the state's new portal in collaboration with the Department of Revenue, we're recommending adoption of tonight's proposed ordinance, amending the definition of vendor to include marketplace facilitators, which will bring the city of Boulder in line with the state's treatment of marketplace facilitators. This proposed amendment was developed by the Colorado Municipal League in coordination with home rule taxing jurisdictions, industry groups, and online retailers. So far, 16 other municipalities have adopted similar definitions. And so we're working again in coordination with all of those to come into alignment with the state. So currently, many marketplace facilitators such as Amazon and Walmart.com are voluntarily licensed with the city of Boulder, and they collect and remit tax on their direct sales through their websites. However, many of these companies do not collect and remit tax on behalf of their third-party marketplace sellers. This creates an unfair playing field where some retailers are required to collect and remit tax and others are not. So the proposed change creates a more level playing field for locally licensed businesses who are competing against marketplace sellers. The businesses that will be affected by this definition change are currently licensed marketplace facilitators who will have to begin collecting and remitting tax on behalf of their marketplace sellers. And in a more indirect way, the marketplace sellers themselves who are no longer be able to sell their goods tax-free. One last item I want to stress is that this is not a tax increase, nor is it a change to tax policy or a change to what is taxable in the city of Boulder. It's simply an amendment of the city's definition of vendor to include marketplace facilitators. If council approves this tonight, staff will begin a communications plan, including outreach to existing taxpayers, notices, and public and social media releases. And while the ordinance will be effective 30 days from tonight, we plan to treat 2020 as an education year in order to provide marketplace facilitators time to change over their software and communicate the upcoming changes to the marketplace sellers. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joel. We'll take a pause here for questions for Joel. Mirabai has got her hand up. Mirabai?
I think this is just going to unfortunately open way too much of a can of worms, but I'm just going to ask. So this whole thing that the state, and I understand the difference between city and what the state has done, and I get that we're trying to be in line with what the city or the state has done. But this is I'm assuming this change from what I'm understanding is affecting small businesses to now start collecting taxes. And I guess, and again, this is where the can of worms comes in, and I'm sorry, this probably should be a much larger discussion, but I don't really want to vote for this because what this has done to small businesses across the state of Colorado is make life a living hell, literally. I can't even begin to tell you how difficult this state tax issue has become on small businesses. And us, my business, for example, it takes hundreds of hours and it's not accurate and people are getting charged incorrect taxes. I'm shocked there's not a class action lawsuit from residents across the state of Colorado that are being charged vastly overcharged and unfairly charged. And so I guess coming in line with what the state's doing when their systems aren't even set up to accurately allow for small businesses to handle this. There's no software, there's no support when you call into the business programs or the federal or the state branches that are supposed to preside over this. So is that what this is basically doing, is putting a heavier burden on small businesses to now pay taxes to all the different counties and states or counties and cities? And I mean, there's like over 700 different ones to have to even deal with.
Right. And that's excellent feedback. And that is, I would say that's the economic nexus portion that we are not proposing bringing forward tonight. The state essentially took two things. They took the economic nexus, which is for sellers and local and state of Colorado businesses that are selling across multiple jurisdictions. And that's the piece that they've launched this new internet filing portal for, but it's still very much in its infant stages. So we're working through our customer service concerns and customer experience concerns around that with the Department of Revenue. This piece would only apply essentially to marketplace facilitators such as Amazon, who are selling products on behalf of marketplace sellers directly through their websites. So for example, if you go onto Amazon and you look for, I just bought a new tree saw, you can get it through Amazon.com and they'll charge you tax. But if you get it through Joel's Saw Shop, sometimes that one will not charge you tax. And so we would be putting that burden on Amazon to collect and remit that tax on behalf of their sellers.
Okay, all right, so that's fine. So maybe just for the small businesses out there, could you actually, if you have the information on where small businesses can go to provide feedback, could you put that out here, just if there's a website or something, just for anyone who's watching?
Sure, yeah, I can follow up with you with the state's SUTS website.
Awesome, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Joel? Okay, if not, we can entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Bob?
Yeah.
I have, this may be a procedural question, but I am concerned with item 3E, the landmark designation for the tea house. And it's a conversation we can have tonight or we can have at second reading, but it's a conversation I wish to have. I believe that the alternatives that we have been presented with in terms of only landmarking the exterior of the tea house are too narrow. And I would like to have that conversation as to how we can broaden the effect of landmarking to include the interior of the building, which, as I want to point out again, is a city-owned building. And again, you need to give me some guidance whether that conversation is for tonight or for second reading, but it's something I do want to raise and put in front of the council.
The landmarking is a quasi-judicial process. We would ask you to conduct your conversations about the nature and extent of the landmarking after you've heard the evidence at the hearing, which will occur in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then Tom, just to follow up on that, if we pass the ordinance on first reading now, we have the quasi-judicial hearing in 2 weeks, and let's say there are changes to the ordinance then, would we then take that to a third reading? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mark, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
The consent agenda. Yeah. Second.
Okay. A motion by Mary, second by Adam. Debbie, I think this is a roll call. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Sweatlick.
Aye.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver. Yates.
Aye.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Aye.
Nagel.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Debbie. Go ahead and identify the next one, Debbie.
Next on the agenda is your call-up, and tonight's call-up is the landmark alteration certificate for 1346 Pearl Street, the former Lazy Dog.
Jane, do we have a presentation on this one?
We did not plan on a presentation for this one.
Great. Is there any interest in calling this item up? Hearing none, we will not call it up. Okay. Debbie, go ahead and identify the next item.
Next, we have your first public hearing, which is the 2021 budget. Items related to the 2021 budget, sorry.
Jane, back to you.
Well, thank you very much. We do have a PowerPoint for council, and we, as you can see, we have many folks here that will be able to answer questions as we move through. So Ryan, could you put up the PowerPoint? Okay. Thank you so much. So we're on to the 2021 budget. I will be presenting near the end. Cheryl Patelli will be presenting most of the information. And we do have a slide related to the budget for Housing and Human Services that Kurt Fernhaber will be presenting. So next slide. Our agenda tonight is that we're going to be starting with a budget overview that Cheryl will be presenting. And this is very much the thing that you often see in our budgets, which we talk about our revenues and then our uses of funds or our recommended budget with many graphs for you to take a look at. And then we'll move on to a quick presentation about our capital improvement program. And then we'll follow up with items that you asked about at the budget study session. And we've received comments from the public on since then, and then we'll end with questions and motion language, and then you'll move into your public hearing portion. Before I move on to the next item, I just want to thank the many staff members that participated in the budget this year. As you all know, it was a really difficult budget year for us and for the entire community, really. And we had people working so hard to make this budget match the declining revenues that we have experienced. And I want to thank all of my fellow city staff members for their great work and for council support, and in particular, the support of the Financial Strategy Committee of Council. You really have helped us quite a bit. So I will now turn it over to Cheryl Patelli, who will talk about the budget overview and the sources, uses. Cheryl.
Thanks, Jane. Taylor, can you go 2 slides? Thanks. So this again, just as a reminder, was Council's 2021 budget focus. Our #1 priority when bringing forth the recommended budget was public safety. Also, we prioritized funding to address the most basic needs and health of our community while continuing to focus on advancing racial equity. 2 more slides. Thanks. So here's our 2021 projected revenue. It's $337 million, which is a 7.7% decrease from 2020. As you can see on the graph, the 3 largest revenue sources for the city are sales and use tax, utility rates, and property tax. And these 3 sources represent nearly 3/4 of all of our funding. Next slide. This is the same slide, but we have taken out the water, wastewater, and stormwater utilities. In here, sales and use tax is 50%. So certainly when we looked at the 2021 budget, this revenue source has been very adversely affected by the pandemic. So it's a very important source for the city, and it represents half of our revenue minus our utility funds. Next slide. This is the general fund revenues. So the general fund is our largest fund. It is 147 million that we are projecting for next year, which is a 6.4% or $10 million decrease over our original 2020 budget. So if here, you'll see the cost allocation transfers of 8%. And then if we can go to the next slide, we've taken information and incorporated the cost allocations and transfers into this slide, putting them in their originating funding source. So here you can see many of our dedicated funds that transfer money into the general fund are either sales and use tax funds, charges for service, those types of things. Next slide, actually 2 slides. So moving on to the other side, the expenditures, our 2021 recommended budget is 341 million, which is a 7.7% decrease over our original 2020 budget. I will note we have a total of 41 budgeted funds, which is a lot, one of which is the general fund, and then 40 dedicated funds. Of our total budget, 80% is operating, 20% is capital. And the breakup between general fund and dedicated really becomes interesting when you look at the capital portion of the budget. Because only 14% is governmental capital, it really restricts our ability to move money around for capital funding for the city. Next slide. So here with our revenue reductions that we talked about, this table shows all of the reductions by the departments, and each department is a cross fund. So for instance, the fire department is only in the general fund, yet Parks and Rec has multiple funds that is shown here. And you will note that when we prepared the 2021 budget, we did not take an across the board strategy. I think at times it could be the easier option, but I don't think it is the most strategic option for us to take. Rather, we prioritize our cuts based on several factors, including how we prioritize our services and also equity considerations. Next slide. So recommended total budget by department. The total budget is 341 million, as you can see, and it spans several different service areas to the community. Public Works Utilities makes up about 1/4 of the city's budget. Next. And here's the same graph, excluding utilities. And again, we see the diverse services that we provide community, and many of these departments represented here have restricted funds such as transportation, open space, housing and human services. Next slide. Here's our 2021 general fund budget of 146 million. Again, general fund is unrestricted, so we have a lot of flexibility to spend our dollars where our priorities lie. Public safety expenditures account for nearly 40% of police and fire, that is, of all general fund expenditures. Next slide. And it wouldn't be a presentation without discussing reserves. Here we're just talking about general fund reserves, but please, be aware that most of our operating funds do have reserves at varying levels. So reserves are very important to us. We do have a policy for the general fund to hold 20% in reserves. In 2020, prior to COVID, our original budget was at 19.5%. So we were very close to meeting our goal. Once COVID hit, as you know, we planning on utilizing some reserves to cover the cost of our services, and we're projecting reserves to go down to 15%. And then 2021, the recommended budget that the city manager has proposed programs reserves at about 17%. And please be aware, these are all approximate estimates at this point. We won't know for sure until after actual revenue and expenditures come in for the year. One thing I want to talk about is our need to replenish our general fund reserves. So best practices, along with all of the rating agencies, say reserves should be at a minimum of 16%, and then going up from there depending on your own city's situation. So for example, we all know based on the 2013 flood, we are vulnerable to floods. We're certainly vulnerable to fires. Now we have the pandemic. It's very important for our city to have a higher reserve level than that 16%. So as we move forward, looking at the 2022 budget, we're planning on bringing a plan to you to replenish our general fund and actually all of our funds reserves. Next slide. So just one slide on the capital improvement program. Next slide, Taylor, sorry. Our capital improvement program is a 6-year plan for capital investment in maintaining and enhancing our infrastructure. As you can see, our 2021 capital improvement program is $73.5 million, and our 6-year totals about $668 million across 198 projects. So if you look at years 2022 and 2024, the majority of our expenses come in utilities. They have some bigger projects planned for those years. 2023, you'll see facilities and fleet, the yellow color. That's the pavilion renovation. So it fluctuates year to year, but one thing I can say is that 95% of these projects over the 6-year span are projects focused on taking care of what we have. And that's something the city is dedicated or decided was important during the Blue Ribbon Commission over a decade ago. So we're proud to say we are very focused on taking care of what we have. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jane to talk about follow-up.
Thanks. So next slide, please. So let me just say a word here is that we had a really good study session in early September. And at that meeting, the council members asked a number of follow-up questions. We tried to, and I think we succeeded in answering all of the questions that you brought up that night in your packet that you have today in writing. So it's in the memo, but we do have staff members here that would be able to answer if you have particular questions about those items. So next slide. The presentation that I am going to make tonight will be focused on 4 different areas: housing and human services, the Flatirons facility project at the golf course, arts grants funding, and library service plan. And we picked these items because since the study session, we've heard from the community or council members that these were important items that you wanted us to talk about. So next slide is the housing and human services slide. And I'm going to turn that over to Kurt Fernhaber because he has deeper knowledge than I do about those changes. Kurt?
Good evening, Council. So Housing and Human Services receives funds from various sources, and we use these funds to support the community and households that are more at risk within our community. The Human Services Fund in this budget has been reduced by $450,000. There is also an expectation of a reduction of the Health Equity Fund, and that's based directly, that's a direct tax, and the sugary sweetened beverage tax, which we're expecting a reduction in revenues there. So we've gone through a process with COVID as well as with reductions in revenue that has led us to prioritize our funding to the community based on food security, healthcare, safety, and housing. Programs that don't fit into these critical criteria or have been reduced as a result of COVID and what activities can occur have been eliminated. The Substance Education and Awareness Fund will not be reduced in 2020 or 2021. Some of these programs are going to continue virtually. The Youth Opportunity Program had a pretty significant reduction, and most of that is related to the grant program that they would participate in giving out to the community. And our community funding will go through our other mechanisms. And under our homeless programs, through a consolidation of programs into one facility, we have realized savings. And with the savings, we've been able to continue our funding emphasis on housing supports and wraparound services. But it's an overall reduction of $100,000 under the homeless programs. Next slide.
Sorry, I muted while Kurt was on. Just to sum up Housing and Human Services, I really want to say that Kurt and his team did a fabulous job on really caring about the most needs in our community and cutting at the edges so that we can continue to support those programs and those people that are most in need in the city of Boulder. So now I'm going to talk briefly about the Flatirons Facility Project. This is not an operating project, actually it's a project. It is the result of City Council direction that we received in 2014 when staff spoke to City Council about future options to address the Flatirons Event Center. That building was well past its useful life when it was destroyed in the flood of 2013. And so we had proceeded with the demolition of the facility, and council did say, and also PRAB, that it was an approved capital investment for the future. Our strategy here is this. The project, we think, will meet a number of our sustainability goals. It's going to provide restrooms that are energy efficient. We're proposing a restaurant space that's designed to serve families and the nearby neighbors in East Boulder. And there's a desire for more restaurants and more family-friendly locations. Obviously, we have a picture here of the outdoor lawn, which has great views. That will encourage many activities here. The project is fiscally responsible because it assures that golf course operations will be self-sustaining, and in fact, we hope they will be able to contribute further to our recreation activity fund and support other projects and other items that we do through the Parks and Recreation. It's also environmentally responsible because it will meet and exceed the strict energy code requirements that we have. And one fun fact about the former building is that that former building had energy bills in excess of 6 times that of a normal building. And so we're going to rebuild it in a very environmentally safe manner to really reduce our energy usage. And finally, we think it's socially responsible because we think that it can fulfill its use as a municipal golf course, a golf course that's accessible and open to people from all walks of life in our city and from all abilities. We are going to be providing youth programs here, et cetera. So it's a self-sustaining facility, and it's something that is very much needed. It also is funded primarily by the Parks Improvement Fund, which is completely money that's dedicated to capital improvements for parks. And so those funds could not be reprioritized elsewhere. So next slide. The next slide is about the arts grants. So you can see in the slide that at the top of the slide, the very first bullet point indicates what our total 2021 budget is for our arts program. It is $1.24 million, and it's 100% general fund. Of that amount, $750,000 are dedicated for cultural grants. This is a large amount of money. It is less than what we had allocated in 2019 and 2020. And it is less because we have needed to cut the budget in many different areas in the city. And sadly, arts was again among those. If you look at the trajectory of arts funding in the city, you'll see that in 2015, we had a pretty low budget for these kinds of arts grants. As a result of the cultural facilities plan that Matt Chazansky and our community and our arts community in particular worked on, we started to increase that budget. And ultimately, we have been able over the time to increase it more and more. And so we were able to achieve great heights in the last 2 years. As we move into the next year, it's unfortunate that we've had to reduce it, but this is one of the items that we needed to do to make the budget balanced this year. And I guess I'm going to advocate for the fact that $750,000 in cultural grants is quite a significant amount of money to be sending into the community to support our cultural organizations and artists in our community. Next item, next slide, is the library service plan. So the library services have been reduced in this last year. And of course, it's because of our public health guidelines that Jeff Zayak talked about earlier. We are limited in the number of people that can gather indoors. And as a result of that, we have had to limit the services that we have available. The main library is currently open to limited in-person patron services. And in just speaking with David today, we're getting quite a bit of usage out of the library. The Meadows Library is one of our branches. That branch serves the people in our community that are the most underserved in other areas and a large senior population as well. And so that's the reason that we focused on that particular library as the branch that would remain open for limited services. So it's open for material returns and for by appointment holds and carryouts. Our youth services programs and Boulder Reads are provided online, and we're having excellent participation with our online community in that. And we have material home delivery that is also offered. Currently, Reynolds Library and North Boulder Corner Library are closed. They actually serve a fewer number than the main library and Meadows. And so in order to make the highest use of the dollars that we have, we focused on those other two libraries. In the future, if public health restrictions are lifted, we intend first to move to the main library and restore a number of the services that we've had to take online there. We'll be restoring some youth services in particular, programs and events, and Boulder Reads. Then the branch libraries, being North Boulder and George Reynolds, would remain closed through 2021, but we're very hopeful that revenues will return and they will be available to be open in 2022. The Carnegie will be open for email service if we are able to restore a bit of funding, and by appointment at 50% of previous service levels. So that is our plan for 2021. Next item, next slide. Okay, so we're presenting you tonight with two options, and of course you can make changes in any of those, but here are what the options are. The first option would be a general fund appropriation of $146 million. And we would hold the $950,000 that we had set aside for emergency reserves, and we would put that into emergency reserves, meaning that at the end of the day, our budget would show an emergency reserves of a little over 17%. As you move into 2021, if the revenues start to increase and you feel that those monies could be spent, you would be able to do a supplemental appropriation, which means staff would come to council and we would make proposals about the ways in which extra dollars could be spent, and you would approve those based on council and community needs. The second option provides a little bit more flexibility to the city council. What this would do is it would take that $950,000 that we otherwise would have put into emergency reserves, and it would put that into either the city manager contingency or some other line item that could be reviewed by the city council. And the proposal would be is that that money would be flexible money in case emergencies came up, particularly related to COVID, since we don't know what is going to be happening in the winter months. That would allow you to quickly say to the city manager at the time, hey, we realize that you need more PPE, or you need testing money, or you need some sort of money related to COVID or other things, and we would like you to spend that money, and you would not need to separately appropriate it. That would leave the general fund emergency reserves at around 16.6%. Give or take. So either of those options is open to you. Certainly tonight, based on the public testimony that you're going to receive, you can make other decisions with regard to the $950,000. If you are going to want to spend a portion of that in the 2021 budget and you want to tell us about it tonight, we then recommend that you go with option 2, so that we don't have to have a third reading of the budget. If by putting it in option 2, the money would be available, and then we can later make sure that it moves into the correct budget place. So if we have more questions about that, we can talk about it after the public hearing. So next slide. And finally, we have second reading of the budget on October 20th. And again, we'll have another public hearing that night in case there are other folks in the community that want to make presentations. And I believe that we're on to questions and then the public hearing.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you, team. So as is our practice for public hearings, let's focus on questions for staff now. There may be some opinions that folks have and maybe some adjustments to the budget, but let's save those until after the public hearing. But feel free to ask any questions you have now, and we'll have an opportunity to ask questions also after the public hearing. So raise your hand if you've got a question before we go to the public. I see Aaron, and then Mark, and then Rachel. Aaron, you're up.
All right. Thanks, Jane, and everyone for that excellent, as always, presentation. Jane, a question for you in terms of the two options that you presented. If we went for option 2, then the reserve level would be, was it 16.6%? Yes. Something close to that. If we went that route, that would still be a higher level than the reserves are at today. Is that correct? Or because we would still be planning on adding some additional money to the reserves?
Yes. Yes, it would. What I believe to be true is that our projections for revenues next year allowed us to move from around 15%, where we are this year, up to the 16.6.
Okay, thanks for that. And then question on the parks capital improvement budget. So just following on to your presentation about the facility at the Flatirons Golf Course. So, you know, the funds, a lot of the funds that it's tapping are restricted funds, but they're restricted funds for the use of park capital improvements, correct? Right? So that we could also use that funding for other capital improvements for other parks uses. Would that be true?
Well, the answer is that is true. However, we could not actually spend the money in 2021 because we do not have other projects that are designed to be constructed in that year.
Understood. Although I believe what I've heard is that if I remember from our packet, that there is additional outreach and design necessary to be done for the Flatirons project as well. If I recall, they're looking at maybe starting construction about at the end of 2021. Is that right? Okay. Thanks. That's it for now.
Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark, Rachel, and then Mary. Mark.
Hi. Thanks, Jane, for that presentation. I just have a couple of questions, at least at the moment. You were kind enough to provide a table detailing consulting fees that the city incurs. And it showed a grand total of $10.3 million in consulting fees. How does that compare to 2020? Have we made any reductions in our use of outside consultants?
I don't know the answer to that, and I would ask Cheryl or Cara to weigh in on that.
Okay, well, let me, before they weigh in, let me do a follow-up question to that. The largest single category of those consulting fees is miscellaneous. And we have about $4.8 million in miscellaneous consultants, which seems like quite a lot. Can we get, before the second hearing, some detail as to what that is?
Absolutely, sure.
And again, I'd like also to see a comparison to 2020 to see if there's any room for reduction there. And my second question, for the moment, actually I have three questions. And the second one is, I need some help. Looking at the city manager's message, I saw that the budget for fleet and facilities was approximately $26 million and was going to be reduced only by 0.9%, which seemed rather modest. But then if you go into the budget itself on page 99, it shows that fleet and facilities budget in 2020 was in fact what is represented, but that for 2021, it looks like a major decrease. And I'm trying to reconcile what I'm seeing in the text of the budget itself with what I'm seeing here in the summary. It looks like this is actually quite a substantial reduction in facilities and fleet budget.
Thanks.
I don't know.
Yeah, Ken Baird is here, and Ken is our accountant and financial guru that works with fleet and facilities. And so I'm going to ask Ken if you can help explain that.
Thanks, Jane. And we might be able to get you more details on the reduction, but I think primarily the reduction in the facilities budget will be due to one-time nature of capital expenses. So when you're looking at that, I think in the capital category, there was more in 2020 relative to 2021, but we can get more of the details on that to you before the second reading.
Yeah, I just want to understand what in fact is the reduction. It looks like it's much more substantial than is shown in the summary sheet of the city manager's message. And my last question is, one of the communications we've received has been from the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association. And their concern is that with the likely probable passage of the no evictions without representation ordinance and the increase in rental licensing fees, they have come back and proposed spreading that increase in the licensing fees over 2 years. And my question is really, A, does that make any sense? And B, what impact would it have on the budget if we did so? And that can also be done for the second public hearing.
Actually, I think that Charles Farrow is here and he can explain that to you.
Okay.
Great, thanks for the question, Mark. So, we thought it most equitable to implement the increase in the fee all at once in 2020, but if we did break it out into a graduated approach as it was suggested by Bahra, it leaves us about $110,000 general fund transfer shortfall that we'll need to reconcile. So it's certainly possible for us to do from an administrative perspective, but we would need to accommodate for that shortfall in this budget cycle from the general fund.
And I just want to remind everyone that I believe, Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, that the landlord fee is not paid every year by the landlords. It's paid every 4 years. So the increase is not going to hit every particular landlord this coming year. It will hit when they renew their license.
Understood. I just wanted to see what the flexibility might be on that and what the impact would be. Okay,
and I had a quick follow-up, if I may, on the fees, the rental fees. it's, if you have a multifamily unit, that's one rental unit. It's not done by the number of units within the multifamily unit. Is that correct? Do I recall that
correct, Mary. It's done by the building and not the number of units.
Okay.
Oh, so if you have a 10-unit building, it's $190 for 4 years.
That's correct.
I got it. All right, thank you.
Mark, you had a question about consulting fees. I don't know if Cara was able to answer that now.
No, I thought that was going to come back.
Jane, did you want to answer the question? Okay.
I didn't hear what you said, but I think we're going to bring that back for second reading.
And that's fine with me.
Great. We have Rachel, then Mary.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks for the presentation. I just had a question on HHS homelessness program, 7% reduction. It says 100,000 from consolidating services. Is that, Kurt, all from shutting down the 30th Street location for severe weather shelter?
Yes, a big part of that is at 30th Street, we were paying rent for the facility for 12 months out of the year. Plus, we were paying for staff to work 24/7. So moving it to the other facility, it's a small increase in the number of staff.
Got it. But there was still a net reduction of somewhere around 100 beds. I understand we added some permanent housing for some individuals, but there was a net reduction with that $100,000 savings, right, for the number of beds available in shelter, specifically severe weather shelter.
So there was a reduction. However, some of that reduction was shifted into hotel rooms, and some of it was shifted into additional supports for housing.
Okay, I guess it still seems like a pretty significant reduction, though, in the number of beds that were available in a severe weather night, like even with the hotels added in.
Yeah, so it went from like roughly 270 to about 195 on the coldest nights and 175 on the other nights.
Okay, appreciate that. So I guess I'm like the $100,000 savings of eliminating that, consolidating that didn't somehow translate to more beds or services available. It's a net reduction of 100,000 and kind of a net reduction for severe weather shelter of about 90 to 100 beds or 90 beds on the worst night. Is that true?
Yeah, so that's the net reduction. But again, we had we used some of those savings to increase our investments in getting people housed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Great. Mary, then Adam.
I just have one question, and that is for Kurt. On the Substance Education Awareness Fund, you said that there would be no reduction. And so I'm wondering if that's because of where the money comes from and it's dedicated to that particular purpose?
That's correct. However, we are expecting somewhat of a reduction in the revenue there. However, the difference has been over the last couple of years, some of the programs under that fund have taken a while to ramp up, and so they've now gotten to the point where they're ramped up. And so while there had been some underspending in previous years, the spending that we're at currently will remain. And there was carryover funds in previous years. There won't be carryover funds going forward.
But the main point is that revenue is not, it cannot be spent on other things.
Yeah, it has boundaries of what it can be spent on. That's correct.
Okay, Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. The only other person that's got their hand up right now for questions in this stage is Adam. So if no other questions after Adam, we'll move on to the public hearing.
Thank you, Bob. I have two questions. One follow-up to one of Mary's questions, and that is regarding the rental licensing fee. This was a new piece of information to me, but it's my understanding that a housing unit like the Peloton per se, they have maybe 100 rental units, maybe more. They pay one rental licensing fee every 4 years.
That's correct. If they're units that are jointly owned, then yeah, it'd be one rental license.
And did we look at the equitability of that when we were originally making that decision?
Yeah, I think that decision goes back somewhere into the 90s. So I'm not exactly sure what the policy rationale was at the time. But other than, I think it was important that rental license fees not be a barrier to people getting them. They're important because we want to make sure that people are getting their safety inspections. We want to make sure that we're verifying zoning. So that's really the function of the review itself.
Sure, it just seems a bit odd to me, and we can talk about this more in comments, that someone who rents out one unit has the same burden as someone who rents out hundreds of units potentially. So my second question is just a process question. I just want to know a little bit more about how the budget comes about, and this is probably for Jane. Does each department head sort of lobby for their needs? Is there, what does that process kind of look like? I'm just interested in, you know, how you ultimately get to the cuts in one versus another.
Sure. The budget actually starts early in the spring, and we do some projections about what we think our revenues are going to be for the coming year. And then we provide guidance to each one of the departments. And the departments, almost all of them, have a liaison to the budget department or an internal financial person. And so they work together to think about what their work plan will be for the next year, what increases they might need in a normal year. But of course, this was not a normal year. And what our projections were showing is that we were going to have to be reducing staff, finding ways to cut the budget. And so we provided guidance to them at first of cutting the budget, I believe, 10%. And so folks provided proposed budgets that showed those cuts. And we asked them to show more than the 10% that we asked for, because we knew that we weren't going to be able to take all the cuts from all the different departments. So we have an executive budget team that meets one by one with the departments, and they talk about what their proposed budget is about. They talk about how it meets equity needs, and they talk about how it meets sustainability goals that we have. And as after each one presents, at the end of that, the executive budget team talks about which are the budget reductions or increases that we think we can take or that we should take based on where the community is going and what the needs are. In this particular year, the budget cuts that were presented in the first round were not sufficient to balance the budget. And as a result, we went back to the departments and asked them to present a second round of cuts that we again went through. They didn't have budget hearings at that point, but we went through their reductions and took additional reductions to the budget to come up with a budget that we have. In a more normal year, indeed, departments do ask for extra staff members. They might ask for extra money for a particular project. And we try to base that, again, on our sustainability matrix that we have, on equity concerns, and on what we see as the most important, I don't want to say projects, but initiatives that the council and the community have in front of them. So that's how it goes.
Cool. And one brief follow-up to that. So we essentially make the budget and dictate what the staff workload would probably be prior to the retreat by a few months. I'm just wondering, is that the best way to go about it? Like, just since that's the way it's always been done, it seems like if council wanted to take a radical shift in what departments they needed to focus on, we sort of lose that opportunity by a year by having the budget discussion well before the council retreat.
So Adam, you are correct about that. And we've talked many times about it. What is the right way to do it? The thing is that we are kind of bound by state law that we have to finalize our budget before December 1st of each year. And we have traditionally held the council retreat in January because that follows the November election in the odd years when a new council would start. And so the timing of the election and the legal requirements of the budget make it more difficult, I would say, for us to sync those in a way where you could have the retreat first and then the budget second. And also preparing the budget is not something that can occur like the month after the retreat. Preparing the budget does take a minimum of 6 months for us to work through because there's so much involved in it. So yeah, the timing is difficult, and it might be something that the Financial Strategy Committee wants to think about in the future.
Thanks for that, Jane. That makes a whole lot of sense, but maybe we should think on it in the future. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Adam. Mary, you got your hand up, got a question?
Yeah, Jane's response to Adam's question kind of prompted me to just ask, in particular, the process for making the recommendation of that 700 and basically about $750,000 in the arts grants. How did that number end up where it's at?
We were having a hard time making decisions about cutting the arts, and honestly, nobody wants to cut the arts and nobody wants to cut human services. So it was actually, I would, in my memory, one of the last things that we made a decision on. And what we were seeing is that because human services was having its grants cut up to 17%, we felt that it was fair to have the arts budget cut that similar amount. And when we figured out what it would be, it's $750,000, which is a lot of money and only takes us back to 2018, which isn't that long ago, and was much more than we have been devoting to the arts in the past. And we therefore felt that it was a fair thing to do.
I see Matt's on the line and wondering if he has anything to add. Thank you, Jane.
You're welcome. Matt, you want to say anything?
No, nothing to add. We did have conversations with the Arts Commission about it over the course of several months.
And what were the thoughts of the Arts Commission in terms of how to allocate those funds that are proposed?
Well, staff brought back the city manager's recommended budget, and we did divide up the different programs within the Office of Arts and Culture, trying to minimize the impact on the grants, and then bring a number to the Arts Commission, which then starts the discussion on how those grants get divided. That conversation is not complete. We presented a few options, but at their October meeting, October 21st, is when we will ask for final decisions on that.
All right, and the money that has been allocated, that roughly $750,000, that covers all of the operating grants, correct?
Yeah, conceivably, that's about the amount that we spent on just the general operating support category in 2020.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Okay, I don't see hands up, so let's move on to the public hearing. We have 30 people signed up for the public hearing, so under our rules, each speaker will be limited to 2 minutes. I would remind folks that we do have rules of decorum. While we want to hear from everybody and we appreciate expressions of diversity of opinion, we also ask that everyone be respectful of other speakers and of our city staff. And with that, we will start with Mark Phillips, followed by Adriana Llewellyn, and Daniel Katz. Mark, you're up.
Thank you, Bob. We do have a number of folks who have since decided to pool. And so in our first slot, we do have Melissa Fothman up, who is speaking for 5 minutes, who is pooling time with Mark Phillips and Elizabeth Francis, both of whom are here. So I will go ahead and unmute Melissa.
Okay, thank you. So Melissa, you'll have 4 minutes.
I was under the impression I had 5 minutes, but if...
No, our rule is three for 4, Melissa.
3 for 4.
My mistake,
okay.
Melissa, sorry.
Oh dear, I'm gonna have to cut something. Okay, well, thank you all for allowing me to share my perspective. I'm the Executive Director of the Dairy Arts Center, and I want to begin by expressing our appreciation to the City Council for increasing support over the years. You've helped us become the 5th most arts vibrant city in the country, mid-sized city, and that is a feat to behold. I also want to acknowledge the difficulty you face in constructing the budget. I personally understand this because I'm facing the very same crisis with regard to loss of revenue, which brings me here today. The dairy is currently experiencing an 85% reduction in earned revenue due to COVID. And if the pandemic continues and theaters remain closed in March, we're talking about well over $1 million of lost earned revenue. And of course, the longer it goes on, the more that is lost. And despite the overwhelming, wonderful generosity from the caring community and foundations, the overall loss still remains staggering. So in order to make up for such severe losses, I've had to make extensive cuts to the dairy's budget. And because we must continue to pay for insurance and upkeep and utilities, which include, if I'm correct in reading the proposed budget, includes an 8% increase in water rates, 5% increase in wastewater, and a 12% increase in stormwater rates, which I have to say is unfortunate timing for us during this historically challenging year. But we have no choice in cutting most facility expenses, and so the biggest budget cuts have unfortunately come from payroll. To date, I have had to indefinitely furlough 27 people. Many of them will not return, and it will be very difficult to replace them. In addition, of all the small businesses that have been impacted by the pandemic, the organizations that rely on theaters for their operations, either as a venue, a presenter, or a performer, will likely be the last ones to go back to business as usual. So there's an overwhelming concern among many of us about how long we can hang on. With an election cycle and shifting personal finances, we've already seen many of our donors tapped out. In the spirit of Boulder's future and the potential to remain an arts vibrant city in the years ahead, I urge you to consider making cuts to the arts a little less severe than the proposed 17% and closer in alignment to the overall budget reduction. And I do understand the process of comparing funding to the arts year over year, but I have to say this year does not compare in any way to years past. Every little bit counts for us. Even an additional $100,000 can mean the difference between several organizations staying afloat or permanently closing down. In pre-COVID times, over 300,000 people would visit the dairy every year, and many of them asked us today, when are you going to open? We miss you. We miss the arts. We hear them, and we're doing our best in our greatly diminished state to continue to provide ongoing arts experience with our online content, drive-in movies, concerts on our loading dock, and impactful murals. And we will continue to do what we can. But without the many vibrant, eclectic, and diverse artists and arts organizations that exhibit and perform within our walls, the dairy and the Boulder community stands to lose far more than what is saved with a 17% cut. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Melissa. Ryan, just to clarify, that was pooling with Mark Phillips and it was Elizabeth Francis?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll try to keep track here. Do we have any pooling among Adriana Llewellyn, Daniel Katz, or Claudia Hubiak?
We do.
Okay.
I want to mention that Kathleen was planning to pool with a few folks, but those folks are not here.
Okay.
Anna is not here. So we will move to Daniel Katz.
Daniel Katz, you're up.
The proposed budget includes $37 million for the police department. Do you know what police actually spend their time doing? What do we get in return for that $37 million? I'll tell you. We get cops who threaten my friend for trying to hand somebody a croissant. We get evictions of unhoused neighbors that serve no purpose other than sadistic entertainment for bigoted homeowners who lack basic empathy. We get citations for housed friends who try to feed people in a park. In return for $37 million, we get a gang of armed thugs that terrorizes our community. Data collected by the New York Times shows that cops spend just 4% of their time investigating violent crime. This does not justify a bloated budget for a militarized police force while our friends literally freeze to death on the streets of Boulder. What good could we do with $37 million? During the recent cold snap in Boulder, many of my friends and I tried to find and distribute emergency supplies and shelter for those who needed it. The work we did wasn't enough and a man died. I still wonder if there's anything I could have done differently to prevent that. If I had just spent a little more time or bought a few more sleeping bags, maybe I could have done something. How many of you have wondered the same? How many more people are going to die this winter while you reduce severe weather sheltering capacity? You have the power and the resources to fix this, and you don't give a fuck. Fund housing and services, defund the pigs. I yield my time. And fuck your rules of decorum.
Claudia Hubiak, Deborah Malden, and Ryan Harwood. Claudia, you're up.
Thank you. Claudia has also pooled with Amy Britton, and the speaker will be Amanda Berg-Wilson.
Okay, well, we'll get to that then when we get to Amanda. So let's try to keep things in more or less in order. So we'll remember that Claudia is skipping, and you'll let me know when her pooling partner is up. So next is Deborah Malden.
All right.
Hi, Deborah Malden here, Arts Liaison at the Boulder Chamber, board member of Create Boulder and the SCFD. I know you have difficult decisions to make, and I'm here this evening to urge you to preserve funding for the arts and culture grants, at least to levels that are equivalent to what other city departments are retaining in the 2021 budget. Wearing my chamber hat, we recognize the critical role that the arts play as a contributor to our economy through the $70 million of economic activity that arts organizations generate directly and by attracting patrons to restaurants, bars, hotels, and our retail businesses. As important, decades of research have shown that the economic health of a community and the quality of its social bonds are strongly linked. The arts uniquely offer opportunities for people to come together in the creation and celebration of culture, helping to build social capital. This capacity of people to act together on matters of common interest also contributes to the health and well-being of individuals and neighborhoods. The importance of building social capital as a step toward recovery was an underpinning of the community cultural plan. As you know, this master plan was developed in 2015 when the city was still recovering and recovering unevenly from the Great Recession and the devastating impact of the 2013 floods. The need to reimagine a more just society and rebuild a stronger Boulder has never been more acute than it is today. This is the time to invest in Boulder's cultural resources and to recommit to the cultural plan, a cornerstone of which was the steady, stable funding of the Arts and Culture Grants Program. Thank you for your time and hard work for our community.
Thank you, Deborah. Ryan Harwood, Tila Duham, and Misha Tour. Ryan?
Hello, Council. The allocation of funding in this budget around homelessness sucks. Shelter beds for homeless folks are set to be cut by 50%, while the Boulder Police Homeless Outreach Team budget is up over $100,000. Why is that? If the point of the HOT team is to connect people with services, why are we cutting those services and then giving that money to the cops that are supposed to connect them to those services? It doesn't make any sense. Is the additional homeless outreach funding to deal with all the additional people that will be on the streets with a reduced capacity shelter 5 miles from downtown during an eviction crisis? You're really going to cut the shelter's beds by 50% at the beginning of an eviction crisis? It's already started. Last month, a man froze to death in that freak snowstorm. Daniel just talked about that. 3 years ago, Benji Harvey froze to death after being kicked out of the Boulder shelter for the homeless. How many more frozen bodies do y'all need to see to understand that accessible shelter is important in lieu of full housing? Y'all need to fix this budget. The homeless people are getting organized and aren't putting up with this austerity shit anymore. Occupy Boulder was just the start. There are a lot more of them than there are of you, and their numbers are growing with each eviction you fail to prevent and each shelter bed that you defund. Thank you.
We have Tila Duhaime, Misha Tour, and Amy Britton.
Good evening, Council. Tila Duhaime. Happy birthday, Jane. As you know, I'm the chair of Boulder's Transportation Advisory Board. I am here tonight just for myself. City budget does not generally come before TAB, but of course my perspective is informed by my work on TAB. And I've certainly learned a lot with TAB's involvement in the CIP process. And through that process this last year, there were some ongoing concerns and priorities that really kept rising to the top. Not just this year, but it really came to the fore this year was we were grappling with realities of budget shortfalls and resource shortfalls in light of COVID. And so we have known for a long time that the transportation funding sources have been inadequate to really wrap our arms around our goals as a community that we've articulated in TMP. That's made even worse now. But I would just like to point out that the precipitous drop in the funding that we see out of sales tax revenue for transportation initiatives and just transportation funding and maintenance does not reflect a drop in the necessity for these facilities and to maintain them. Staff has wisely focused on safety and Vision Zero initiatives, as well as maintaining things. And I think that the safety and Vision Zero focus is appropriate, but the focus on the maintenance, which sounds prudent, has the inadvertent effect of reinforcing a lot of past mistakes and prioritizations that we don't necessarily agree with at the moment. In particular, I am alarmed by the line item that indicates a vague and worrisome drop in transportation demand management funding. I would like to really understand a little bit more about what's behind that, because I think that's all the more important now as we are trying to reframe how we use our streets post-COVID and re-envision our streets as something other than places to move single occupancy vehicles around.
Thank you, Tila. Misha Tour, Amy Britton, and then Shelley Benford. Misha?
Thank you, Bob. Misha is not present. Amy Britton is ceding her time to Amanda Berg-Wilson. Shelley is not present. Devin is not present. And we move to Jeff Martinez.
Jeff Martinez, you're up.
All right, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, members of council. My name is Jeff Martinez. I'm president of Boulder Association of Firefighters. I'm speaking on behalf of all my brothers and sisters who have been continuously working the front lines throughout this nationwide pandemic we're experiencing today. During good times, we know the dangers and hazards of our job. In today's world, the hazards of our profession have increased tremendously. My members have selflessly dedicated their lives and those of their families to make sure the citizens of Boulder are never left wondering who will respond when they dial 911. This nationwide pandemic has changed our jobs and lives forever, from the way we respond to the personal protective equipment we need on scene today. I'm here tonight to ask you all during these troubled times to stand behind your firefighters and this community by not allowing our frontline engines to be shut down with budget cuts, or by depleting frontline personnel, jeopardizing not only the taxpayers of this great city, but the firefighters who have dedicated their lives to protecting you all. We Local 900 endorsed the long-term vision along with the master plan that was approved by council earlier this year. We fully stand behind ALS capable transport units and the proposed master plan, so long as they are properly staffed without lowering today's current staffing levels or shutting down current frontline engines to accomplish the vision as set forth. As you know, my members have accepted no pay raise for 2021, bearing the burden during this financial crisis we're all experiencing. Our hope is that their financial sacrifice will allow our department to function at a proper staffing levels as stated in our local bargaining agreement. So please tonight, when you make your decision on the future budget, I ask that you think of the lives of not only the citizens, but the lives of my brothers and sisters on the front line. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next up is Riley Mancuso, Lynn Siegel, and Jan Burton. Riley?
Hello. So I want to echo what some other people have said. I think that this is exactly the wrong time to cut library spending at all. I think that City Manager Brodigan's justifications ring hollow and false because the fact that we've shut down several libraries and are having to reduce services and in-person services and adopt creative new solutions is precisely why libraries need more support now more than ever, so that librarians, who are some of the most hardworking, selfless people in the entire world, and libraries, which are a almost universal public good, can adapt to these changing times and continue to meet the needs of the community. And I also think that, the fact that police remain the largest expenditure in the general fund and have seen an increase in percentage of the budget this year under Brodigan's proposed budget shows that City Council has learned nothing from the 100+ days of protests this year in response to the police brutality sparked by the awareness brought by the death of George Floyd, but also the awareness that this is a problem in every city in America, that so many cities spend more on police than they do on everything else. And it's equivalent to, in the federal government, trying to cut NPR spending, which is like a fraction of a percent compared to the Pentagon, which is, billions and billions. And this is echoed in cities and states across the country where we spend the majority, the largest percentage of our money on militarized occupying forces. And I think Boulder has a chance to actually be a progressive city here, but probably won't, because apparently you listen to people like Safer Boulder instead of, the most vulnerable members of your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Lynn Siegel, Jan Burton, Beck Spoon. Lynn?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of folks that have been on tonight. Daniel, Riley, Misha, I wish she was on again. Ryan, Tila. In general, I found that the city pretty much is inefficient in their use of funds. For example, there's something called the 42-inch interceptor, which is our sewer system, and which is in 2014 determined that it has severe issues and problems, and that we could have a catastrophic disaster with our sewer system throughout the city, and including the sewage treatment plant. And yet the city of Boulder is considering spending $40 million fill a gravel pit so that Colorado University can build another campus the size of downtown Boulder in South Boulder. And I see constantly 3-story buildings approved as if they're by right, when 2 stories are by right. The city spent probably $5,000 on me because I went to a program at the West Senior Center and took off my coat and put on hand lotion and walked through the center of the circle to sit down, and somehow this was inappropriate behavior, and probably $5,000. I had to fight a suspension from the West Senior Center for 1 month. I just don't see where you're spending money really efficiently.
Thank you.
I heard about.
Thank you, Lynn.
Telecom is a bad
Thanks, Lynn.
situation.
We have next up Jan Burton, Beck Spoon, and Paul Cullinane. Jan?
Good evening, Council. Jan Burton. I was proud to be part of the 2015 Council along with Sam, Mary, Aaron, and Bob when we approved the city's first community cultural plan. Council, City Arts staff, and the Arts Commission have been building the support for arts and culture and the underlying people who we call artists, musicians, muralists, dancers, and performers ever since. We have made great progress. But 2020 is like a year like none other for these organizations and these people. Recommended cuts of 17% in our arts budget will have devastating impacts on real people and real organizations, as you heard from Melissa, at a time when we should be helping, aiding, and amplifying. Tonight, I represent Create Boulder, a nonprofit which is proposing that council increase funding for the arts and culture grants. If council will add $100,000 back to the grants budget, Create Boulder will then fundraise and contribute an additional $50,000, thereby ensuring that the 2021 grants budget remains at 2020 levels. We believe this is critical given the staggering losses in the arts sector at a time when our community needs the arts more than ever. To put this in perspective, we're asking your support for $100,000, 0.02% of the $341 million budget. The overall arts budget is $1.2 million. In contrast, other beloved recreational budgets like Parks and Rec is $29.5 million, including a $6 million golf course upgrade. You've heard from many Boulder residents in the last few weeks, giving you heartfelt messages of what the arts mean to them and their lives. Council should provide leadership needed to change the budget tonight in a small but meaningful way for the health of our community. Thank you for your time and efforts.
Thank you, Jan. Bex Boone, Paul Cullen, and if I understand it correctly, we go to Kathleen McCormick.
Correct, thank you.
Bex?
Bex Boone. I appreciate all the folks who've collaborated on Boulder's budget in a year with a lot of financial volatility. I know city staff who were furloughed earlier this year, and I want to recognize how hard it is to put together a document that makes those types of trade-offs. As a Boulder resident, my wish for our limited budget is to invest in affirming community programs and not punitive ones. I have a lot to say about that idea, but I'm going to focus on one particular line item under the police budget, the homeless outreach team. And if you've ever, I don't know if any of you have ever seen Boulder Police's homeless outreach team in action downtown. I have, and I wouldn't categorize it as outreach. It's precisely policing. And policing is a social relationship made up of practices empowered by the state to enforce the law and social control through force. It's a punitive system. Let's not pretend police are stabilizing or nourishing to folks experiencing homelessness. That's not what happens during those interactions downtown. And if you're thinking, but we need a department that works closely with the municipal court, I'm gonna challenge you to be more imaginative than that. Remove money from the police department's homeless outreach team and invest in resources that actually meet our under-resourced community member needs. There are plenty of opportunities in this budget where $909,484 will actually impact this issue. For example, we could restore $100,000 to severe weather shelter beds, or I'd hand it all over to the firefighters who are always there for the entire community. End of comment.
Thank you, Bex. Paul Cullen, Kathleen McCormick, and Mark Villarreal.
Before I bring up Paul, we do have two folks who have rejoined us who were not present for their time. So I recommend we move them to the end of our list here. Adrian Wellen and Devin Patrick Hughes.
Okay, remind me when we get to the end. We'll go Paul, Kathleen, and Mark.
Good evening again, council members. My name is Paul Coleman. I live in South Boulder. The city budget is not affected by the presence or absence of a franchise agreement proposed in ballot issue 2C. Did not even rate any discussion in the budget presentation. The idea that 2C will help the city's financial situation is just not true. The proposed franchise fee, the 3% sales tax on energy sales that all residents will pay, Excel will collect, the city will receive, is exactly equal to the utility occupation tax that replaced the franchise fee back in 2012. The utility occupation tax that we residents currently pay and Excel currently collects and the city currently receives. The lack of financial analysis of the proposed Excel partnership agreement and determining how it will financially affect the cities and its residents, that lack of analysis is just stunning. That should have been part of this presentation. My own back of the envelope analysis shows that it would be prohibitively expensive to reach Boulder's climate goals under this partnership agreement, whereas a locally owned nonprofit electric utility would substantially stimulate the local economy and thus would improve the city's financial position. Again, please endorse no on 2C and please pass a resolution this evening urging a no vote on 2C. I release the rest of my time to Jane's birthday celebration.
Thank you, Paul. Just a reminder, folks, we're going to focus on the budget on this hearing. Kathleen McCormick, Mark Villarreal, and Leah Brennan-Clack. Kathleen?
And Kathleen is pulling here with Allison and Kathy back.
Okay. Mark, you're up. Then Leah.
Oh, it is, excuse me, it is Kathleen's turn.
Okay, Kathleen.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kathleen McCormick, Chair of the Boulder Arts Commission. Many thanks to City Council for all your past support, and especially to City Manager Jane Broggen. I'm here to ask that you increase funding for arts and culture so we can continue the progress we're making toward building a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive city and a more creative culture that enriches life for all of us in Boulder. The arts are the leading edge for the city in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Drill down on our grants to arts organizations and individuals and who they in turn collaborate with. And you'll find thousands of people and connections that serve the underserved in our community, including low-income folks, Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and other people of color, the LGBTQ community, children, seniors, people with physical or mental handicaps, and those who are experiencing homeless. All of these people, plus the whole community, are served by the arts and culture. Everyone is welcome to participate in and benefit from city-funded arts and culture opportunities. COVID has been devastating for many arts groups, but our arts community has been active, engaging the community, healing us, feeding our souls, while respecting CDC guidelines. We saw this with the COVID relief work projects in creative neighborhoods funded by the Office of Arts and Culture with Create Boulder's support. Artists pivoted to live performances and exhibits at parks and ball fields, drive-in movies and virtual concerts, dance classes, and arts education. Public art has been critical. We're hearing from many people who love the new murals on the library, in underpasses, and other places around town. All of this is sparking people's imagination and giving them hope and inspiration, as well as healthy diversion from the daily stresses of COVID. Artists have demonstrated we have a key role to play in helping recover from the pandemic. At our September meeting, the Boulder Arts Commission wrestled with how we could cut our budget by 17%. We understand we'll have to cut our budget, but we question the fairness and wisdom of having arts and culture cut 17%, while the total city budget is being cut by only 6%. With the Office of Arts and Culture, we're doing our job to create triage scenarios, but it's clear that any budget reduction will mean that people will lose jobs and some arts organizations may not survive the year. No doubt you've heard this from many of our arts organizations and artists in the community, some of whom have lost half or most of their income. One budget scenario focuses on supporting our 37 general operating support organizations, which range from large and extra large groups to smaller groups. These include Chautauqua, the Dairy, E-Town, Boulder International Film Festival, Boulder Philharmonic, Colorado Music Festival, Museum of Boulder, Modus Theater, Boulder Ballet, Boulder Opera, Block 1750, and the Noble Arts District, to name just a few among dozens. Many of them are nationally recognized and draw thousands of people to Boulder. Another scenario focuses on supporting the GOS groups and also grant categories that other artists and arts organizations rely on, especially if they don't receive those GOS grants. We need to support the jobs and activities that allow them to live and create here. We're also focusing on grants that can be used effectively during an extended COVID period. We believe it's in the city's best interest to bring our budget cut in line with other departments. We assure you we would use the additional funds effectively. The city recently trusted the Arts Commission and Office of Arts and Culture to collaborate with Create Boulder to leverage a combined $40,000 contribution to the Denver Foundation and the Bonfield Stanton Foundation COVID-19 Arts and Culture Relief Fund, which produced $165,000 in grants for 8 Boulder arts organizations, a 4-fold return on investment. The arts are not a large positive social economic effect on the community. We ask you to please infuse more funds. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kathleen. Ryan, who did Kathleen pool with?
Kathy Beek and Allison Palmer.
Got it.
They are
Okay.
both present.
Great, got it. Just trying to keep track. We have Mark Villarreal and Leo Brenner Clark coming up. Mark, you're up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. This is Mark Villarreal. I live in South Boulder. I would like to thank Jane, the City Council, and City staff for the fundamental changes in funding the arts that have taken place during my tenure on the Arts Commission. And I sincerely appreciate the difficult task that staff and City Council now face. We are in uncharted waters, and my heart goes out to everybody that has to make these difficult decisions. I just want to throw some numbers at you. These numbers are from the Americans for the Arts and Economic Prosperity Study number 5, and they're based on 2017 figures, which is the most recent data. Estimated spending by nonprofit arts and cultural organizations is $35,514,000. This is Boulder County. Estimated spending by cultural audiences, $34,283,000, for a total of almost $70 million in spending in our community. The creative industries in Boulder County, there's roughly 1,884 arts-related businesses that employ 7,372 individuals. I also want to reinforce Kathleen's point about the fact that the arts organizations in our community were able to pivot during this pandemic, and several of them remained open. That included BIF, local theater, Dairy, Boulder Opera, and others. One thing that's been of recent topic was, can the arts make up this suggested cut by receiving at least the same amount of funds currently being spent by the city for the leaf and branch cleanup? Last time I checked, city brochures and advertising waxed poetic about the arts and cultural organizations that make Boulder a vibrant and desirable community, but no mention about leaf and branch cleanup. Thank you for your work. Happy birthday, Jane.
Thank you, Mark. Leo Brenner Clark, followed by Mark Gilbert. Leo.
Hi, my name is Leah Brenner Clark, and I'm the founder and executive director of Streetwise Arts. I know it's difficult to make cuts to the city's budget in order to address all the shortfalls and the needs that we currently face, but please consider the arts grants in relation to the city's own budget vision and framework priorities, including creating healthy and socially thriving cultural opportunities and an economically vital community that benefits from collaboration, diversity, and innovation. These all are things that the arts community is contributing to Boulder. Streetwise Boulder just completed our second annual Mural Festival for Social Activism, where 38 artists painted across the city in 25 locations. Artists painted murals on Black Lives Matters, social justice, diversity, immigration, housing, climate crisis, and more. Streetwise Boulder not only provided free, safe access to the arts, but we also paid artists $50,000, over $50,000. 35 out of those 38 artists were from Colorado. 22 of those artists were of color. 17 of those artists were female identifying. At least 4 of those artists were LGBTQ. Our website analytics report that we had over 5,000 visits that week of the festival. The self-guided tours brought patrons to local businesses along the tour routes, and the community enjoyed safe access to arts and culture. Our education program's been on hold since a small bit since the pandemic hit, and we're trying to navigate the new funding sources in a world of shutdowns and low resources. Our story is just one out of so many dedicated arts organizations that are working to amplify equity and social change, in addition to creating tourism, jobs for the arts, and connection to each other. The grant program offers a small bit of stability and support for programming and operating expenses where other revenue falls short for so many artists and nonprofit organizations. We received a grant finally after years of applying because of so many competing organizations with such a small pool of grant money. Please consider.
Thank you, Leah. Mark Gelband, and then Ryan, did I see that Kitty Lehman had dropped?
That is correct.
So Mark Gelband, do we go to Amanda Berg-Wilson then?
That is correct.
Okay, Mark, you're up, and then Amanda Berg-Wilson.
Nothing perhaps shows the disconnect and the growing disconnect between purported Boulder values and reality than our budget and our budget priorities. It's clear from our budget priorities that law and order are the most important thing in Boulder. Let's damn the arts, people, housing, cultural events. In his recent guest opinion, racist classist counselor Mark Wallach called efforts to defund and demilitarize the Boulder Police Department draconian. What is more draconian? Racist Boulder policing data, Officer Lolatai chemical weapons, military vehicles, breaking a black protester's wheelchair after beating him rubber bullets in the face, doing cleansing of homeless camps, or community members who understand the cultural moment, systemic racism, and calling for substantive change. Maybe Wallach needs the definition of draconian because his cruel ignorance extends to not knowing what the fuck the word means. Rigorous, unusually severe or cruel. Wallach says it is cruel to demand positive change. And this year's budget is nothing more than a farce that shows that what we care about are our Trumpian law and order values. Get over it, you hypocrites. Do something worthwhile. Here we go. Wallach is more like Draco than the Athenian statesman known for being an unself-aware, cruel asshole than even the most ardent police abolitionists. The cruelty carried over every day when we talk about homelessness, where Boulder animal cruelty codes provides more protections for pets than the unhoused. Who cares if over 100 unhoused humans have died on Boulder streets?
Thank you, Mark. Amanda Berg-Wilson, then Elizabeth McGuire.
Oh, Amanda is pooling with Claudia Hubiak and Amy Britton.
Okay. Elizabeth McGuire, then John Smith.
Amanda, you're able to talk. You'll just need to go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just am waiting for, I believe I get 4 minutes.
I'm sorry. I've lost track. I've lost the plot. Is this Amanda speaking now?
This is, but I believe I get 4 minutes.
Hi, Amanda. Who are you pulling with?
I'm pooling with Claudia Hubiak and Amy Britton.
Okay, great.
Both of whom are present.
Great. Yeah, Amanda, you're up for 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Council, for the opportunity to speak. I'm Amanda Berg-Wilson, the Artistic Director of the Catamounts, a Boulder-based theater company dedicated to theater for the adventurous palate. We are grateful recipients of general operating support from your agency, the Boulder Arts Commission. I want to speak to you tonight both as the leader of that organization, but also more personally as one of your constituents, as I think my experience is emblematic of many artists who live here. I moved with my family almost 30 years ago as a teenager, graduated from Boulder High, go Panthers, left in my 20s to pursue theater making opportunities in Chicago. But after my daughter was born in close proximity to my father undergoing his second bout of cancer, moved back to Boulder in my 30s to be closer to him and the rest of my family. Like so many artists who relocate here, I left a thriving career behind in another city. But I was excited to bring the kind of boundary pushing theater I was making in Chicago back to Colorado and to do what I could to make art opportunities, not only for myself, but others. And so founded the Catamounts in 2011. Like so many artists, I've since firmly planted myself here as a homeowner, a volunteer at my daughter's school, and in many other community capacities, all while continuing to grow a freelance career and the Catamounts, who are entering our 10th season. I'm also an avid arts consumer. My daughter takes lessons at Parlando and Boulder Ballet. My husband and I attend concerts at Chautauqua and E-Town, and I relish the night at many of the wonderful theater and dance companies here. I started attending Boulder Arts Commission meetings when I first moved back to town to see what the lay of the land was. I can bear witness to the fact that as the commission has had a larger budget to spend, honed its grant making to have more impact, increased its professional development opportunity for its artists, and shifted a significant portion of its funding to operational grants, the quality, impact, and reputation of the arts in Boulder has grown exponentially. The Catamounts are emblematic of this growth. In almost 10 years, we sell out entire runs of shows primarily to an audience of cultural tourists. 70% of our audience attends our work from outside of Boulder. We partner with local elementary schools to offer hands-on curriculum, integrated arts experiences to students for free, and we are deeply committed to presenting work which features the true diversity of our community, hiring artists, 40% of whom are non-white. I cannot say it enough. A consistent and reliable investment from the city has made all the difference to my ability to live as an artist in Boulder and to building a thriving cultural organization here. And as an arts consumer, I have seen directly how increased investment has raised the profile of our town as an arts destination, keeping those cultural dollars here that used to be spent elsewhere. So many artists I know and my fellow Boulder companies had full rosters for 2020. That changed dramatically with this pandemic. But the Catamounts haven't given up, navigating this moment by continuing to produce theater for our community in socially distant and virtual ways, because emotional health is public health, and the arts are essential in preserving public health. Our audiences have let us know that this programming is the first time they felt normal since the shutdown. Please ensure this not so long ago thriving industry comes out of this moment strong. SCFD has already cut operating funding by 30% this season. An additional 17% may be justified as not that much, but please think about its timing and cumulative impact. It will be devastating to an industry so many greatly impacted by this terrible pandemic, and which will be one of the last to come back online. I implore you not to allow such a deep cut to pass. Others have spoken well about the economic impact of the arts, but please also consider the lives of artists who live here and contribute so greatly as citizens, who give back to Boulder tenfold what we ask you to invest. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. Ryan, I think we go to Elizabeth McGuire and then John Smith. Do I have that right?
That is correct, but it doesn't look like John Smith is present.
Okay, Elizabeth McGuire, then is it Jeremy?
Correct.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth McGuire, the Executive Director of the Colorado Music Festival and Center for Musical Arts, and a board member at the Boulder County Arts Commission. Tonight, I speak to you on behalf of the artists themselves, who only require enough means to survive and the tools to support their craft. Typically, they are not motivated by money and often find discussions about money or placing monetary value on their art difficult. Artists are brave and creative souls who are willing to expose their own shortcomings and struggles because of the belief that what they do enlightens and elevates the human condition. They thrive on giving voice to the voiceless, expanding connections between cultures, defying all that divides humanity by constantly proving we are all fundamentally equal. These values reflect all that Boulder stands for. Our society is vibrant in large part because it is infused with the work of these individuals and the organizations that promote them. All they need in return is to be valued. While I understand cuts across the board are inevitable, the 17% loss of budget is a massive blow to the artists, their morale, and organizational sustainability across the board. It is a stinging indicator of what value is ascribed to arts in our community. All artists have to cling to in these dark times is the belief that those of us in positions to make decisions have the foresight and strength to envision a future with them in it. Without action, we risk losing them to less expensive cities and to non-arts jobs. Please recognize the presence of these artists is critical to creating the future we all imagine beyond the COVID-19 pandemic by increasing funding for the arts. And on a personal note, I sincerely recognize the difficulty of your situation, and I thank you all for your past support and your current service. Good night.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jeremy Capel, Adriana Llewellyn, and then Devin Patrick Hughes. Jeremy?
But before we get to Jeremy, we do have number 29, Melissa Fathman, who is pooling time with Mark Phillips and Elizabeth Francis, both of whom are here this evening.
I think Melissa's already spoken though.
Oh, forgive me. Then we're on to
Jeremy. Jeremy Capel, I think, is next.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I just got the unmute button, sorry. Good evening, everybody. I'm the current president of the BMEA. The position was dropped in my lap a few months ago because of the collateral damage from the pandemic. So this is my first meeting with you guys and the first time speaking with any of you at all. I hope we can change that in the future because I think communication between our leadership and yours is the best way to make our city great. I want to take the time to acknowledge that I understand the pandemic has had a significant impact on the city. I don't want you to think that BMEA doesn't recognize that. I'm just pointing out that there's a possibility of tweaking how we think about our response to it as far as how employees are treated. By now, I'm sure all of you have read the email I sent to each of you individually about the contract violations and the resulting grievance. So I'm not going to repeat any of that information. You will have it. Besides to say, with this large of an economic question mark, I hope we can all agree that it would be ill-advised to vote yes on a budget that doesn't reflect the agreed upon contract between the city and its employees. Additionally, I've also been asked by many members to mention the message that's been sent inadvertently, I'm sure, to the employees by laying people off and furloughing employees while simultaneously hiring many new positions, implementing unnecessary citywide trainings, and advertising large, expensive community projects. This all looks good in the news and on resumes, but things like that should probably be put on hold if it's going to be at the expense of employees' livelihood, especially with some of those jobs that are revenue producing. Please think about how things like council retreats looks on a budget to someone that can no longer provide for their family. I know things are not that simple, but please consider how this approach is seen by employees and how it makes them feel devalued in your eyes. Many of our other cities have put employees before large headline-grabbing projects and future expansions. They put employees first, and I think we should do that also. Some of the positions on the budget are labeled as hold position vacant when the position is actually currently filled and they're losing their job. Anyway, thank you for your consideration and all the hard work you do. Talk to you again soon.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Adriana Llewellyn and Devin Patrick Hughes.
Thank you. We no longer have Adriana present here. I'll unmute Devin.
Devin, I understand you had a practice earlier. I hope it went well, and you're the last speaker tonight.
I'm Devin Patrick Hughes, very fortunate to be an arts commissioner and conductor of the Boulder Symphony. Thank you, Council, so much for all the amazing work you do for our community, and thank you, Bob, for your flexibility. As you're right, I was conducting a virtual symphony rehearsal tonight. I would like to share with you just a few of the things the symphony has done during these challenging times. We're so grateful to have created new and safe opportunities for musicians and staff to continue to get paid. We've created partnerships to keep restaurants open with music. We've raised money symphonically for amazing service organizations such as Community Food Share and the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. We've forged partnerships with assisted living facilities to ensure their residents are not forgotten. We've used the ingenuity of our stakeholders to share music in Boulder and beyond, and to forge opportunities to keep our musicians working. Over the past few weeks, you've probably heard many stories like mine. One of the most extraordinary aspects of Boulder is the plethora of arts organizations and artists that water our soul on a daily basis. The arts unify like nothing else in the world. The arts create community, dialogue, and a vision for society that is years ahead where we currently stand. The arts not only inspire us to be better as a society, but also to bring home the bacon for thousands of Boulder citizens. When you consider budget allotments, your choice to not decrease the arts budget will send a message that Boulder values all that is sacred in the human condition, and that COVID won't stop us from caring for the soul and well-being of our people. Thank you so much for your evening, your time, and your consideration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Devin. And that ends our public hearing. Thank you for everybody who spoke tonight. It was very helpful for us. Before we bring it back to council, I wanted to, Jane, give you an opportunity in case you or any members of your team wanted to comment or respond to anything you heard in the public hearing.
So Bob, there was so much that we heard in the public hearing. I think it would be actually more efficient if council members ask questions that they want us to respond to.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
So council, let's do this. Let's do questions first, and then let's move on to opinions and statements. Any follow-up questions council members have, raise your hands, please. I see Rachel and then Mary. Rachel, you're up.
A couple questions. First, Tila from TAB mentioned, I want to say transportation demand management, but I might really be butchering those three words, but just wanted to get some clarification on what that cut means, or what that budget item, I guess, what that line item maybe being reduced, if I understand her testimony correctly, how that translates. That's question one.
Yeah, and Erica Vandenbrand is here. She is the Director of Transportation and Mobility. Erica.
Thank you very much. And I have to admit that the budget was put together before I came here. I have Natalie Stifler here to address that, but so much of it was really focused on things that weren't happening already. So not putting expenditures into transit that wasn't occurring, things like that. Natalie, perhaps you can elaborate.
I'm just going to see if they responded to any of the art stuff.
Hi, yes, good evening. Thanks, Erica. And I think Erica has summarized it. Really, the transportation demand management cuts were focused on looking at reducing our contributions to Boulder Transportation Connections, which is largely a employer TDM focused organization. And so that's where we made some cuts, thinking that there wouldn't be as much need for TDM programs for some of the employers that we typically would engage with, given that a large percentage of employees will be teleworking for a good portion of 2021.
That's helpful. Thank you so much. And then I think I just wanted to, two more. I was confused by or just wanted to know if there was anything clarifying that we wanted to talk through on I think it's BMEA, I think it's a collective bargaining agreement with the city staff. So
yeah.
There was a comment towards the end there.
Sure, I can address that. So as you all know, we have 3 bargaining units. The Boulder Police Officers Association is one that we do have a collective bargaining agreement with that runs through the end of 2021. Then the International Association of Firefighters, Local 900, we had a contract with them that runs through the end of 2020. And we talked with them about potential changes that was voted down by the membership. And therefore, I wrote them a letter, now I'm talking about the firefighters, indicating that we would honor the basic terms of the contract in 2021 and renegotiate during that time, but that the portion of the contract that relates to increases in pay ends at the end of 2020. The same situation occurred for BMEA, with the exception that BMEA, despite our requests to set up times to negotiate, refused to respond or didn't respond, and then in June said that they chose not to negotiate this year. As a result of that, their contract ends at the end of 2020 as well. I again wrote to them and said, despite the fact that your contract ends, we will abide by the terms of the contract, the grievance procedures, et cetera, but that again, any increases that occurred in 2020 have already happened, and we are not having increases in 2021, and we will renegotiate with that union again in the early part of 2021 for 2022. And of course, for all of the unions now, their contracts will be expiring at the either 2020 or 2021. So we'll be doing a lot of union negotiations next year. And we're very hopeful that the sales tax revenues that support our employees will come in better, and we'll be able to afford to have merit increases for 2022.
Thanks for clarifying. So for BMEA, is that essentially all, or is it a subsection of city staff? I understand it's not police and it's not firefighters, but
that's correct.
Not getting increases, is that most of staff?
It's Boulder Municipal Employees Association. I believe there are around 400 members. These are many of our frontline workers. So people that are working on our streets maintenance operations, our utilities maintenance operations, our parks operations. Some of our library workers are members of BMEA. So it's mostly frontline type workers.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So so I understand, the people who are not covered by a CBA that work for the city, putting the police aside, or I guess they do have a CBA, they're also not getting merit increases, right? Like for the city manager, as an example.
That's correct.
It's the same sort of firefighters.
The only employees getting increases in 2021 are the police officers who are members of the Boulder Police Officers Association. Every other employee is getting 0% increase.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then last, I think Kurt might have had elaboration on my question on the $100,000 reduction, 7% for his department, or maybe for the bed. So I wanted to invite him to elaborate.
Thanks, Rachel. Since you asked that question, I looked up some information to provide a more complete answer to that. So the other way that I would state that is if we were in a position where we could keep 30th Street open for additional season through 2021, that would be a cost of about $410,000 on top of our current budget. The reason for that difference is two things. One is, if you'll remember, a few years back, the 30th Street property was set up to be a temporary location for a severe weather shelter. So we had planned, even in the previous year, for severe weather shelter not to be continuing this fall. So severe weather shelter for 2020 is actually for just the spring season. It's not a full year. So that's why it's that's one reason it's a smaller reduction. And the other is the increase in some funds towards housing solutions, as I mentioned earlier.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Collaborating. All right, that's all my questions. Appreciate it.
Great. It looks like we have two more sets of questions before we move on to comments. Mary and then Aaron. Mary?
So Rachel asked the two questions that I had regarding TDM and clarifications on BMEA, and I just wanted to make a quick comment to Mr. Capel that if he thinks our council retreats are anything fancy, he should attend one just to find out how little money is spent. And this year we probably won't even get food. So just saying. And then with respect to the arts cuts, I just wanted to find out the explanation for the drop in TDM amount was due to the expectations of less need for travel demand management. So I'm wondering if similarly there are categories of grants like that in the arts and culture area?
So Matt Shazansky would know the answer to that more than I, Matt.
Yeah, the Arts Commission has been discussing each of the grant categories this year, and we've made some changes in how the 2020 funds are being distributed. They had the same sort of conversations about 2021 as well. And so that has been something that both adjusts the way we deliver grants that we believe are going to be helpful during this time, and put other grant categories on hold that we think will not be as useful.
So Matt, what grant categories are the most critical, would you say?
The general operating support, it seems to be the consensus, is the most useful. And yeah.
Go ahead.
And we're similarly looking at arts education and the individual project grants. Those are grants that go directly to artists. From my personal perspective, this is about workforce and trying to keep the arts community employed. But there are a lot of other considerations that have been brought up specific to the needs of the pandemic.
And the proposed budget amount, that covers all of the general operating when compared to 2020.
One of the scenarios the Arts Commission is looking at is only funding the general operating support with the budget that is proposed. And so the amount of budget, that $750,000 would fully fund general operating support, but it would not fund any of the other grant categories in that scenario.
Okay, and you mentioned arts education and individual project grants. What are the grant totals for each of those categories?
We haven't decided on anything yet, so I can't say what might be assigned to each, but I can tell you about the allocations in 2020, if that's helpful.
Yes, please.
Oh boy, and I'm having to pull that up. I apologize. So in the community projects for individuals, I believe we have $25,000 in 2020, and the arts education grants, $30,000 in 2020. And then I will add that we are recommending professional development scholarships also be something that gets funded, because so many of people in the arts community are looking for expanding their business practices and their training. And what I believe to be true is that it's about $18,000 in 2020 in that category.
Thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Great. We have questions from Aaron and then Adam.
So Rachel asked my question about the employee union, but Jane, if you can just maybe clarify, I think in their letter to us, I think there was a statement that in the absence of renewing the contract, they were still guaranteed an increase in 2021 or something to that effect. And could you just address that point, please?
I guess I can address it. There's no guarantee whatsoever that any employee is guaranteed an increase. Either it's in their contract, and if they're under a collective bargaining agreement, and for BMEA and IAFF, those collective bargaining agreements end on December 31st, 2020. So there really is no contract for next year for those two collective bargaining associations. And then for those that are management or non-union, there's never a promise that there will be salary increases. So I don't know why they rely on that.
Okay, and it is, Jen, you turned your camera on. Did you want to add anything to that, or is...
Only if you needed me to add some clarification, but I didn't have anything to add.
Okay, all right, thanks. That's it.
Thanks, Aaron. Looks like the last question is from Adam, and then we'll move on to discussion.
Thanks, Bob. I think mine is probably going to end up being for Chief Harold. I recall during the fire master plan discussion, we talked about how CU utilizes fire and EMT services, but doesn't actually pay into the system in any way. I was wondering what sort of if that's the same for BPD, because I assume that a lot of our calls for police are student related in one way or another. And I know that CUPD probably doesn't respond off campus. So I'm just wondering if we know about what percentage of calls result from student-based activity, and if CU also doesn't have any input there to the budget.
Thanks, Adam. So I can't give you specifically the percentage, but I can tell you it's probably between 18 and 20% of our calls for service or to go to University Hill, that general geographic area. And I will also say, since I've been here, CU has helped with overtime budget for emergency response during COVID, and they have been great partners. They actually get we have joint response on some of the calls, so we're both communicating correctly and diligently on those calls for service. So this is something that we could explore moving forward. But since I've been here, I think CU has been an excellent partner, both their police department and their leadership team. And it's something that we can explore moving forward.
So Adam, do you mind if I also provide an answer to that?
Not at all, please.
Yeah, there's a sort of a difference between the police situation and the fire situation. CU has its own police department that patrols on campus. And so our officers are not required or called to go onto campus to enforce rules or laws there. CU does not have a fire department at all. And so if there is an emergency on campus that involves the fire department, our officers, our firefighters are called to go onto the campus. So we actually provide on-campus services to fire, whereas we don't necessarily provide police services on campus. So that's kind of the difference that we see about why we would prefer to get some contribution for the fire department from CU, because we provide them actual services.
Gotcha. I was just trying to shore up what might be the difference between the amount of calls based on CU student activity and what services they're actually providing. Obviously, I know that's a hard number to pull out of the air, but I'm sure it's not one-to-one. That's sort of what I was getting at.
Right, thanks.
Okay, looks like we're done with questions. Let me suggest this to organize us for discussion. During the staff presentation, Jane helpfully identified 4 areas where there had been some council questions since our study session on the budget a few weeks ago. So I might suggest that we go through those 4 areas one at a time each and see if there's any commentary or proposed budget adjustments on each of those. And those are human services, housing human services, the golf course, arts grants, and library services. Maybe there's no changes or comments, or maybe there are, but at least touch on those 4 that Jane identified. I heard some discussion earlier about the rental license fee, so we should probably touch on that. And then we can touch on anything else that anybody else wants to. I don't want to foreclose any discussion, but I just wanted to maybe have an organized path. So let's maybe start with housing and human services and see if there are any comments or proposed adjustments there. Aaron, I see your hands up.
Yeah, Bob, I think that's a great way to organize things. I just wanted to call out one additional thing, which was the 2 options that Jane presented at the end of her presentation about whether that approximately $950,000 kind of goes into the reserves to maybe be used next year, or is in more of a contingency fund that could be allocated to some different pressing needs. And because it may affect how we approach these other items. And I'll just advocate for that second option, if you don't mind me speaking to it right now, that given that we are already planning on increasing our reserve allocation somewhat, even with that, I think having that $950,000 available to meet some critical gaps in the budget, either decided now or in the next few months as needs arise, would be a good idea. So I wanted to put that out there to have as part of the discussion as we go through these individual items.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Aaron. Let's start with that. I see a couple of hands up. So let's focus on the $950,000 question, $950,000 question in the reserves or in a contingency fund, some of which we may actually spend yet tonight. I see 3 hands up, and let's see if we can focus on those first. Adam?
I am also for contingency fund. I think every dollar that we can spend now is a dollar or several dollars we're going to save down the line, whether that be in medical treatment for people that we could house, whether that be for keeping artists in town to provide their work. And this is the biggest financial crisis of the century thus far, and I think it needs to be addressed as such. And I realize that we could have more acute crises based on climate change and everything else that's going on. But to me, it's worth spending some of this money right now, for sure.
Thanks, Adam. Mark?
Yeah, I would take a slightly different view, but not entirely different. I am very concerned with any follow-on impacts of this budget crisis and COVID, and the possible need for reserves in unanticipated ways going forward. So I really would not be in favor of taking $950,000 and in effect creating a fund for whatever it is that we think is appropriate now. I would propose alternatively that we go to a reserve, at least for the moment, we can always reallocate that reserve later, of 17% instead of 17.4%. And if my math is correct, that each percent of the reserve is $1.4 million, that would give us some discretionary spending of about $560,000, keep our reserves strong. And again, if revenues increase a bit later, we can play with that number again. But I'm very reluctant to simply spend the $950,000 now. I mean, we can always create a bag of goodies, but that's not our problem. As with every legislative body, it's very easy to spend. It's much more difficult to show restraint. So I would propose that we kind of split the difference a little bit. If we want to spend a few $100,000 on various designated projects, that's fine, but I would hold the rest in reserve because we don't know what we're going to need. We have no idea what it's going to look like. We don't know if we're going to have a vaccine. We don't know if it's going to be effective. And we may have unanticipated needs for those reserves in 2021 that we can't anticipate now. So that is my view. I would be a little more cautious about it. And again, if we keep the reserves at 17%, we have created a little bit of a fund for which that we can use to address any injustices we see in the budget and any needs we want to address right now.
Okay, so we have now 3 choices on the table. We have option 1, which is put it all in the reserve. Option 2, create a contingency fund and perhaps spend some of it now. And Mark's option 1.5, which is to put some of it in reserve and some of it in the contingency fund, perhaps spending some of it now. So let's focus on those. We have Mary, Rachel, and Mirabai. Let's see if we can bottom out this question.
So I wanted to support Mark's comments because we really don't know what lurks in the future. And I think we have to be mindful that it may be COVID related. It may also be some sort of other crisis, such as a flood or a fire, for example. So I think we have to be, we have to proceed cautiously. I would also say that the budget subcommittee talked about options 1 and options 2. And one of the reservations that the budget subcommittee had, and Mark and or Junie, please chime in if I'm getting this wrong, that the putting it in the city manager's contingency or any contingency fund like that is a lot less transparent. And so that was a concern. So I would just raise that flag about the transparency of putting it in some sort of a contingency fund such as that. So that's all I have.
Okay. We have Rachel, then Mirabai.
By the way, I just want to interject and say I think that's an accurate description of where we were.
Okay. Rachel, then Mirabai.
So I think I may be a little bit confused about what the options are on the table at this point, but in theory, it seems like a moment in time where we would want to free up more funds. So whichever bucket that puts me into, I would think we less need to shore up the reserves, which I know Jane has worked really hard at bolstering our reserves through, for the last, I don't know how many years. So I appreciate that, and don't minimize how important it is. But I think that this is a year where I would prefer to see us have a little bit more to utilize, unless that's siphoned off into reserves or contingency funds.
So just to be clear on that, Rachel, I think Mark and Mary have proposed spending upwards of half of that $950,000 or allocating it and putting the rest in the reserves. Are you with that, or are you in favor of expending all the $950,000?
I would like to at least leave it all on the table and have that in our discussion tonight, all of it.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep track. Mirabai.
I would prefer to put it all in reserve, but I can compromise and go with Mark's plan. Get the 17% then easily.
Okay. Junie, do you have a view on this?
Yes, I agree with Mark. I think that's the right thing to do. We can't spend all the money. Half split the baby. That's perfect. That works. And I think that, again, as Mary mentioned, that's the prudent thing to do.
I'm there too. I like the approach that Mark and Mary were taking, and I support that. So let me circle back to Adam and Aaron. I know that you guys were only facing two options, and now we put a third one on the table. Adam or Aaron, are you okay with what Mark and Mary had proposed?
I'm going to be okay with it. I would like to spend more, but I understand the idea to hold some back. I have some specific ideas on what to spend it on as well when we get into those questions. So rather than have a slush fund that's not as transparent, I do think that's sort of an issue.
Okay. Aaron, are you okay with this? It looks like we're starting to build a majority around that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my preferred option, but I'll can work with it.
Okay, we should probably take a pause here and say, Jane, does this kind of work?
So the thing I want to say is that, yes, it works because you're the council, you represent the community, and we want to provide a budget that you can support. The thing that I don't know, and I'd sort of like to ask Cheryl or Tom, is how we pass an ordinance tonight when we are now no longer have presented you with the correct numbers, because the numbers have to shift a little bit based on this 560,000. So I don't know how we handle that.
So we do an amendment on first reading, and we provide the amended version of second reading.
Okay.
So I know that we have to have the exact numbers. If they give us percentages or things that Cheryl can work with and prepare an ordinance based on their intent, and they amend it that way, then they can adopt it at second reading.
Okay, we just need to be able to publish it in time for the 10 days?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that looks, thanks for kicking us off there, Aaron. That looks like the direction we're heading now. So let's now drill into specific budgets, and some of these may be no change, but I just wanted to at least touch on the four that Jane highlighted in her initial presentation. So let's start with Housing and Human Services. Any proposed changes to that budget? And maybe it's Jane or somebody could you put up on the screen the one page on the deck that was the Housing and Human Services? I think it's page 21.
Yeah, it should be on that page. So Ryan, are you, or Taylor, are you able to put that up?
Taylor, do you have that?
There we go. Perfect.
Much. That's perfect. And Kurt, maybe you could get on the line so that you could help answer any questions.
Okay, so I see, Mirabai, your hand is still up, but that may be a vestige of our earlier discussion. Do you have anything to add on Housing and Human Services?
No, Bob, it was from before.
Okay, great. So I see Adam and Aaron. Adam, you're up.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, I don't want to relitigate as we have a rule against that, but this is one of the areas that I was concerned with. And I think we could utilize $100,000 of that money and put it right back into Housing and Human Services to, hopefully stem some of the fallout of the eviction crisis and the budget cut that has occurred there. I know we can put it to good use, and that's a really important area. So that's where I would think about 100K could go at minimum.
Just to be clear, Adam, are you providing an extra 100,000 and leaving it to Kurt's department to exercise her discretion, or is there some particular place you want to go? You mentioned evictions.
Yeah, I think it could be best utilized in either our homelessness program or preventative eviction treatment. Either one of those I think are super important at this juncture.
Okay.
So Adam, just a question for Adam. So Adam, rental assistance, for example?
Yep, rental assistance would fit under eviction prevention for sure.
Would you propose the 100,000 for rental assistance?
If that's all that would pass, yes, but I might try to split it between the homelessness program and rental assistance.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, I have a comment based on Adam. Can I ask, or should I wait?
Please, yeah, go ahead, Jenny.
I just have a question because we mentioned it's about 560,000. And my question is, I guess it would be for Kurt, before we start deciding how much money, maybe we should ask Kurt some of those questions, how much money he needs and where it would be best served, as opposed to us telling him where it should be spent.
Kurt, do you want to take that?
Jump in there for a minute, if I may. So I was, as Adam was speaking, I was thinking about, what the priorities might be. Evictions is sort of an unknown for us at this point. Currently, we put some CARES Act funds into eviction prevention this year. We also received additional funds from CDBG that we're planning on allocating a portion of it towards evictions in 2021. The challenge is we don't know what the need is. And if 2021 is anything like how things change in 2020, it's hard to answer. But we're trying to set our budget up in a way where we have at least some additional flexibility around eviction prevention. But quite frankly, we don't know it's enough. There's just not enough information. And we also don't know if there's going to be like a CARES Act 2 that will be passed at some point in the future, which would have a huge impact on what that story would look like.
So Kurt, do you think that money would potentially go unspent regardless? I'm sure you'd probably have a list of priorities.
Yeah, actually, my goal would be that it would be unspent, because that would mean that our community was in a situation where it didn't need it. However, if it was unspent, there's certainly other opportunities to support the community.
Bob, is it all right if I pop in?
You're next up. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thanks for that, Adam. I was also going to bring up some additional funding to Housing and Human Services, and one possibility that I see would be about dedicating some additional funding to the Human Services Fund grants. Those have a 17% proposed reduction, which is a really substantial cut. And I know that those grants go to nonprofits that do extraordinary work in the community. I wonder if we might think about restoring some amount of funding to that. And maybe we don't get into the specifics of what organizations get which grants. That's not we don't go to that level of detail, but maybe we could give some direction from council that the grants in 2021 could have a particular focus on, dealing with the immediate needs and fallouts from the COVID and resulting economic crisis. So I'll put that out there as a possibility.
Adam, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, Bob, I'm interested in getting Housing and Human Services additional money, and whatever council would be most interested in, that's going to be okay with me. I have my own ideas, but I want something to pass.
Great, thank you. Rachel, then Mark, then Mary. We'll continue to focus on Housing and Human Services till we put that one to bed. Rachel?
All right, well, I'm probably no surprise I'm with Adam on wanting to see some more funds go into HHS budget. I've been on this state evictions preventions task force, so the governor hasn't finalized recommendations yet, but I think it's a question mark on what might come down from the state level. So I don't know that I would target funds specifically for that without knowing what help might be on the way from federal or state levels. Obviously, that's a huge need. So I also think we talked a couple weeks ago about day services not really being in place for people who are unhoused and staying in shelter. So could some of the money go to bolstering that for higher temperature thresholds or other homelessness solutions and sheltering? So I guess I have two broad thoughts. One is, could we designate whatever amount we're going to set aside and ask that some proposals come back for how to spend it, and for whatever. I understand Jane needs like probably a line item to move us forward, but whatever the line item needs to be, and then it's got sort of an asterisk where council would then vote on how exactly to spend that or prioritize it later if possible. And then second, we're talking about a $500,000 or $500,000, right? Something 540 in this discussion. So I don't know that we want to target the exact amount right now without knowing what the other suggestions are going to be. So I guess I support this and want to know, like, is there only $50,000 we want to spend somewhere else? Then is there 600,000? Are we arguing? So I don't know that I want to make an exact decision at this moment without knowing what the other asks are.
So in hearing that, could I just add one quick thought, Bob?
Please.
Aaron's recommendation to put it into the Human Services Fund grant pot might make some sense here, because the things that both Adam and Rachel are talking about could be funded through the Human Services Fund grant program. EFA receives funds from the Human Services Fund grants, as an example. So that could support eviction prevention. Some services associated with supporting the homeless can also come through the Human Services Fund grants. So putting it in that pot allows that to occur. With that said, there's a community-based advisory committee that gives input to how those funds are spent under the Human Services Fund grants.
Great. Just a process question, probably for Tom. Tom, if and Rachel, you raised a good point. We may circle back on others of these. Let's go through all of them, and then we can assess where we are. But if we had a placeholder at least for 100,000 here, Tom, how specific do you need council to be with respect to passing this on first reading tonight? If we said 100,000 for housing and human services increase, is that good enough? And then Kurt could come back on second reading or later in the year and tell us how he wants to allocate that.
So you can appropriate money to the Human Services Fund and then allocate it through an adjustment to base, or you could just leave it in the reserve and then allocate it through an adjustment to base later. If you're going to appropriate it now, you should and you want to designate what to do it, you should do it now. Does that make sense, Bob?
Yeah, I was just trying to get to the right level of granularity. In other words, we could say 100,000 for housing and human services, or we could say 100,000 for human services fund. And I'm just trying to sense from you, council may have a preference between those two things, but from your perspective, you're okay either way?
Yes.
Okay.
The thing that you can't do is to sort of say, we're going to tell you to do it, and then later we're going to tell you how to spend it. Once you appropriate it, and your authority ends. Does that make sense?
So if we appropriate it to housing and human services generally, but express to Kurt our desire, that would give us the most flexibility down the road. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, although you've got to be careful. You don't have the authority to run the department. So you appropriate the money through budgeting, and then they spend it.
Okay. Mark, and then Mary. Go ahead. Mark, and then Mary. Anybody else wanted to jump in there?
I had a follow-up.
Okay.
I think it goes back to what Rachel was talking about the day services. So is Tom saying that we couldn't say $100,000 toward grant funding to nonprofit organizations that would offer day services?
Yeah, you could do that, Junie. My caution is that you cannot then later come back and say, well, we want it to go to a specific organization, or we want to go to a specific cause later. Once you appropriate it, then you've appropriated it and you've given the guidance that you're going to give.
Okay, thank you.
Could I, may I follow up as well? So Tom, you mentioned that it could remain in reserves and then do an adjustment to base later.
Yes.
And what I heard in this discussion was that there's some unknowns yet. And for instance, we don't know how much money, if any money, may be coming down from a second CARES Act. So if something like that happened, then perhaps some of that money could be used for some of what we're proposing to use now. And so I'm wondering if, and this is a question for council, if it may not be wiser to leave it in reserves and do an adjustment to base later once we know more. And we wouldn't be taking money out of the reserves unnecessarily because some other funds come from the feds later. So that's just a question for council.
And that's option one.
Okay.
So let's, I just want to be cognizant of time because we've got a lot of work to do here on the budget, and we still have about an hour and a half, 2 hours after this. It's 10:30. So let's try to make some decisions here. Mark, Mary, Junie, Aaron have their hands up on this one.
Yeah, I support Adam's suggestion of an additional increment for housing and human services. I might actually go a little higher. I'd put it into human services fund grants since Kurt has indicated that gives them enough flexibility for a number of different uses. And without wanting to predict an election, I suspect we're going to have a new ordinance after this election. It's going to raise about $1.9 million for both legal services for evictions and rental assistance. And so we ought to keep that in mind as we do this. There may be other uses in HHS that are more appropriate than rental assistance, because we may have a lot of money coming down the road for that purpose. I suspect that that's going to be the case. But having said that, I would probably go 150 or 2 for Housing and Human Services, because I think it's that important to the department. Just my preference, but I will go with whatever people want to do here.
Mary, Junie, and Aaron.
I've asked my question or thrown out my thoughts.
Okay, great. Junie?
Thank you. I like very much Mark's idea, and I don't want us to get lost into Rachel's point on the day services, which I think is very important. And because of Mary mentioned eviction and the possibility that we will have the money for eviction and we don't know the future. So maybe a solution might be to allocate money for nonprofits for day services. So I like the idea of raising the money threshold to 200,000, maybe allocating 100,000 to nonprofit organizations that would provide day services, and the rest we can keep for evictions, or just leave it to the department to do whatever it pleases with the money, with the rest of the money.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, I probably would also put in more than 100, but to Rachel's point, we probably should cycle through all the topics before deciding on exact amounts. And just, Mary, you raised a good point, but I think how much money we might get from the federal government is so unknown. It might be zero, it might be a lot, it might be for one thing, it might be for another thing. But I think we do know that we will have ongoing human services needs in the community. So I would advocate for putting in, $100,000 or $200,000 in additional in the budget, kind of regardless.
Okay, so let me try to summarize. We haven't made any decisions, and we're going to circle back on everything before we take any votes. But I'm hearing something in the range of 100 to 200,000. We seem to have some council members who are somewhat relaxed about providing it to the Housing and Human Services Department and letting them spend it as they determine appropriate as the circumstances unfold. And then some council members have some specific requests. So let's just kind of park that for now and move on to the other things. Golf course, or the Flatirons, I guess, event center. Aaron, I think you had some comments on this one, so maybe you can get us kicked off on this one.
Yeah, thanks for calling that out, Bob. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I think this is a worthy project for the golf course. The event center was demolished years ago. There's a desire to cover the operational costs. I think these are all worthy things, but I'm thinking that in our current times, I would like to propose a focus in the shorter term on building out additional neighborhood parks that are in underserved areas, and because those could use the same kind of funding that was allocated to this project. So I wanted to put a proposal out there to folks to see what they think about putting off the golf course projects for perhaps 2 years, and giving feedback to the Parks Department to say, please look for opportunities to build out parks, neighborhood parks in underserved areas. And I mean, the two that occur to me are the ones I mentioned before, the Violet Park next to the Boulder Meadows Mobile Home Park, and the Eaton Park in Gun Barrel, which is critically lacking in park services. But I'm not the perfect expert on what the Parks Department need. So I would be thinking about giving guidance to the department to look for those best sites that could meet those criteria. So wanted to see what people thought of that idea.
I'm going to jump in here and just make sure I ask a question so that we're focused on the right things. This money is all dedicated money, the Permanent Park Fund and the Capital Development Fund, other funds for parks. So this is not within this 500,000 envelope that we've been talking about. This is really a prioritization within the dedicated parks funds. Is that correct, Cara or Cheryl?
Yes, you're right.
Okay, so this is outside the 500,000. So Aaron's made a proposal of effectively reordering how the projects come in, maybe do a few parks before we get to the golf course. Comments on that, Mark, and then Rachel?
Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I've kind of come around on the golf course. A, because the funds are dedicated, so we can't use them for HHS, for instance. And two, my understanding was that we don't have anything else that's shovel ready. And so if we're not doing this, I'm not sure we're going to be doing anything in 2021. And the funds are there and dedicated. So I guess I have moved from being fairly antagonistic to the golf course to saying the money is there, and I don't know that we're going to be able to spend it on anything else within this time frame. And there is a need for it, and it will serve some community purposes. So I'm very sympathetic to what Aaron has said, but I think at the moment, unless there's something that's ready to go in terms of design and biddable construction documents, I would use it here. And then maybe comment on, is there anything else out there we could do if we decided to postpone the golf course? Do we have anything ready?
Allison, can you answer that?
I can. So I want to be clear on where we are with the golf course. Jane mentioned earlier that it's been on our CIP unfunded list since 2014. And so the Parks and Rec Advisory Board just reviewed the concept plan. They're scheduled to take action on it in October. If that happens, we would proceed with design of the building, which is funded, and construction documents would be issued in the third quarter and hit the ground in the fourth quarter. And so as far as what else could happen, Aaron mentioned 2 parks, and we provided in the memo an analysis of why those parks are sequenced the way they are in our 5-year CIP. They are both funded. Violet is funded in 2023, and there's 2 key reasons we've done that. All of the city's capital projects go through a citywide review process, really to, one, get some peer review, but also to enhance efficiencies and coordination. And so Violet is timed to be developed when the library designs are final so that we can reduce any redundancies, because that project has had varying levels of outdoor space. And then also it aligns with utilities projects along 4 Mile Creek, which forms the northern border of that park. Eaton similarly is funded in 2024. And one of the key reasons for that, one, I understand there aren't as many public parks in that area. However, if you look at the level of service through green space provided by HOAs, because so much of that area was unincorporated. When it was developed, HOAs were required to provide the parkland that a full service city would, but that was unincorporated land. So in your memo, there's the map of the park proximities. We do want to develop Eaton. The preference would be to do it in 2024 to allow time for, there's a partnership opportunity that we think would make it an even better park. It would include amenities that are not typically included, and also would not typically be funded at a park that size. And so if council were to want to prioritize different projects, we certainly could look at other options. We'd want to understand what the goal is. I understand Councilmember Brockett's interest in providing access in those areas. While we're eager to develop both of those parks, we do think both of those areas are served by both playgrounds and parkland.
Allie, I have a question, a follow-up question. If the Flatirons facility were not done, right, the 2021 budget is $6.5 million. And so it's my understanding that once this is built, it will make the golf course basically self-sustaining. So in other words, the revenues from the facility will cover the operating costs of the golf course. So there's actually 2 questions. One is, by putting this on the shelf for 2 years, how much would that increase the construction cost by? So how much would the $6.5 million go up by? And then the other question is what additional costs or what additional savings would not be realized because we would not have the revenues of a completed building?
Sure. So let me take the first one, project escalation. My understanding right now is that it is higher than average. Construction as an industry fared okay during the pandemic. And so escalation, last I heard, and I'm checking to see the number, I believe it was around 10% a year. And so there would be, you know, if we waited 2 years, we're looking at over $1 million in cost escalation. The other challenge and a cost that would escalate is, again, currently we have a temporary restroom trailer that is, you know, it's been in service for 5 years. And so we will continue to invest in costs that try and prolong that, but that money, you know, we don't think it's necessarily the most cost-effective thing to do to keep band-aiding this restroom trailer together. And so the next thing that goes to is just the viability of the golf course. So that team is doing really great work. Golf across the country is faring very well in the pandemic. I just saw numbers from September and they're so impressive. The golf, I think 40,000 rounds a year. So where I'm going, Mary, is that the golf course is not being subsidized this year. It will cover its costs. Our hope is with the project that it'll actually do more than that it'll provide additional funding into the Recreation Activity Fund where we could expand the financial aid program to the golf course. That hasn't been feasible in the past. We'd like to, you know, many of the community benefit options that are outlined in the memo, such as concerts. So this lawn that is in your slide here is what exists now. It's not necessarily as conducive to community events as what is part of the project. There will be an event lawn similar to the green in the civic area that will be conducive for that. One of the golf course team ideas are turf care lessons for community members. This symphony just actually happened 2 weeks ago. That's a picture, that's a distanced event that happened. So again, the hope is that with the investment in the facility, it will not only bring back the community feel that we're hearing in community engagement is missing right now, but it'll generate more money so that we can enhance the community offerings there.
We have Rachel. Everyone's got their hand up, so we'll try to.
I'm sorry. I had just a quick question, okay. And I was muted. I'm sorry. So. Is it possible that the enhancements, and you said that there's been so much interest in golfing, I guess, that it has increased the revenues and it has been self-sustaining, and so this would possibly increase the revenues. Would the revenues increase to the point that they could then provide funding for those other 2 parks that were mentioned, Eaton and Violet?
They could, but I think my immediate reaction would be it'd be better to use those as operating funds that could be used for programming because we have them. Those parks are programmed in our CIP. There's a $1.5 million for Violet in 2023 and $1 million for Eaton in 2024. So those parks are funded just 2 and 3 years from now in our capital improvement program. And so my recommendation would be that when this is functioning as a full successful enterprise, that money is going back into health equity programming. Right now, so much of our health equity efforts are funded by the Health Equity Fund. And if we can just really grow our efforts to be a successful social enterprise, then we can self-fund some of those health equity efforts.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Rachel, Adam, Junie, and Mirabai on this question.
I'm going to shrink my comments. I am sensitive to what Aaron's going for, but I'm going to put my faith in staff and the Parks and Recs board and not tinker with what they've come up with for a long period of time.
Thank you. Adam?
What Rachel said.
Adam. Okay, Junie?
I will go with staff proposal because of the equity that Jane mentioned, and the funds are already dedicated, and the golf course belongs to the municipality. So it's either we fix it now or allow the cost to go up. So fix it now is just a better way to go.
Thank you, Junie. Mirabai?
Also, we'll be supporting staff's proposal.
Aaron, there seems to be broad
Yeah,
support.
I can tell when the support's not making it across the line. So I'll take it back, but I'll leave the points as I made them. But that's fine. It's not the will of council.
Great. Decision is made.
Aaron, I just want to say that I appreciate it, the idea, and it was intriguing. But I do think that the cost escalation kind of did me in.
Okay, decisions made, yay. Let's move on to our arts. I see Adam. Aaron, I think you had something on this too. And Junie. So I'll just start with Adam. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have anything specific here, but I think this is an area where we could take some of that that funding we're planning on allocating and put it in.
Yep, I think that's where we're heading. I guess the question is how much. Junie?
Yes, I would like to propose, since we've made some proposal before, 150,000, because I think that's about the ballpark, the amount that's missing, or at least some community members were advocating for. And the reason why I feel so strong about this, it's because when we think of the arts, it serves people across the community, people of multiple income brackets. So it's a real equity issue not to fund the arts. And I think it's very important at this moment to do so.
Thanks, Junie. Junie, let me ask before we go down to Mary and Mark, let me ask you a question. I think we earlier heard from Jan Burton and maybe some other speakers about a proposal from Create Boulder, which is a nonprofit that supports arts organizations. And they proposed that if the city could restore 100,000 of funding, that Create Boulder would go out to the community and raise 50,000 kind of in matching funds. So with your proposal of 150, could that include 100 from the city and 50 from Create Boulder? Is that what you're thinking?
I didn't think of it that way because I thought, just us doing or putting the money forward is we don't have to worry about whether they'll be able to raise the fund or not. But if you think that's the better way to go, then let's do 100,000. But I thought the 150,000 is just ensuring that the arts is fully funded.
Yeah, I wasn't waiting. I was just because there's clarification. We'll see what others say. Okay, thank you. Mary, then Mark.
Yeah, so I guess I have a counter proposal. I asked Matt about other TDM-like categories in the arts grants that were probably not as, well, there probably won't be many field trips going on because of COVID. And there were other categories such as that. And the categories that Matt threw out as being still critical were arts education, individual project grants, and the personal development. So when you add, and he threw out 30K for 2020, it was 30K, 25K, and 18K respectively. That adds up to 73,000. So my proposal is to take the Create Boulder proposal and split the difference. So divide 73,000 by 2 and make it matching 36,500 and 36,500. So Create Boulder would put in half of the 73,000 and the city would put in half of the 73,000. Because to fund it fully, there were some categories of grants that were kind of like, well, this isn't going to happen during COVID. So that's my proposal. Okay.
And obviously we can't speak for Create Boulder about whether they would accept that, but we can certainly ask them. Mark?
First the question, Bob, you've had some conversation. What is the extent of the Create Boulder proposal?
What Create Boulder proposed is that they would, if the city would restore 100,000, they would match it with 50,000 from the community. They would go out and fundraise 50,000 to the community. So it was a 1 for 2 grant. Mary's proposed match. Mary's proposed a 1 for 1 match. I don't know how they feel about that, but that's Mary's kind of counter proposal.
Well, let me just comment in general terms. I'm okay with providing, well, more than okay with providing some additional funding for the arts. I'm okay with, if that's the will of council, I'm okay with Mary's proposal. If Create Boulder can raise 50, I would be more than happy to put in another 75 to 100. It's whatever the will of council is on this. I'd like to do a little more for them. How much more? I think it just depends upon our consensus, but I'd like to factor in the Create Boulder money and make that a part of what we do.
May I colloquy on that? Just
Absolutely not, never.
Well, you know, I just want to point out one thing, that there were a lot of advocates for the arts, and I totally understand that. And when you think about fairness and equity, you have the Youth Opportunities Advisory Board, whose budget was cut by 70.87%. And their whole grants program of $100,000 went away. So I do think, and again, it's probably my Catholic upbringing, but I do think that, I mean, all of us has to do our bit to sacrifice something. And I think that providing this additional, if the 73,000 with a 50-50 split is amenable, that covers the items that they felt were critical. So I feel pretty strongly about that, and I wouldn't go above that 36,500.
Okay, we've got Rachel, then Aaron.
I have a question. As we budget, do we, in other places, factor in matching grants? Is that something that's built into our budget, that we're going to budget this much and then somebody else will?
No, we rarely get matching grants. The times that we have done it is with regard to capital projects under community culture and safety. We did matching grants for Museum of Boulder, Studio Arts, and a few others.
Okay. I think it's a great offer. I would probably fund it to the degree that we think it should be funded, and if a matching grant arrives, that's great, but I'm not totally comfortable budgeting off of a matching grant, because I think it could, just that as a general notion, could lead to sort of pay to play. Like, if we give you this much in the budget, then we'll get, that much. So I'm not totally comfortable with planning around it. I think it would be great if it's received, but for budgeting, I'm just a little uncomfortable and think we should just fund what we think the arts needs.
The alternative would be to do this as an adjustment to base.
Aaron.
Yeah, talking about the matching, I think we've worked with the Convention and Visitors Bureau sometimes in the past to get matching funds to support cultural organizations in town. Bob, is my memory correct on that? Haven't we done that a couple times?
We did for at least 1 year, if not 2 years, for Jaipur Literature Festival, where we put up some money in exchange, in hopes that they would match it, and then they in fact did.
Yeah, so a little bit of a precedent there. And I do support adding back in some arts grants funding. And a lot of it is because of the existential crisis that arts organizations are facing right now in our community and all across the country, because of the inability to hold most kinds of in-person performances. So, this is an area of unique need in our community. And if we see arts organizations, if we lose them now, they may never come back. They're unique entities. So I support bringing money, some amount of money back into this program. Perhaps, one might think about putting in $100,000 with the hope that the Create Boulder program works out and they're able to bring the $50,000 to the table. I think Rachel's point about not being budgeting for what we think we want to do is a valid one, but also hope that they could follow through on that idea and bring it up to that 150,000 level. So I do support doing something like that here.
I'm going to call on myself, and then I've got in queue Adam and Mirabai. I agree with Aaron. I just want to make an observation. We've talked about just recently at the golf course and the potential return on investment there and how it might make some sense and that will in turn potentially fund other programs. And then we also talked, when we were talking about human services, about the importance of helping individuals that are adversely affected by COVID. I think this arts funding does both of those things. 3% of the employees in the city of Boulder work in the arts business, and many of those people are either unemployed or have had their livelihoods severely impacted. And it also provides return on investment. The arts in our community provides $70 million in economic impact, and that turns into $4.6 million in actual direct revenues for the city and the state. So there's a return on investment, and it also helps people who live in our community and are working in this area. So this is not a nice to have. This is a got to have for a lot of people. So it really is a lifeline for folks, and it will bring dividends back to us. So I support Aaron. I'd like to stretch as far as we can. I think the offer from Create Boulder is generous. I take Rachel's point about we can't book that, and that's why I would probably go with what Aaron suggested, restore it at 100,000, and if Create Boulder can top that off with 50, then we're in a really, really good place. But if somehow they fall short, they can only raise 25 or 30 or 35,000. We've restored a substantial amount of arts funding, regardless of how much they raise. So I think it's a potential win and then big win situation. So I would go in at 100 from the city and ask Create Boulder to match that with 50 if they can. I have Adam and then Mirabai.
Now that I've heard everyone's input, first of all, I'm kind of concerned about making decisions with city money based on the inputs of outside groups in any situation. I think that's a very slippery slope and one we should try to avoid, just because the implications could be bad. That being said, I understand Mary's sort of input, and I feel like $75,000 is a pretty good amount that would restore the critical funding for all the programs that are going to be lost. And hopefully other outside community members will find it in their hearts to still do whatever they can. But that's a number I would feel comfortable with.
And just to be clear, Adam, you do 75 from the city and then not necessarily rely on anything from Create Boulder?
I would not rely on anything from Create Boulder. I would hope that they do whatever they can, but okay. Yeah, 75 I think is a good number.
75, Adam. Okay, great. Mark. Oh, I'm sorry, Mirabai, you're next.
Mirabai is next.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, like as Adam said, but I guess I'm tending to lean more where Aaron was. I would at least like to see 100,000 go to the arts. So that's more where my sticking point is. Everything else I can be a little bit more lenient on. So.
Okay, Mark.
I guess I would like to suggest the possibility. I like Adam's suggestion. Possibility of 75. See what Create Boulder can do. We can always do a supplemental appropriation or an adjustment to base and provide more later. This money is not going to all be spent in a day. And we can see what the economic conditions look like. We can see if they can actually, if Create Boulder can actually provide any supplemental funding. And if we determine it's appropriate, a few months down the road, we can appropriate more money.
Okay, so let me just kind of recap in reverse order. I have Mark at 75, Mirabai at 100, Adam at 75, Bob at 100, Aaron at 100, Mary at 36 and a half. Junie, you were at 150.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I was gonna make a comment. I am at the $100,000 mark because I don't want this train to run away from us. And I wanted to ask Adam and Mark, because we are trying to get to a solution here. What is the difference between 75 and 100,000 when you just mentioned that we cannot depend on this outsider? So if we cannot depend on this outsider to provide us 50,000, why are we expecting them to give us 75,000? So I'm just slightly confused, and I was wondering, maybe, yeah, go ahead.
Just a colloquy. I'm not anticipating that it's just 75,000. I'm suggesting that we can provide more later, and it might be another 50, it might be another 75. I'm not limiting my sense of contribution to $100,000. I'd like to see if Create Boulder can assist and get us to a higher number. But if not, I'm prepared to provide more money a little bit further down the road. So I'm not limiting that. But frankly, if I could also live with your 100, I am, I really, at that point, you were just starting to really get way down in the weeds here. And if that's something that would be important to you, I would be happy to bump it up and frankly, still look to see if Create Boulder can provide some further funding.
And the reasoning for my decision is I don't want an outside group dictating council's decisions. And I see automatically going to 100 is doing just that. So that's why I made that choice, Junie. And personally, I'm fine moving to 102, but I just don't like the feeling of that.
I agree with you, Adam, on that.
Okay. Well, let me suggest that let's take the Create Boulder factor out just for a second, and they raise what they raise, and let's not rely on them for anything. If I heard Adam and Mark right, they're willing to go to 100?
Yes, I would be.
Okay. Rachel, where are you at?
100's fine.
Okay, Mary, looks like we're getting some majority built around 100.
Well, I'll just make one more pitch. I heard Adam say 75,000, and the 75,000 actually has some grounding in critical needs, rather than 100,000 just seems to be pulled out of the air and isn't really grounded in a critical need. So those critical needs that Matt Chesansky outlined added up to 73,000. So 75,000 addresses those critical needs.
Okay. Anybody else on this one? Okay, let me suggest we move on. The one other category, and I'm not sure I heard a whole lot of commentary from anybody tonight, but Jane did have a slide on library services. Are folks okay with what staff has recommended on library?
Can I just say, Bob, one other thing on that?
Sure.
Well, just that I appreciate people's points about not letting outside groups dictate our policy. I think that's a valid point. I do want to thank Create Boulder for coming to the table to offer to raise money for the arts community. I think that's a positive thing if they can accomplish that for the community. So just want to hold both of those things at the same time.
Thanks for saying that, Aaron. Library services, any changes from council on library? I'm sure none of us are happy with where we're at here. Are there any concrete proposals to change it?
Bob, can I chime in again here?
Aaron?
Sorry to keep talking, but just to clarify, I guess I should have asked this question.
Aaron, then Mark.
Okay. Thanks. I should have asked this question earlier, but when the slide says priorities for additional funding after public health restrictions are lifted, does that mean that we will restore services and open Meadows and Noble Corner Library when public health rules allow? Is it, or would that take some additional funding from some other location to accomplish that? Let's say whatever it is, May, June next year, they say, sure, the libraries are fine. What happens then, kind of under the current proposed budget?
I think it will take additional funding, but I'm going to ask David Farnan to respond to that. David?
Yeah, that's correct, Aaron. Good evening, Council, and you guys stay up awfully late. But yeah, it would take additional funding. Those funds have all been cut from the 2021 budget.
So I guess I would just like to say I would like for us to be able to reopen the branches when public health concerns allow. So if there's some way to develop a contingency plan with some of this, you know, I'm fine doing it with an appropriation to base adjustment to base. Sorry, it's late. I'm fine doing it with a separate action next year, but I would just like to make sure that we're planning for that and would be able to bring a proposal back to council for ways to accomplish that when we're allowed to from a public health standpoint.
Yeah, we have priced all of them out, so we know the cost of actually reopening each of the locations currently. So we have that data should you require it.
Thanks.
Adam, oh, excuse me, Mark.
First is a question for David. What would it take in terms of financial resources to open either the Meadows branch or the Nobo Corner Library with full service? I mean, what kind of number are we looking at?
Yeah, so to get to full service at Meadows Library, we're talking about around $300,000. Okay. To get to full service at the Nobo Corner Library, roughly the same. We're partially opened at Meadows now, so the cost, even though it's a bigger location, would be less than. I think we're operating now with carryout service, but to get Nobo open, probably also around $300,000.
And my second question is there any particular program or programs that you could initiate now if we found a small chunk of additional funding for you?
One of the things that we're looking at with the health under the current health restrictions, we could open up the children's area at the main library. We're planning on trying to do that a couple of days a week to make it available to families who book.
How much funding would you need for that?
Well, in order for us to get it, give me 1 second. In order for us to get it open fully, so 5 days a week, I have the cost here. Give me just 1 second, Mark. I think it was right around again in that $200,000-300,000 range. Let's just see. It's like going to the mechanic. Everything's $300,000. No, to get the children's area open would be less than that. We would have to hire back 2.75 FTE. So that's probably to have the children's area open at the main library downtown 5 days a week, 2.75 FTE. So let's call that right around $100,000.
And you could do that tomorrow if you had the 100?
We would probably have to hire for those positions, Mark. Those people are no longer with the city. Okay. So I don't know, 6 weeks. We're planning on by November 1st opening up the children's area a couple of days a week to limited access for families that want to reserve the space and come in and have access to the collection. We could take it to 5 days a week with those additional FTE.
I don't know how council feels about that, but that's certainly a potential place to utilize a portion of the money we have to spend. I don't know if anybody else feels strongly about that.
Well, Rachel has her hand up. See what she has to say.
Yeah, Mark largely asked my question, but it's again to David. Is that the number one priority you would have for the library's opening the main branch with some additional service, or specifically for the children's area? Is that the number one community benefit you see?
Yeah, on our priority list, we list restoring the services, the main library. And I believe, the cost for fully restoring the services is around $800,000. The cost of restoring the core services like story time and programs is the $320,000 figure. Story time alone would be probably in the neighborhood of around $100,000.
Okay.
And yes, that would be our priority. And as it's listed in the slide, Meadows we would take to 75% service levels, and then after that it would be NOBO.
Thanks. So my thoughts are, I think, similar to Mark's, that I would specify that the library get X amount of money and trust that David's going to use it for the best community benefit. So the main branch. Thanks.
I don't see any hands up. Any other comments on the library? We've got a proposal from Mark and Rachel.
So I have a question. So this opening would depend on changing public health orders, correct?
The children's area at Main, no, Mary. So the children's area, the main library and the Meadows Library, we can safely control access to a limited number of people and keep them socially distanced. NOBO presents some complications because it's unlikely we would not be able to open up under the current guidelines. We would not be able to open the building up unless we were staffing it to let 2 people in at a time, which doesn't really make sense. We could offer curbside pickup at one of those locations. But again, there's a cost associated with doing even that.
Okay.
And the efficacy of doing it. I mean, we were very deliberate about these reductions. As Jane mentioned in the intro to the slide, the Meadows Library serves a larger portion of the elderly, of under lower economic status families, more Latino families. So that's why we rank that goal higher. And they also do about 4 times the amount of business in a regular year than the NOBO Corner Library.
Okay. Tom, do we need to have a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes, that would be good.
Can I have a motion? Second?
Second.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thanks. Shall we, do we kind of get pretty far on the library? We're going to circle back on all of this stuff and summarize and try to put this into a package here, but anybody have anything else to say about the library? Okay. One other topic that came up tonight, and it's been, there's been some email traffic on as well, is the increase in the rental license fee. I know the staff wants to move us to a cost recovery model, which would increase the fee from $105 to $190 per renewal, which is once every 4 years. We heard tonight that those are done on a per property basis, not a per unit basis. There's been some talk about whether we should phase that in. That would come as a cost to the city. So I just framed up the argument there, or the discussion there. Adam's got his hand up. Maybe you could launch us, Adam.
Yeah, thank you. I'm fine with the proposal of increasing the amount. I don't think it's super costly over the course of 4 years, especially. I think it's wild that it's not on a per unit basis or something's grouped in some sort of per unit amount. That sort of blew my mind. simply because that feels to me like I realize that probably not every unit needs inspection or anything like that, but it feels like there should be groupings in this instance. That's my input.
So I think I can explain it. Usually these fees are based on the cost of services, and this does not cover the inspection. The inspections are paid for separately by the owners. So my guess is the fee was set based on the paperwork it takes, and since you're licensing an owner, it's the same paperwork regardless of the number of units that the owner has. And as you noted, it's a relatively modest fee. The inspection cost is much more.
That would make a lot more sense in my mind, but even still, just for, if you have that many more units, you're probably making that much more money. So you could possibly foot that much more of the burden compared to someone who rents a single unit and is probably trying to just get by.
Remember, this is a fee and not a tax, and so it has to be associated with the service provided.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then I'm barking up the wrong tree.
Or maybe a discussion for another day. Junie, then Rachel.
So I understand the idea of raising the fee, but for now I would say no. And the reason why I would say no is I remember when we did that eviction prevention letter, we received so many emails from a lot of the landlords, and they were saying that if we're asking them to mitigate eviction, we should do something as well on our side and be responsible. So I think to balance what we're asking people to do, because again, we're still anticipating a lot of evictions, I would say put this off until next year or the year after to revisit it. But I don't think the rental license fee should be increased this year.
I'm going to jump in with a question that I see Rachel and Mark have their hands up. If Charles is still here or somebody who has the numbers, if we did what Junie proposed and we put it off for a year, what would the cost to the city be?
It's typically annually our subsidy is about $220,000 a year.
The subsidy being the difference between the $105 we charge and the $190 it costs us.
Correct.
So the budget would take you guys have prepared the budget based on the assumption we go to 190. So the budget would take a $200,000 hit if we deferred it till next year.
That's correct.
Okay. Rachel, Mark, and Aaron.
I just am confused a little bit about the idea of, I think the request was to stagger it, to implement maybe half the fee now. If people are only certifying once every 4 years, that doesn't make sense to me. So that's my only concern is like, if somebody's going to certify this year versus next year versus 3 years, they're only going to pay it once. So I don't understand the notion of staggering it really.
I think sounds like it would help 1/4 of the license holders. The other 3/4, there'd be no advantage to them.
So I'd probably just rip off the Band-Aid in that case and do what the staff has recommended.
Mark, Aaron, and Mary.
Yeah, I understand where Junie's thought process on this, but I think a $200,000 hole in the budget is excessive. And even Barha was fine with a graduated over 2 years increase, including $40 or $45 this year and the balance next year. But doing it that way, I think would leave a $100,000 hole in this budget. And I would be prepared to do that, but it's, if it's not the will of council, I'm fine with that too.
Aaron?
Yeah, I appreciate Junie's point. We have had some good collaboration from the property owners in town with our requests to work with tenants, and of course their eviction moratorium from the CDC, and so there's a lot of tough times all around. So the staggered approach maybe seems like a reasonable thing, because was it a 90% increase in 1 year, which does seem like an excessive percentage increase on kind of anything. and Rachel, to your point, I mean, it is only going to help 1 out of 4 owners or who have rental licenses. One could make a case though for, say, it's not the largest amount of money, but if you were planning on bringing your license next year, and you were already thinking about that it's the people who are in the shorter time frame that would be hit by it a little bit sooner. All right, I'm going to stop talking because it's late and I'm tired. But so I'd go for the stepped approach, which is an easier budget gap to plug.
Mary, before I call on you, I see Jane has her hand up, so she might have some wisdom to impart to us.
Not sure it's wisdom, but just a statement that if we do not impose the full tax for 2021, there will, as you all noted, be a hole in the budget. That would mean that the $950,000 that we had to either put in reserves or contingency would be reduced by $110,000. So no longer would there be $950,000 to spend, but only $840,000.
Thanks, Jane. Mary?
I'm with Adam on this, and with Adam and Rachel.
Can I ask a question, Charles? You may not know the answer to this one. It was enlightening to hear that these fees are paid on a per property basis rather than a per unit basis. Do you happen to know who, not asking for the name of the company or the person, but what's the biggest property holder? In other words, who pays the most? How much is paid by the person who pays, or the entity that pays the most? Are we talking somebody owns 40 properties or 100 properties? I just like to scope it.
It's a good question, Bob. I don't have that off the top of my head. I apologize.
Okay, thanks. Mirabai?
I'll use supporting staff's recommendations.
I'm there too. I'm sympathetic to the fact that this is a big increase. By the same token, there's been no increase for many, many years. We probably should have been increasing it on a CPI basis, but we didn't. So shame on us. And right now, the taxpayers are subsidizing that. So this moves us to a cost recovery model. It's a big hit in the first couple of years, but when we're looking at debating about 100,000 for human services or 100,000 for arts, this is 100,000 spread out over literally thousands of property owners. So if everyone contributes that extra $85, that will go a long ways to funding some of the other things that are being reduced. So I'm with staff as well. Anybody have any big heartburn about that? Okay, I think that's where we're at. We need to circle back on human services, arts, and library. But are there any other adjustments to the budget that people want to talk about? Rachel?
I just am still concerned about the 2 SROs that are in the budget for myriad reasons. But number one is schools are not in session right now. And I think it's odd that we have SROs like budgeted when we've got Boulder High and Fairview not meeting in person. And it seems like it's just sort of BVSD's call on that. And that makes me feel like it's sort of, and obviously we have a great relationship with BVSD, and it's taxpayers are going to fund it either way, but it sort of seems odd to me that we would have these positions reserved in our budget when they're really dependent on somebody else's whether school's happening, and I just don't know why they're in our budget. So I would remove that.
Jane, can you weigh in on that?
Sure. Our initial proposal was to have 0 SROs in the budget. When I mentioned it to the school superintendent, there was grave concern expressed on his part. And part of what's going on is that the schools have created a committee that is looking into the question of should there be SROs. And that committee is scheduled to report back to the Board of Education on October 20th. We don't know what they'll say, but the speculation is that they will say that SROs are a very important part of what is needed in the schools for security, and that they will support keeping the SROs. And so the school superintendent felt like my recommendation to reduce all of them was in the city of Boulder was putting him in a very difficult position vis-a-vis the school board, the committee, the rest of the communities that have schools in their cities. And so we talked about it a couple of times, and he made the point that in particular, if the schools come back to in-person, which they are striving for in 2021, how will those students that are in particularly Boulder High and Fairview High be protected in the event of a serious event? And that I thought was persuasive, with the idea that when they are doing their budget, which they're on a fiscal year, not a calendar year. So their year starts in July. My hope was that next spring, we could work with them, the schools, to figure out what they really needed in terms of SROs and encourage them to fully fund those SROs for the city. So it was sort of an act of good faith with the schools to keep two SROs in the budget, given the shifting circumstances.
I appreciate that. You know, the other piece about students being left unprotected is, you know, we have a fear of a mass shooting, but the reality is that the statistics are that what actually happens is that there are over-policing of Black and brown kids in schools. So it's not just like a argument that it's a school safer. So I'm uncomfortable. And I think also that like Moms Demand Action has come out against SROs in school. So I know that's a bigger discussion, but it doesn't make sense to me that we budget for it when it's sort of automatically contracted to BBSD and they're not even in school. So it just doesn't make sense to me that that would be a line item in our budget. And I understand that you had sort of a good faith discussion and don't mean to interfere with that, but it's nonsensical to me.
Adam.
Bob, is this just additional funding requests or general comment?
Well, Rachel's put a proposal on the table to if I understood it correctly, to defund the two SROs that are currently in the budget, which presumably we did that. I think we should divorce our. I'm going to suggest that we should divorce our discussion about the value or non-value of SROs and really focus on the question of who pays for it. Because obviously, if the school district paid for SROs, reimbursed us for the SROs, we presumably could provide those to them. So I think this is a budgetary question rather than a value question. And so Rachel's proposed, I think for both budget and value reasons, to maybe eliminate the SROs from the budget, which would presumably save money that could either go into other police functions or be put someplace else in the budget. Jane, what's the price tag on the two SROs?
I believe it was around $200,000.
Okay. So Adam, do you have a comment based on that information?
Not yet.
Okay. Any reaction to Rachel's proposal? Mark.
Mostly a question for Jane. The SROs are obviously not going to be put into place until we have fully open schools, correct?
Correct. And perhaps you're wanting to know what they're going to be used for. And I think Maris is on the line and can better answer that.
Yeah, sure, Jane. You know, fundamentally, we've talked a lot about police reform since I've been here. And to accomplish that, I've talked about having a full-time training section. And so, you know, to have a full-time sergeant and 5 dedicated training officers to be able to run a 24/7 training section so I can complete all of the things that we've talked about before with police reform. It's one of the foundations, and I can't do a lot of the heavy lifting without this full-time training section. So it was my hope that we could accomplish that with the SRO positions.
Maris, just clarify for me, you were going to use the SRO funding for the training?
Correct.
Right. The original proposal was that we would have 0 SROs in 2021, but that we would keep the funding that we normally would have, and those dollars would be used to fund trainers for the department. And under that scenario, we had, I think, 1,150,000 or something left over instead of the 950. After Maris and I had the conversation with the school district, we made the decision to compromise with them by allowing there to be 2 SROs, which meant that she was short the money for the training officers. So we took $200,000 away from the $1.15 million to give for those training officers, essentially, and restoring these 2 SROs. That reduced your remaining balance from 1.15 to 950,000.
So in this budget,
there's training officers and 2 SROs.
Okay, so what we do with the 2 SROs does not impact the training function that Maris wants to implement.
Exactly.
Okay, so my question is, if we end up not requiring 2 SROs, either because we don't get fully open schools or COVID resurges, can we later utilize that budgeted funding for other purposes?
So what I think is true, and Maris, check me if I'm right on this, is that we would still have those officers, but they would be out in the field.
Okay.
Yes, so I would still need 1 supervisor and 5 training to complete the mission of a full-time training section. So no matter what, at the end of the day, those other 2 positions would have to come from the patrol operations. I guess to answer your question, you would have to pull those other 2 that I would need from the patrol function. So ultimately, I would be losing those positions from patrol, if that makes sense, Mark.
I will. It's 11:35 and I am confused and a bit tired. I'm just trying to get a sense. The training that you wanted to implement is accommodated in this budget, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, the SROs can be looked at separately in terms of whether we go forward with them or leave them as a placeholder and reallocate funds if we if the schools remain closed and we have no need for them. Is that a correct statement, or am I starting to hallucinate?
It's a correct statement.
Okay.
Can I calculate? I guess I'm just confused why we're talking about the training in the context of the SROs. Like, are the SROs, the 2 officers who are SROs, providing the training, and that's why we're talking about it? Like, are they functioning? And if so, like, should we not just designate them then as training officers if we don't want to cut the budget? But it just seems strange to me that we have this budgeted item that is not utilized and on somebody else's sort of timeline and back and call. It doesn't make sense in our budget.
Let me, I'm just going to make a proposal and see if how people react to this. Again, I'd like to separate the value of the SROs from the budgeting exercise, because I think we're trying to focus on the budget tonight. I have to believe, I don't know this to be true, but I have to believe that the school district budget is in much disarray as ours is, in part because there's a lot of functions that they're not even performing right now. There's field trips are not happening, and programs that are not being put on, and all sorts of stuff that's not happening. I don't mean to say that the school district is awash in money, but I do observe that a majority of the school district's funding comes from property taxes, and those have been largely unaffected. And while they do get money from the state, and that's probably been impacted, I'm sure there's a lot of expenses that they're not incurring right now that they had budgeted for. I get the fact that their budget for this fiscal year is already set. I think I like where Jane is heading, which is I think ultimately I'd like if the school district wants SROs, they should pay for them. And I would like to see next year's budget not include anything for funding for SROs. We could talk about whether we staff them, but we wouldn't fund them. So I'd like to suggest that we split the difference with the school district and say, okay, here's the deal. You need to have some skin in the game. We'll pay for one SRO in this budget. You pay for one SRO in this budget. You get the money from whatever place you can find it. Presumably you've got all sorts of compensating factors going on in your budget. And by the way, this is, we're trending from 2 to 1 and 1 to you should prepare for the fact that we're going to pay for 0 in your next budget. So how do people feel about that?
So I raised my hand because that was the proposal that Maris and I made to the school district. So, I mean, I think that the council could make this proposal again and say that our budget will include funding for one SRO. And if the school district wants to have the second one, they can provide the money. I mean, we could do that, but council needs to do that.
We have to be the bad guys because you already tried.
I already tried, did not work.
That you already tried and succeeded, like they wanted 5 and you said, we'll split the difference and got to 2, or did you already try to go from 2 to 1?
We tried to go from, we said we were providing 0. They said they wanted 5. They needed an argument. And so we went back to them and said, okay, instead of 0, we will fund 1 if you'll fund 1. And they said no.
So how does council feel about backing up Jane and Maris on the 1 and 1 proposal? Oh, I got Aaron and Mark.
Yeah, I mean, basically a thumbs up, but just that, you know, the schools are still mostly closed. So I think there's some opportunity to work together here and try to figure something out. And their board is still considering whether SROs are something that they want at all, right? So I feel like we can go out with that intention, but let things develop, see where they're landing, and continue to negotiate.
Mark?
I would fund one and they get to fund the other or not as they desire. Times are tough.
Although who's going to make the call whether it's Fairview or Boulder High that has the SRO?
They can.
Again, we're not talking about how many SROs they get. We're talking about who pays for them.
Well, I'm just, yeah, if they say absolutely not, so then they only have one.
If they're not going to fund one, then they can decide which school gets it. Okay. Other comments from council members on that idea?
Well, just one other thing. I mean, from a budgetary perspective, like if BVSD is paying for one officer, then we don't have to have it in our budget, right? And I guess that's what we're proposing. If they say no, we absolutely won't do it. We're not going to fire the officer involved, right? I mean, so I think from a budgetary perspective, I don't know that we can reclaim these dollars right now.
We presumably Jane and Maris can find out between now and the time of second reading on October 20th. If they tell us they don't want any SROs, then I'm sure you're right. We don't save any budget dollars, but Maris can certainly put those officers to good use.
Right.
If they're willing to fund one, then we do save up budget dollars. It'll be their call.
Fine.
Others? Hearing nothing, we'll take that as a consensus. Okay. Maris, are you okay with that?
I am so good with that. Thank you.
Okay, good. So let's go. Anything else on the, thanks for that, Rachel. That was helpful. Anything else on the budget before we circle back on the things we talked about? Adam.
I'll keep this super short. The fire master plan really stuck with me when it was presented to us. So if we have any additional dollars, I think that would be an excellent place to input them based on our current service levels compared to other towns.
Okay, let's bottom that out before we go to Rachel. Unless, Rachel, do you have something on fire? Or you're going in a different direction?
I was just going to ask, we're sort of, I feel like a little bit willy-nilly coming up with ideas here, and I wanted to get Jane's input on our ideas.
My idea, here's where I think you are. You would like to create a 17% reserve, and you're proposing that you have $560,000 to spend. That's fine with me. I think you're spending $100,000 on arts, probably $100,000 on the library, and around $200,000 on the human services grants. That's the way I'm understanding it. That doesn't add up to $560,000. It leaves 160 left over. I would suggest that you put that back into reserves, because you seem to prefer the money going to reserves. I haven't yet heard what Adam was thinking about for the fire department. And I would want Michael Calderazzo to weigh in on it, but normally $160,000 when it comes to fire service doesn't go super far. So I would want Mike to help me understand what we could get with that.
Thanks.
Good evening, Council. I not exactly sure how much we could use for some, basically it would go towards some of the cuts that we're already taking. So it would depend, I mean, that's where we put the money first. And I think the big thing might have been alluded to a little bit by President Martinez related to how we staff and maintain minimum staffing on shift. And so right now it's programmed into the budget is a reduction in that for 2021. That's where we would look to restore first with any additional funding before we move from there towards some of our bigger master plan goals.
So what that would mean is that with 160,000, we, I guess, would say tonight that money would go to the fire department, and then we would provide you in the memo for second reading how we intended to restore some of those frontline cuts, if that would work.
How do folks feel about that? Not everyone has to weigh in, but we're going to, from here on out, we're going to take silence as assent. Mark and then Rachel.
I'm okay with that. The only other place I might want to put a little extra funding if we had it would be economic vitality, because we get, I think, very good returns from the money that they spend in support of small businesses. But I'm fine putting it into fire as well.
Rachel.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify to Jane. I mean, part of what I'm getting at is, like, we didn't look at transportation. We didn't look at a lot of departments. Do you think that we're targeting the right spots for the money, knowing that it's a drop in the hat of the bucket and we're spending a lot of time on a drop in the hat? Are you thinking that we're looking in the right directions?
I do think you're looking in the right direction, because in order to restore significant pieces of the other budgets that would make an impact, and we want our money to make an impact in a positive way for the community, you need a lot more in those particular areas. But in human services grants and arts grants, you know already the impact that you can have by helping a person avoid an eviction or helping an artist do a project where they earn money. And so I feel like the impact that we have is greater in these areas than it would be if we tried to put some lump of money into another department that might need way more to accomplish their goals.
Mirabai?
I was just going to say I supported it going towards fire, but I mean, again, I could be swayed on that too, but I mean, I'm fine with it going back to reserves. I mean, if we really think it'll make a dent in fire and they could use it, fantastic, but yeah, I'm easy going.
Great, thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, I think Adam, that was a great point. It sounds like it could make some incremental benefit to cuts that are being felt by the department. I just wonder if we might bring this home because Jane, I thought you summarized where we were going pretty well there. So Bob, can we finish this up? It feels like we're getting close to the will of council here.
Yeah, I was going to go there too. I wanted to make sure that no one else had anything else because we had some good last minute discussions from Rachel and led by Rachel and Adam. So I didn't want to cut anybody else off. Anybody else have anything? Because we did, I think we got to 560. We have 200 on human services, 100 on arts, 100 library services, and the 160 on fire. And we're actually going to do a little bit better on reserves than we thought if in fact we save the money on that SRO, if the school district kicks in on that SRO. How do people feel about that package? Getting some nodding heads. Okay. So Tom, help us craft, because I know we want to try to get this done in second reading on the 20th. Would you like a council member just to say what I just said, move to adopt the budget with those amendments? Is that going to do the trick for you?
Of course, you're not adopting tonight. You're introducing and.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Reading. But yeah, and if you do that, but yes, I think that's an adequate summary so that staff can add those numbers to the various parts of the budget and reduce the reserve amount by the 560,000.
Okay.
Right. What can I ask the Taylor put up the final slide? That slide is a listing of the I think it's 4 ordinances that you need to pass tonight. Maybe not.
Taylor's working on pulling up that slide now.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I've got them in front of me on the agenda. If I could just go for it.
Go for it, Aaron.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will move the introduction, first reading, and order published by title only ordinance 8426, adopting the 2021 budget for the city of Boulder, Colorado, with the amendments. I think this is where the amendments would go. With the amendments of adding $200,000 to the housing and human services budget, $100,000 to the library budget, $100,000 to the arts grants, and $160,000 to the fire department. I think that's one motion.
Do we have a second?
Second. Do we need to make any specific provision for the 17% reserve? Or is that automatic?
Well, I guess what you should say is, and reducing the reserve amount by $560,000.
Okay, and reducing the reserve amount by 500. Wasn't it $500,000? Like $490,000? Because it was $950.
You're reducing it by 560, right?
Because that's what we're spending here.
Right.
They had it all in reserve.
Yeah. That's correct.
Are you okay with that, Aaron?
So, yep. You guys cut out. Sorry, I missed something.
I think Tom just suggested that the reserve is because it was all going to be in the reserve as originally proposed, that we're reducing the reserve by 560. The 560 we just allocated.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. We need to make motions on. Do we want to vote on them one at a time, or do we want? Can we vote all as a package?
You can vote them all as a package.
Okay, Aaron, keep going.
Camera's off.
Did we lose Aaron?
My internet's getting a little spotty.
Okay. How about somebody else make the other 3 motions? Yep. Mark?
Motion to Introduce ordinance 8427, establishing the property tax mill levy for 2020 to be collected in 2021. Any seconds?
Second.
Okay.
Ordinance, motion to introduce, wait a minute, do I still need to do 8428?
Yes, because one is the budget and one is the appropriations.
Okay, motion to introduce ordinance 8428, appropriating the 2021 budget.
Second.
And this is Cara. I think this needs to be amended in the same way as you did ordinance 8426.
Thank you. And amending that pursuant to the changes that Aaron enumerated in introducing ordinance 8426.
Second.
Okay. And lastly, motion to introduce ordinance 8429, changing certain fees.
And Mark, those are all introduced, ordered to be published by title only and passed on first reading, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Because this is all first reading, I think this is a show of hands. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. We got 4 motions on the table that have been seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. It looks like everyone's up. No opposed. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, council, and thank you, staff members, for being here. Those who don't have something yet to come can go home, and thanks so much for your work. Thanks, council.
Okay, it's approaching midnight. I'm actually on the East Coast, so it's now approaching 2 a.m. And I'd like to make a suggestion. We do have a public hearing scheduled for this, and so the next item, go ahead and announce the next item, Debbie, then I'll make a suggestion. Debbie, are you there?
I am, sorry. Our next public hearing is the discussion and input on the proposed 2021 public policy statement on regional, state, and federal issues, and direction to staff to draft a resolution indicating the city's position on select measures appearing on this November's state ballot.
Okay, so we've got a couple of choices. We could, and we've got 2 more items after that, one of which will probably take 20 or 30 minutes. So we could skip this one altogether. That feels a little icky to me since we have some people who have been patiently waiting to testify at the public hearing. We could, so that's option 1 is cancel it and reschedule it. The second would be to go ahead and open the public hearing, let people testify, but not do a staff presentation or council discussion. This is a discussion. I don't think there was a motion other than a direction to staff to draft a resolution. So presumably we could do that quickly, but not have a presentation from staff and not have discussion, and then defer that to a subsequent meeting. And the third is to do the full-blown thing, which is scheduled for 75 minutes. Preference of council? Mark?
I would suggest that we permit the public testimony, not do the presentations, and reschedule those for a later date.
Okay. Anybody opposed to that? I assume this is Carl, is that right?
Yes.
Carl, can you in like 1 or 2 minutes just frame the issue so that the public speakers have something to tee off of? But don't do the whole presentation. Yes. Just say what this is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Bob. I guess just to be very short and clear about what this is an opportunity for council to provide comments on the proposed changes to the policy statement. Really quickly, it used to be called a policy agenda. We're proposing to call it a policy statement now, so that's what we're referring to it as. The changes were highlighted in your memo. They were summarized in attachments. I don't think it would be of benefit to all of you for me to summarize those now. But I would say to the people who are here to to speak on public hearing, that they should certainly feel free to provide comments on the proposals that are made. What I will do, what I can do, is based on after hearing from the public and after feedback that council gives, I can make revisions to the policy statement and bring it back for your consideration on the 20th. It could be on consent, or it could be an item, an actual public hearing if you like, or under our matters, or it could be delayed to a later point. So as you please, but the idea was to have this approved by October 20th.
And we may still be able to accomplish that. I think what we had proposed is a robust discussion tonight and then approving it on consent. And so I think we'll flip that over. We'll hear from the community. And then CAC will schedule more time than we had originally allotted for the 20th, so that council members can weigh in and we can make adjustments and then pass it. Because this is our policy, it doesn't require 2 readings. And so it's something we can pass on the 20th as scheduled. We'll just need to allocate some time for council discussion that we're not having tonight. So let's open the public hearing and see who is still here. Bonus points for hanging on. We have 8 people signed up, so that means 3 minutes apiece. Don't feel like you have to speak for 3 minutes, but if you would like to, you can. Ryan, are you still with us to kind of help manage this?
Yeah, absolutely. Lila has withdrawn. So our first speaker would be Jonathan.
Jonathan Ward, you're up for 3 minutes. Thank you for waiting.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Dr. Jonathan Ward. I'm a retired cardiologist living and working in Boulder for the past 30 some years. I'd like to thank you, Council, for considering and voicing support for improved health care and, yes, healthcare savings. Obviously, we share stamina and a common goal of appropriate allocation of resources and community well-being. You'll hear unfavorable medical statistics and painful stories from my cohorts. What I'd like to do is address physician burnout, which is a real danger for many reasons. Our present system is leading to early retirement, moral injury from lack of control, vulnerability, and suicide among healthcare providers. But I would like to be upbeat at this point particularly and present my vision and solution. Our country is moving toward a single payer platform like Medicare for all. By regulating exorbitant profit from the medical corporations and chains, I mean the pharmaceutical industry, the hospital chains, the medical device industries, the insurance companies. By regulating this profit, we can focus on expanded public health, preparing us better for crises such as this pandemic, protecting our workforce, which we can't take for granted, providing necessary equipment, prevention, preparation, coordination. Improved Medicare will reduce burnout and allow physicians to focus on the art and science of patient-centered care again, which is what we signed up for. This is possible by eliminating the distractions of time-consuming billing, administration, and multi-insurance hassles. Healthcare will be available to every citizen from cradle to grave. The only affordable system by eliminating waste and controlling profit. Our oath will always provide high quality. Medical professionals know how to do this. We just let the ball drop for a while, overwhelmed by for-profit industries. Medicare is 55 years old, successful, publicly financed, privately delivered. Many of us can't wait to be 65 and get affordable quality care from our own physician and hospital of choice. The only real losers will be the industry CEOs that presently make $1 million.
Thank you, Jonathan. We have Eileen Munyak and Evan Ravitz and Lynn Siegel. Eileen?
Okay, council members, thank you. I'm speaking to you tonight to ask that you place specific language for single-payer universal health care or improved Medicare for all in Boulder's legislative policy statement. In my talk, I will share both my professional reasons as a PA at Clinic Family Health and my personal reasons why I strongly support improved Medicare for all. Boulder has identified advancing racial equity as one of its leading priorities. Boulder and other cities across the country cannot meaningfully address racial equity without improved Medicare for all. One of my young African-American patients, Tanya, not her real name, suffers from diabetes. She is a single mother of an autistic child. She worked hard and put herself through college. After graduating and getting a better job, she was able to finally get employer-sponsored health insurance and no longer qualified for Medicaid. She soon learned, though, that she could not afford her life-saving insulin through her health insurance plan. Instead of advancing her career, she had to take a pay cut and go back on Medicaid to be able to afford her insulin. Tanya is trapped with a figurative knee on her neck by our for-profit healthcare system. She's now stuck at a wage below 138% of the federal poverty level, just so that she can keep her Medicaid and afford her insulin. There are many more healthcare horror stories I could share with you, but I next wanted to share my own personal story to help dispel the myth that people love their for-profit health insurance. In 2018, I was diagnosed with a condition requiring surgery. The doctor visits, lab work, and imaging studies done in 2018 just barely exceeded our $4,800 deductible. The unfortunate news, though, was that my surgery was unable to be scheduled by the end of December that year due to the obvious high demand in December. This meant that we'd have to start over the next year with a new $4,800 deductible. So yes, the insurance company was happy that year while we were not. They cashed in on our monthly premiums for the year while paying next to nothing. Meanwhile, we paid our $4,800 deductible plus the monthly premiums. To add further insult to injury, after my surgery the next year, the insurance company still made over $9,000 in profit over what we paid them in premiums for the year, versus what they paid toward my surgery after the deductible. In closing, I truly have no love for my husband's for-profit health insurance plan. I'm grateful, however, for my healthcare providers and the excellent care that I received. It's imperative that we separate such a primal basic need as our healthcare from the profit-driven marketplace and pass improved Medicare for all. Please include support for improved Medicare for all, part of Boulder's legislative policy statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. Evan Ravitz and Lynn Siegel.
Good morning. I fully support what Eileen and Jonathan were just asking of you. The city should also lobby the state to remove the state preemptions that stop localities like Boulder from having rent control, gun control, pesticide control, control of telecom companies as with 5G, and prevent us from having a real estate tax, and which force us to keep our money in the very worst banks who use it for fossil fuel projects and other things that turn our money against us and future generations. In this way, the state prevents us from solving our own problems. And there are elements of city government that prevent the voters from solving our own problems using direct democracy. Let's solve both these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Lynn Siegel, and then I think Riley Mancuso is no longer here. If that's the case, Bill Semple is after Lynn Siegel. Lynn?
That's correct. And then Dylan is not present as well.
Okay, Lynn and then Bill. Is Lynn still with us? Okay.
First of all, do you hear me?
Yeah.
If there's any problem with my audio signal, please let me know instantly. I don't care if it's 3 or 5 in the morning, you know, these things need to get done. If you don't want to do them, then don't put it off and put it off and put it off. I want to know what I'm exactly supposed to be talking about tonight. And of course, I'm in that healthcare profession, and I support Medicare for all and single payer and everything that Semple's going to say, and Eileen and Jonathan. But I like a better organized situation here. And if you people don't want to take the job of staying on these meetings until 4 o'clock in the morning, then do 2 meetings a week. This is the job. This is the population in Boulder, 107,000. And you're spending it all on the developers, you know, and I support Medicare for all. But I think that you ought to have a more iterative process here too. That's really critical. And, you know, you at your retreat don't want to have masks on because you can't see the visual connection that people make. Well, how do you think it's for us staring at 1 minute and 18 seconds? How do you think that makes someone feel? Seriously. I don't deserve to have my image up on there. And you do. Yeah, sure. I don't think so. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. Bill Semple.
Go ahead, Bill. You just need to unmute.
Oh, okay. Thank you for staying up. And I urge the council to support the wording that I submitted by email on Saturday to the policy statement item number 50. While most of us support everyone having healthcare that they can afford, it's important to see what policy gets us there and which policies don't. For-profit insurance companies will always have the incentives to collect premiums and to not pay for healthcare, just like Eileen was saying. Defending the Affordable Care Act, which has helped some, leaves the current fragmentation in place. A public option adds more complexity and expense and still leaves gaps. A reinsurance plan that Colorado has considered, it will help some, but it throws more taxpayer dollars at a broken system. So improved Medicare for all is an essential part of addressing poverty, racial inequities, homelessness, anxieties about affording healthcare, and addressing mental health issues in general. We can spend less, have robust coverage for everyone, and have better healthcare, but only with improved Medicare for all. So with this policy statement, Boulder can join cities and counties across the country speaking up for the affordable healthcare that we all need by endorsing improved Medicare for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And thank you for everybody who stayed up to provide their testimony tonight. We're going to close that public hearing. Carl, do you need anything else from us? We'll obviously schedule an appropriate amount of time for council discussion on this for the 20th, but you need anything else from us tonight?
Well, 2 things. First of all, originally the hope was to get some direction on what ballot measures you'd like to take a position on or against. You don't have to do that. And maybe given the hour, that doesn't make sense. Secondly, I'm assuming that this will be a CAC conversation, but I'm assuming that I will be coming forward with an agenda for the 20th that is ready for approval. Of course, approval could be delayed for a subsequent meeting if needed, but So just trying to convey the typical expectations and let you do what you will with that.
Okay, with respect to your first item, I think the Legislative Affairs, Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, which consists of 4 of the 9 council members, had a recommendation rather than talking about that tonight. And I know that there is some time sensitivity around that because the ballots will be going out next week. Does it make sense? I guess this is a question of council. Does it make sense for Carl's team to go ahead and put together the resolution that was supporting the state ballot measures that the committee recommended, and then council members can vote yes or no or modify it on the fly? Again, it only requires a single vote. Are folks comfortable with that? You don't have to weigh in about whether you're comfortable with what the committee recommended, just comfortable with the process. Aaron?
Well, I think it does require some substantive discussion, which I think we're probably past our expiration date to have tonight. So I'd recommend that we have the whole discussion at a rescheduled meeting, and maybe we can just approve it in rough form, with final language to be completed after we approve the compositions.
Okay. Anybody have any objection to that? Okay, Carl, we will talk at CAC about how much time you'll need and what the appropriate agenda for that will be.
Okay, very good.
Great.
Thanks, Carl.
Bob,
Thanks,
may I ask?
Carl. Yeah.
So on the 2 ordinances, the budget ordinances you amended 8426 and 8428, I'm assuming the council chose option 1, that is to leave the remaining amounts in the reserve and to appropriate $560,000 of the money, not option 2 to put the remaining funds in contingency. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was my understanding. Does anybody have a different understanding of what Tom said? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, Debbie, back to you.
So we're up to matters from the city manager. And our item is we have an update regarding the City of Boulder evolving initiatives in response to COVID-19 business impacts.
Okay, on this, can I make a suggestion also on this one? I know there's a lot of good news to report here, and it is good news, but I think you're looking for a decision from us on a particular matter. So if we could be brief on the good news part of it and jump right to the decision part, that would be good.
Good morning, Council. Happy belated birthday, Jane.
Thank you.
All right. Taylor, if you can pull up the slides and move to slide 4, please. The title of my presentation says it all. COVID lingers, and this is an update on our continuing response. I appreciate and will assume that Council is aware of all the good work here on slide 4 that crosses a lot of departments and represents our short-term response over the last 6 months. Next slide. Part of the good news today was a press release that we want to appreciate our local businesses, all those who applied, and are so honored to be able to provide support for the 201 awardees that received $679,000. Those funds should be distributed over the next 2 weeks. And if council has any questions for me, I'm happy to answer it at the end. Next slide. And yet things persist. And so earlier this evening, you heard from many of my colleagues about the continued prioritization of public safety, the assistance we need to stabilize the local economy, the equity lens being applied in all initiatives, and the responsible use of funds. These are the community's values, and we've lived these through all of the initiatives that we have with our partners over the last 6 months. Next slide. So we have 3 things that we are recommending to pivot to. I want to say up front that there is no one perfect answer for all of the reasons you've heard, and prioritizing community safety and the community's values. We are just trying to make sure that we are appropriately deploying dollars. There are 3 initiatives we hope will help businesses, particularly restaurants and retail, over these winter months. By the way, there is absolutely no proposal of staff to halt outdoor dining. We are just prioritizing and highlighting how we would pivot for winter months. The first is to use a part of the CARES Fund appropriation for allocation for subsidized third-party delivery. The RFP for this process closes on Monday, and with the chamber, we'll continue to have conversations for many organizations. If we are unable to find a successful vendor for this program, we will find another way to aid restaurants who are currently experiencing up to a 35% charge for third-party delivery. That cuts into their margins, and we want to keep community members who are ordering in their meals safe while also supporting these important businesses in our community. Next slide. The second is to use a portion of the funding to promote buying local. There's never, I keep saying this, every month I say it again, there's never been a more important time to support our local small businesses. And this is an outgrowth that wasn't just as a result of COVID, but is also what we heard in the recently completed retail study and developed retail strategy. We would use a portion of the funding to create a city subsidy for a holiday season, some version of a gift card. They've done this with birthday bucks, and there are other programs. Details TBD. Next slide. What I think is getting the most attention in our community right now is how we will pivot for the winter. And I have my colleagues, I think they're still out there, Charles Farrow, Edward Stafford, Michonne Cook, Erica Vanderbrand, and Bill Cowan, who are here later to answer questions if you have any. But the basic problem is that there continues to be limitations on indoor dining that are consistent with the healthcare guidance that we've all received. In response, we want to do things that are consistent with that safety guidance, but also allow people to have tents, and some people are asking for heated tents. We would not suggest anything that we would retain all sidewalk infrastructure allowances. We would retain the reduced parking pricing, curbside pickup locations, waived minimum parking requirements citywide, and we would mitigate some of these experiences in winter with the earlier programs I shared with you. I do want to point out that this program has been wildly successful and appreciated, and we as staff also appreciate the many restaurants that not only serve the community, but employ many, many people in the community. Next slide. One of the things that has been very popular is a street closure that council suggested, I believe, in June on the west end of Pearl Street and the Event Street. First, wanted to say that we are aware that that's very popular, and RRC has been helping to navigate the process of helping us see whether there's interest beyond this program to go into perhaps a longer program as some semi-permanent or seasonal effort. A survey conducted by RRC in partnership with Downtown Boulder Partnership and the Chamber recently found that most people would like to see it continue at least some of the time. And some people are interested in it permanent. Some, however, are not sure or are not encouraging it. So this was a small sample size, and I'm sure there will be other outreach, but we recognize that it's been highly valued and valuable during this time of COVID. I think one of the things that staff is proposing this evening is that we sort of begin to think about the difference between a program that's going on right now that's COVID responsive and an ongoing seasonal street closure or streetery program that might be a larger work plan item. Next slide. So what do you do in the meantime? First, we are suggesting that the pedestrian mall certainly and the event street would continue to utilize outdoor dining expansions as they have been. Many of them, some of them use tents, but most do not. And there is already a closure on the event street that we are certainly recommending continue through the winter months based on the current utilization, not only design of that amenity, but the utilization of that street. On the mall, we also recognize on the pedestrian mall that people may want to add tents or not. That may have maintenance implications. Well, certainly will, that we would want to discuss with you a little bit further. But I guess the big message here is we're assuming that it continues. There would also be a continued ability to utilize sidewalk, pedestrian areas, alleys as consistent with safety requirements, ADA, and public health orders. That would all be retained. Right now, there are barricades closing the west end of Pearl, and this was explored with downtown Boulder early on, and in thorough discussions with all of the concentrated group of restaurateurs and retailers at that end. We have two options for you that consider the values previously. One is taking out all the parking spaces, and I'll talk about that in a second, for the winter months. Or you could continue the existing closure on the west end, but there would be a maintenance implication that we should discuss. Separately with my colleagues, we have been talking about a 2021 return of a seasonal parklet program. And this would be something that we believe would be a late 2020 work plan addition that I'm saying potentially impacts other staff responsibilities, but I would almost bet that it's going to impact current work responsibilities that council will want to consider in this year's work plan or give us further direction on at the retreat. That might include a permit process, amending some of that infrastructure so that it performs better. And you could give us a little direction on, is this seasonal or is this ongoing? Developing uniform guidelines for in-street parklet infrastructure. I believe Council Member Yates is currently in my hometown and so seeing some of that kind of parklet infrastructure. But our staff, as you know, was able to pivot earlier this year very swiftly for businesses because we kept it simple. Making things that are more durable to be in the right of way will require some thought, and I'd want to refer to my colleagues later if you have questions there. We want to consider special event or permit considerations concerning seasonal closures or longer closures. And then alcohol licensure is an ongoing issue. I have a little bit more news to share with you about that, and I'm sure Michonne does too. The big consideration there is, what is the difference between the common consumption direction and direction that might be just about a particular business? Next slide. We thought it might be helpful for you to see what currently exists on Pearl's west end. So there's a picture of the map that you saw in June, along with a picture there of how those streeteries are currently established. And the other option that we were discussing today, which takes out the parking for the season. So you can see the purple lines there depict which parking spaces would be affected. And you can see, similar to what they did on Main Street in Longmont, how these Jersey barriers would be lined up that would allow for the regular maintenance schedule that we always conduct during winter months. I would be remiss if I didn't say that the safety issues go beyond being able to have vehicles go down a street or have snow plowed. We live in a community in a beautiful part of the country where streets do ice over. People are coming pretty fast on whatever their mode of transport is. And we want to be thoughtful to be able to be as consistent as we possibly can. There's also access to utilities and other things, all of which were outlined in your memo. Next slide. I would also not be doing a good job if I didn't mention how many people were involved with all of this work. So Councilmember Wallach, thanks for the shout out for economic vitality. But there's a cast of millions out here working to support the community through this. These are just a few of my colleagues from across varied departments that have been involved in some of these initiatives. And we thought it was important tonight that you know who's out there working and that we be able to thank them in front of council. Next slide. So what would our proposed timeline be for these tents with heaters? And by the way, this is for benefit of an earlier question. If you put a tent and it has sides, according to the county's health direction that they've provided to us a week and a half ago, that is considered additional indoor space. So we have received some recent county guidance, and that is part of the process and why we have been working on that so fervently over the last week and a half. Based on your feedback this evening, we would complete the FAQ and the application packet over the next day tomorrow. There would be a web page update and an FAQ with a 17-page, as of yesterday, 17-page guidance document that answers all those questions and is easy to find answers in, that would go live on the 8th. And the application window would open on the 12th when we return from our furlough day. The applications would be rolling. Unlike last time, we would not have a hard stop date. So if people were not ready in the first couple of days, they would still have an opportunity. And we would give you an information packet update at some point in December. Next slide. So the application is basically waiting for a thumbs up from you. It would open on the 12th. There will be two options. One for an immediate issuance. If you hit all the things on the checklist and you followed all the guidance, it's a go. Go get your tent, go get your heater, and we're ready to go. And then we just follow up with you. The other is a fast review issuance. Next slide. We've given a little thought to what would be involved in an immediate issuance, and it's basically a tented structure of 900 square feet or less with this kind of power utilization. And again, trying very hard to help people keep it simple and be as clear and transparent in the process as possible. Very customer-driven process as much as we could. The fast review requirements would come into play if you are using an enclosure that is larger than 900 square feet. And to give you some feel for that, that's a 30 by 30 tent. And I'm using the word tent in a gracious manner. It could be other things besides a tent. Or you're adding more than 50 amps or the other things that will be provided in the guidance. We do recognize that it is very difficult to find something that works for everyone. This assumes that the majority of this infrastructure would be on private property or on the sidewalks, primarily on private property, though that's where you'd have some space. We also recognize that in the two areas where you have some degree of closure, whether that's the West End with open lanes or not, there would be an opportunity to have tents with heat in those places as well, or to just keep the infrastructure that you currently have. And on beautiful days, that should suffice for most. There may be instances where people currently have parklets in the street, and it is not the recommendation of staff, given the safety and other considerations that we shared in the memo, to have those continue through the winter months. I want to stop here and mention 180 days. I got a question earlier today of where's 180 days coming from? And that is basically because the difference between considering a structure permanent or not falls within the fire code if 180 days or less, and moves to the building code if over 180 days. Now, of course, we recognize that it will still be cold in February, and that council may decide that they want to extend beyond that. But this gives us an opportunity to have some further conversation, also to see how much interest is out there for this type of infrastructure, but we'd be interested in your thoughts there. We recognize that other communities
live from Paris en France 24.
That's why at France 24, we'll always be there to help make sense of world events. For the best international coverage, 24 hours a day, no matter what, France 24 is with you every